The motif of the Messianic. Law, Life, and Writing in Agambens' reading of Derrida. Arthur Willems. Introduction. It is remarkable how all things, having encountered this extraordinary human being, regain the root of their being, rebuild their own phenomenon reaching its metaphysical core and, in a way, return to the very first original idea, yet at this stage then betrayed the latter leaning towards a rather dubious, risky, and equivocal area. Briefly speaking, we may call it the area of heresy. 1. Bruno Schulz, Sculpi Cinemo Now, 1934. There is a passage in Lev Tolstoy's great work War and Peace where Count Pierre Bezukhov, arguably the main hero of the story, visits the Borodino battleground not as a combatant or war journalist, but simply as a witness. Steeped into his own displacement, Pierre feels no fear, and quickly becomes something of a mascot to the soldiers who, actively engaged in battle, are precluded from such a full immersion in this historical event, for they are committed also existentially, beholden to fear for their lives, they are internally separated from the battle. For Pierre, this commitment is, at least momentarily, suspended. What follows now is a philosophical study of the motif that shapes a modality such as the one we might ascribe to Pierre Bezukhov on that fateful day on September 7, 1812, as recounted in Tolstoy's book. Toward an ontology of abandonment. Philosophy values truth over life. Socrates refuses banishment, choosing rather to drink a cup of hemlock, and with this dramatic and inaugurative gesture that is of course immediately the beginning of the end he becomes the ultimate hero of philosophy, even if he could be swayed to temporarily leave Athens in pursuit of writing. That is, until Nietzsche exposes the cowardice and madness of his choice. Formerly one would have said, oh, and did say, and loudly enough, and are pessimists most of all, here at any rate there must be something true. The consensus sapientium is proof of truth. Shall we speak thus today? Are we allowed to do so? Too naturally, Nietzsche's objection is pertinent, yet to embrace life at all costs leads us into another aporia. It removes from us the possibility of passing judgment, the possibility of critique, and separation itself all essential to Western thought. This charge of the decadence and the degeneration of sophisticated, and sophist, philosophy, its original sin that philosophy is not, and can never be, itself wise will remain with us for the entire course of this study. This study intends to understand this dilemma that we cannot choose between life and truth, between Socrates and Nietzsche albeit on different terms. I will examine the reconciliation between truth and life by exploring the terms of law, life, and writing, in pursuit of an ontology of abandonment. Furthermore, by introducing the theme of an original sin for philosophy, I have already brought out the theological stakes implicated in the problematic of truth and life. The two main protagonists of this book are the contemporary philosophers Giorgio Agamben and Jacques Derrida. To be precise, by examining the Messianic, this study explores Agamben's attitude toward Derrida. The justification for this choice is that this is not a comparative analysis, but a study of the way in which the substance of Derrida's thought transforms through Agamben's reading of it. This imminent approach, I hold, is required to expose the motif of the Messianic, as the Messianic is something that appears only imminent to a world, and not from without. I will be speaking about many important themes from Agamben's work and introducing his technical vocabulary in due course. In the context of this study's project of explaining the motif of the Messianic, the vital technical terms are potentiality, infancy, and the remainder or remnant. I will explain these terms alongside theological tropes such as integrity, innocence, and absolution. I use the term motif because in my interpretation Agamben's work means an eclipse of Derrida's an eclipse, however, that crowns Derrida with a corona or halo. Agamben leaves us with only the husk of Derrida's work, or a Derrida in silhouette. The motif of the Messianic is this elimination of a messianic precursor, the depletion of the law that he represented, and the realization of that law in a contingent form. By coining this motif, I want to contribute to our understanding of Agamben and Derrida, but also to the disciplines of philosophical theology and the philosophy of literature, the latter because the motif is a highly literary figure. Agamben's philosophical archaeology on the concept of potentiality, haunted by Nietzschean motifs like genealogy, the will to power, and the thought of the eternal return, means to absolve thought of its presuppositions. By returning to the presupposition as arche, it constitutes an attempt at thinking the absolute. For the moment, I am only introducing the context of Agamben's work on potentiality, a detailed analysis to follow later. This thought of the absolute, I will argue, means to embrace a particular Derridian concept of writing/scripture that furnishes a reconciliation between law and life in abandonment. Agamben claims a post-Derridian position that is attained by an archaeology of potentiality, to the arche of which the Derridian experience of language will be commensurable. In a way, Derrida will stay with us in this post-Derridian landscape. This archaeology depends on the figure of Herman Melville's scribe Bartleby, a figure that, for this reason, I compare with Derrida. Philosophy, to linger for another moment on this more familiar, Nietzschean theme, resides in an insufferable tension, an aporia or dead end, between life and its truth, truth and its life. For while Socrates evinces his stance in a distinction wherein all of life must be scrutinized, Nietzsche's ethics too make a dictum that admits of no exception, amor fati. Notwithstanding the categorical intent of these two strongholds, perhaps the euphoria or good way is to embrace a remainder between them. In the context of Agamben's thought, the remainder or remnant is a technical term that I will explain in due course. For what becomes of philosophy when it assumes exactly the condition of banishment, as it does in the work of Agamben? Moreover, what are the rules of survival that tacitly forbid this acquisition, as we find them in the work of Derrida? Within an Agambenian framework, this means a confrontation between the philosopher of difference and impossibility and the philosopher of indifference and possibility, between the trace as the miracle of interpretation and the remnant as the paradigmatic opportunity for thought to expose the way in which these overs atone for each other. Furthermore, it means that a certain philosophical aporia turns into euphoria, a good way, and the investigation of two messianic figures, that of the Messiah and his precursor. By reading Agamben with a view to his understanding of Derrida, this study will demonstrate how precisely in being rejected the work of Derrida becomes an indispensable condition for Agamben's thought. This study, then, is entirely devoted to bringing out the motif of the eclipse of Derrida in Agamben's thought, the motif of the Messianic. I argue that Agamben's use of the Messianic pertains especially to Derrida, in the sense that the work of deconstruction would saturate and exhaust the register of impossibility to which it is tuned, much like the Messiah who, from within the law, deposes the law and delivers to Agamben the new shape of possibility, contingency. It is well known that Agamben's archaeology develops a potentiality within the works of his interlocutors. This is a clue to what Agamben is going to do with the concept of potentiality. Agamben develops it, turning potentiality at its own threshold. By looking at three literary figures, I will now go on to give a sense of the kind of development that Agamben displays. In doing so, I can offer a glimpse of the motif of the Messianic. Rousseau, Kleist, Tolstoy, three literary figures of grace. The purpose of this study is to trace a messianic motif that connects the works of Jacques Derrida and Giorgio Agamben. My argument is that from Agamben's more overtly messianic contemplations on metaphysics and politics, the messianic is cast backward to involve a certain interpretation of Derrida. The messianic, in this sense, is not a term that signifies or represents a particular substantive. Although the messianic is embedded irreducibly in monotheist religion and theology, for Agamben it does not pertain to a particular content, but acts instead as the signature between philosophy and theology. This is why this study will not identify the messianic as a concept or theme for the philosophy of religion. Instead, in a way that draws from deconstruction and from philosophical archaeology, but simultaneously as a contemplation on these philosophical disciplines, the study will investigate the way in which the messianic motif is the mobile memory of the heritage that philosophy shares with theology. In this sense, this study is the performance of a reading rather than the presentation of a theory. Indeed, I will argue how the Messianic operates primarily in writing, even if it dramatically transforms the significance of writing. Let me underline how this study works within a hermeneutic circle. Deconstruction and philosophical archaeology in a methodological sense allow the exposure of the Messianic within the works of deconstruction and philosophical archaeology. These apparatuses are engaged with methodologically and substantially. When Derrida begins an address of the term democracy, which in his work has strong Messianic connotations, he does not first state what to his mind it essentially is. We do not yet know what we have inherited, we are the legatees of this Greek word and of what it assigns to us, enjoins us, bequeaths or leaves us, indeed delegates or leaves over to us. 3. This need not surprise us. Derrida's signature move is to suspend definition in favor of a contemplation on the oblique and occasioned entry that his concepts demand. This is apparent from his meditations on justice, theology, animal life, and just about any other topic he wrote about, the topic of writing itself first among them. Ultimately, as is well known, Derrida takes the meaningfulness, the zone in which there is any vouloir at all of language, to lie in the suspense between the presence of representation and the presence of significance, between their semiotic and semantic manifestations, difference. Interpretation takes place in this zone, and while deconstruction is engaged in marking its boundaries, rather than working inside it, it is not the same as hermeneutics. To Agamben, this means that Derrida's deconstructive readings constitute a science of the signature, not a science of posited contents, but a science of the way in which signs speak to us at all. Point 4. As I will explain, the suspense of linguistic significance of which Derrida speaks becomes paradigmatic in Agamben's conception. Because this study is the investigation of the repercussions of an original proximity between philosophy and theology that is exposed, I hold, by a Messianic motif, it will be a matter of tracing, rather than defining, the Messianic. For this reason, I now devote a brief section to introducing the thematic field I intend to explore. I do not think that we find this Messianic motif exclusively in the works of Agamben and Derrida. To the contrary, I think there is a host of philosophical and literary texts that demonstrate an awareness of it. That is to say, the philosophical problem of life and truth is not restricted to the works of these two great contemporary thinkers. This study addresses a philosophical and technical question because it pertains to a strong and intriguing, if fleeting, original experience, that of mercy or grace. Moreover, because Agamben and Derrida are highly difficult as well as controversial authors, not just controversial philosophers, but divisive writers as well, I want to introduce the site on which this investigation will take place by referring to other literary sources that are by comparison uncontested. I take my cue from a minor observation by the phenomenally successful German writer W.G. Sebald, and juxtapose some figures from the writings of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Heinrich von Kleist, and to linger ultimately on Tolstoy's War and Peace, figures that anticipate, I think, the Messianic motif in Agamben's work. Sebald, in an essay following Rousseau to the Ile Saint-Pierre in the Swiss Lac de Bienne, sketches his subject's ambivalence toward literature by way of a reference to the monograph Transparency and Obstruction. If he nevertheless persevered with writing, then only, as Jean Starobinsky notes, in order to hasten the moment when the pen would fall from his hand and the essential things would be said in the silent embrace of reconciliation and return. 5. Indeed, Starobinsky's book traces Rousseau's writing by way of its motif to insist on a childlike innocence to be regained through a highly sophisticated, transparent account of oneself. This written justification is supposed to efface itself in an ultimate reconciliatory gesture. It also records, however, the way in which writing always adds insult to injury. For every word noted down in a bid for expiation, Rousseau needs to find new excuses for his vanity, his narcissism. The literary attempt to bring about a return to silence seems doomed from the outset. Sebald deems Rousseau to be exceptionally aware of this problem. No one, in the era when the bourgeoisie was proclaiming, with enormous philosophical and literary effort, its entitlement to emancipation, recognized the pathological aspect of thought as acutely as Rousseau, who himself wished for nothing more than to be able to halt the wheel ceaselessly turning within his head. 6. Rousseau's efforts are spent, then, in a way that is riddled with paradoxes. As is well known, Rousseau entered the literary world in 1750 when the Académie de Dijon awarded him a prize for his essay A Discourse on the Moral Effects of the Arts and Sciences, which claimed to show the corruption caused by these disciplines. Indeed, Rousseau's emergence as a critic comes with a warning against the corrupting effects of writing that is perhaps even stronger than that found in Plato. As he notes in his Confessions, he Denis Diderot urged me to give free rein to my ideas and to enter the competition. I did so, and from that moment on I was lost. The whole of the rest of my life and all my misfortunes were the inevitable effect of this moment of aberration. 7. And even if Rousseau eventually physically withdrew from the literary world and into a natural environment, to the Isle de Pierre where Sebald conceives his essay, where he immediately commenced a botanical study, he again began to write. 8 Rousseau finds himself locked in a dead end, an aporia. Transparency and obstruction pertain to the same thing, to the words that Rousseau invokes to account for himself, his literary work. For to the extent that these words do in fact speak in defense of his character, they also create an obstacle that prevents us to see the man himself, and even more crucially, they constitute the very offense for which they seek absolution. Rousseau's attempt is to have done with writing, from within writing to depose the law from within the law. Perhaps, as I reflect in the final chapter of this study, he achieves this in his Reveries, where exile can no longer be called exile. 9. Indeed, with Rousseau thought embraces banishment, undecided between life and truth, pursuing their remnant in testimony. As in contemporary hermeneutics, in Rousseau, significance accepts its own displacement. While Plato was able to mourn how Athens killed the best of men, Rousseau testifies to the injustice of his own banishment. The most sociable and the most loving of humans has been proscribed from society by a unanimous agreement. 10 Rousseau's account of his exile can serve as an explanation of Agambens' homo sacer, the double exclusion of its banishment and the role of potentiality in sustaining the ban. But they exhausted all their resources in advance, in leaving me nothing, they deprived themselves of everything. They were in such a hurry to bring the toll of my misery to its peak that all human power aided by all the tricks of hell could add nothing more to it. Real evils have little hold on me, I resign myself easily to those I experience, but not to those I dread. 11. Indeed, with Rousseau we see a figure emerging between Socrates and Nietzsche. There is another intuition that drives the study. Heinrich von Kleist, born in 1777, a year before Rousseau's death, and indeed Kleist was influenced by him, published in 1810 an essay entitled The Puppet Theatre. The essay is written in the form of a dialogue between an unnamed narrator and a gentleman, Herr C., who is the premier danseur at the opera, discussing the grace of puppets. It explores a problem that would have been familiar to Rousseau, yet, crucially, with Kleist it loses its romantic dimension. We cannot return to a state of grace or innocence. Instead of a return, Kleist illustrates how grace can only be recovered in a new form. The essay examines this insight with regard to the very small, the unrepeatable beautiful pose resembling the spinario that a young man achieves unintentionally and then, to his unpleasant frustration, is unable to reproduce, a bear that is invincible to even the greatest fencing master. Yet it concludes on a note of immense scale, the final chapter of history, to be read when humanity fulfills its potential for conscious reflection, the very thing constituting the need for a return, while standing in its way. As we saw with Rousseau, conscious reflection means separation, signification, critique, and judgment, and attains an infinite span of consciousness, which would amount to not being conscious at all. With Kleist, unlike Rousseau, these dilemmas of abandonment turn forward. Kleist develops the logic of abandonment toward its own depletion. The commander of the Russian army that defeated Napoleon, General Mikhail Kutuzov, appears as a character in War and Peace. In one scene, at Borodino, his former aide-de-camp and protégé Prince Andrei Bolkonsky asks him whether battle is imminent. Kutuzov replies, curiously, that since everyone is bent on a fight, there is no help to it. Upon leaving, Andrei contemplates on his confidence in this old general who has in a way outlived his will to fight, and now only manifests the routine, the use of a soldier, this general who is capable beyond his will. The explanation of Kutuzov's extraordinary persona that the novel offers, to do with his life experience and his Russian character, clearly does not suffice. Instead, Kutuzov is like the invincible bear from Kleist's essay. He will not attempt to outwit his enemy while his interest lies least of all in doing battle. He will not be defeated in war. Indeed, his strategy could be summarized as "I would prefer not to do battle." Kutuzov is Bartleby the soldier. Tolstoy does not tire of repeating how the historians have not been able to reconstruct this strategy, presumably because there is no representation of it. Historically, Kutuzov is sovereign, his counterpart Platon Karateyev the Homo sacer, the character who is not under the spell of history, unlike Napoleon who, in the book, is completely engrossed in his own legend, a mere puppet in the story about Napoleon but awake to what history demands. Indeed, Kutuzov gives the example of a graceful, yet hardly elegant, redeeming character, an angel of history. In this study, I will examine the metaphysical modality of this grace through Agambens' essay on Melville's story Bartleby the Scrivener. With Kleist's awareness that there is no getting back at consciousness and words, and that they must be developed instead, he is Hegel's contemporary and helps prepare the way for Husserl, Heidegger, and Derrida, whose respective projects of the phenomenological reduction and Rückfrage, Wiederholung, and destruction, and deconstruction begin with this insight. As Derrida says, TIST is already charged with history. Point 12. Indeed, since Rousseau's thesis of the plasticity of the human being, all modern, contemporary European philosophy contemplates the historicity of thought. Yet, in a way that is even more striking, Kleist's essay anticipates the work on the Aristotelian notion of potentiality that Agamben has carried out over the last 40 years. Like Rousseau and Kleist, Agamben is obsessed with the notion of a return, and in particular with its theological ramifications. When Agamben explains his concept of ethics, he states, habit, the dwelling place in which one always already exists, is the place of size Zion. It is that which one can never grasp without receiving a laceration and a division, the place where one can never really be from the beginning, but can only return to at the end. 13. In the quotation, Agamben reveals the romantic, but also philosophical and theological, sensitivity that I exposed by way of Rousseau, Kleist, and Tolstoy. The notion of potentiality will serve Agamben to bring philosophical substance to this intuition, to think the mind as the potentiality for thought, or to think of the existence of language as potentiality as such, means to take up this return in a scheme wherein the return finally becomes intelligible, rather than merely a romantic dream. What Rousseau imagines as the cradle of language is Adamic speech. Words used to immediate effect, words as act and gesture, the magical names of creation by which nothing but language itself is conveyed. Indeed, it is on this level of the signifying power of words that Agamben's philosophy of infancy examines them. Agamben's science of signatures explores terms in their relationship to paradise. What if Rousseau's autobiographical ambition could have been realized, or indeed, what if it has? What if Rousseau was successful in his opening determination, I am resolved on an undertaking that has no model and will have no imitator. I want to show my fellow men a man in all the truth of nature, and this man is to be myself. 14. Would this not bring about the transformation that Walter Benjamin speaks of in a letter to Gershom Scholem? I consider the sense of the inversion toward which many of Kafka's allegories tend to lie in an attempt to transform life into scripture. Benjamin writes. Point 15. Indeed, Kafka himself to his fiancée Felice Bauer wrote, I have no literary interests, but am made of literature. I am nothing else, and cannot be anything else. 16. To insist on the tragic image of Rousseau as a great writer and a human failure might betray a rather reactionary position. It means to reduce the literary work to the life of its author, and to conclude on her narcissism. It is, then, also to assume that the life of the author cannot be realized in the literary work and to forego the chance of redemption preemptively. If Rousseau was successful, he may have left some evidence, the return to silence embedded in a superfluous, quiet word, a kind of writing that no longer has to excuse its author, a messianic remainder of life and truth. In the final chapter of this study I will show how Agambens' work opens such a perspective on mercy. The envisioned rewards here are incredible, it seems. Yet it appears that Giorgio Agamben has made them his objective. For while it seems astonishing that the questions Rousseau and Kleist struggled with might be answered, we might also consider what will become of our world and our lives if they are not. Friedrich Hölderlin, contemporary of Kleist, who like him had left the romanticism of his time behind, wrote in 1802, in a poem entitled Patmos, the famous line, "Where there is danger, some salvation grows there too." 17 Agamben in turn argues for an opportunity handed to humanity now, at the moment of its greatest peril. Agamben investigates Western politics not with a view to what it is, but to what it is capable of, its potentiality, and what, in presupposing it, it has set aside in a paradigmatic example. Agamben addresses a potential that is currently operative, by examining its paradigmatic form. Our moment is so perilous because in analogy with Rousseau's utter susceptibility to literature it has taken in all of the prescriptive power of the law, up to the point of a state of exception where the law cannot prescribe any more. For this reason, Agamben considers our time to be profoundly unpredictable, our situation utterly volatile, no law applies to it, it is ruled by the law's exception. In homo sacer and state of exception the exception of law rules our time exclusively and totally, no other force is permitted and nothing of life is exempt from the exception of law. In subsequent works, Homo Sacer 2-2 and Homo Sacer 3 the kingdom and the glory and the highest poverty there is a form of power found, government, that rules not by exception, abandonment, but to the contrary in absolute proximity to the population. 18 Finally, the use of bodies articulates a form of life that emerges at the cusps of these forms of power. Indeed, the movement that the Homo Sacer project follows is that of the realization of a form of life, a way of being, that is immanent to itself, nothing less than thinking ontology and politics beyond every figure of relation, beyond even the limit relation that is the sovereign. 19. The forms of legal, governmental, and monastic subjection that Agamben examines in subsequent parts of the Homo Sacer sequence each time signify a closer relation between the regulative form and life itself in pursuit of the moment of their indistinction. According to Agamben, we are subject to the Kafkaesque, or Rousseauist, perhaps, legal procedure that turns life into writing, and writing into life. The question remains whether redemption can follow upon this moment, or if, to the contrary, redemption is always deferred in the space and the difference between the present and an ultimate moment, the Eschatten. A problem for philosophy. The previous section brought out the thematic area to which the study speaks. By way of a few literary formulations, I now go on to discuss the philosophical import. What other option is there than heroically facing this pathological aspect of thought, its theological banishment from paradise, that was so pressing for Rousseau? Can thought not heal, and be whole again? Martin Heidegger brought to light the limitations that Leibniz's principle of reason puts on thought, and challenges it by its radicalization. Nothing is without reason. 20 Here we get a glimpse of what the principle of reason presupposes, and this supposition keeps tormenting the philosophy that assumes it as its ground, a glimpse of how even the principle of sufficient ground is ontologically divisive. Theodore W. Adorno begins his negative dialectics thus: philosophy, which once seemed obsolete, lives on because the moment to realize it was missed. 21 Indeed, Derrida, who entertains no eschatological position with regard to the destiny of philosophy, might have quipped in response, it succeeded so well at being missed that it left an active and provocative trace, a promising trace, with more of a future ahead. 22 With Agamben undeniably wedded to the pathos of Adorno's assessment, the playfulness of Derrida's reflection on the missed opportunities from his meetings with Hans-Georg Gadamer is illuminative with regard to the distinction this study will explain. Yet then again, the ways in which we are prone to use words as frivolity and solemnity, and light and dark might prove somewhat mobile within the context of the debate between Derrida and Agamben, as the noted pessimist Agamben evinces his capacity for a lofty thinking without ground, while Derrida, ever affirmative of what was to come, can be found meticulously contemplating the shoddiest, bottomless pits of philosophemes. Like autobiographical literature for Rousseau, philosophy for Adorno remains aporetic. There are structurally similar reasons for this, as Rousseau is unable to create a faithful portrayal of the man himself because its subject, the author of the work, is always ahead of it, so too the critical momentum of philosophy is always already passé. A practice indefinitely delayed is no longer the forum for appeals against self-satisfied speculation, it is mostly the pretext used by executive authorities to choke, as vain, whatever critical thoughts the practical change would require. 23. Philosophy, for Adorno, would require more speculation, would have to aim over its target in order to hit it, to keep up with reality. 24. The final aphorism of the Reflections from Damaged Life records Adorno's strongest messianic statement: the only philosophy which can be responsibly practiced in face of despair is the attempt to contemplate all things as they would present themselves from the standpoint of redemption. Knowledge has no light but that shed on the world by redemption, all else is reconstruction, mere technique. 25. Jacob Taubes is harsh on Adorno on this point. There you have the aestheticization of the problem. 26. It appears that Adorno has mastered the art of mourning the loss of civilization to such an extent that it might substitute for that civilization, our culture lives on, by the memory of it. Taubes rejects Adorno's kind of treatment of the problem, for it would make of redemption something gratuitous, to be had either this way or that, and prefers the approach of Walter Benjamin. Recently the difference between Adorno and Agamben has been articulated as follows: rather than rescuing the subject by remembering its loss, as Adorno would have it, Agamben would prefer to lose the subject to allow for its redemption. 27. And Agamben himself, while appreciative of Adorno's opening statement in Negative Dialectics, has distanced himself from Adorno for this reason. It is to this philosophical problem that the Messianic responds. The dominant school of Western thought has been a metaphysics that speaks to a transcendental level of unity that provides the ground or foundation for the actual physical reality that is available to experience. This is the knot that binds philosophy to theology. However, a great deal of contemporary ontology is dedicated to avoiding the onto theological reduction intrinsic to this metaphysical framework. Alain Badiou's prolific notion of the event was formulated to this end. This study, however, in exposing the connection between Derrida and Agamben, will trace another current in contemporary ontology. In Agamben's analysis, what metaphysics presupposes is that the diversity of actual physical events can be reduced to the transcendental level, on which they remain potential. Metaphysics studies the potentiality of being's being. This presupposition assumes different guises: the Aristotelian concept of potentiality, Saint Anselm's ontological argument, Leibniz's principle of sufficient reason, and Carl Schmitt's definition of sovereignty are examples, and it may take these guises precisely because it has not been exhaustively thought through, because it is the quintessentially inexhaustible. Agamben's thought attempts the absolution of philosophy, by thinking this presupposition. If writing is pathological, sinful, then life cannot be redeemed by it. Rousseau's apologies remain paradoxical, Kafka's inversions enigmatic parables. This could be an aporia for philosophy. But this is true only as long as life remains in abandonment of language, a language that might be disclosed in the self-receptivity of writing. Outline of the relation between metaphysics and the Messianic. Let me briefly give an outline of the relation between metaphysics and Messianic thought. In Speech and Phenomena, Derrida addresses the inevitability for Husserl of affirming absolute self-presence. Moreover, in philosophy there is no possible objection concerning this privilege of the present now. It defines the very element of philosophical thought, it is evidence itself, conscious thought itself, it governs every possible concept of truth and sense. No sooner do we question this privilege than we begin to get at the core of consciousness itself from a region that lies elsewhere than philosophy, a procedure that would remove every possible security and ground from discourse. 28. Further on, Derrida gives a clear statement of the metaphysics of presence. We have experienced the systematic interdependence of the concepts of sense, ideality, objectivity, truth, intuition, perception, and expression. Their common matrix is being as presence, the absolute proximity of self-identity, the being in front of the object available for repetition, the maintenance of the temporal present, whose ideal form is the self-presence of transcendental life, whose ideal identity allows ideal leader of infinite repetition. While everything that is purely thought in this concept is thereby determined as ideality, the living present is nevertheless in fact, really, effectively, etc., deferred ad infinitum. 29. Evidence, any reason to believe anything, presupposes the possibility of their presentation. Any other plea for credibility would be esoteric. 30. Derrida, who has often equated philosophy with metaphysics, thinks, then, that there are typically metaphysical notions like ground and security, and that their force is binding. Furthermore, we can see how life remains subordinate to truth, as the ever-obliging host for ideality to call on, life itself is interminably adjourned. Life is, as it was with Socrates, sacrificed for truth. And even if for Derrida the end of metaphysics is near, there is nothing other than its own deconstruction for its substitute. The main motifs of metaphysics, presence, security, justification, evidence, ground, origin, may have their significance suspended, but not their force. Derrida evinces this attitude, which is conservative in a way. But because it is just such a philosophy which is, in fact, the philosophy and history of the West which has so constituted and established the very concept of signs, the sign is from its origin and to the core of its sense marked by this will to derivation or effacement. Thus, to restore the original and non-derivative character of signs, in opposition to classical metaphysics, is, by an apparent paradox, at the same time to eliminate a concept of signs whose whole history and meaning belong to the adventure of the metaphysics of present. This also holds for the concepts of representation, repetition, difference, etc., as well as for the system they form. For the present and for some time to come, the movement of that schema will only be capable of working over the language of metaphysics from within, from a certain sphere of problems inside that language. 31. And even if further on in the same essay Derrida holds that the history of being as presence is closed, this closure is only available from a certain perspective. Within the metaphysics of presence, a closure has taken place, but this is not to say that to Derrida there is an alternative position. His position remains within the closure. These paragraphs from Speech and Phenomena indicate the separation between Derridean deconstruction and Agambenian archaeology. While Derrida believes that for the present and for some time to come the only way of re-establishing certain concepts and values that are considered subordinate must remain faithful to the main metaphysical schema and thus to the present of a particular metaphysics of history, or better, of the metaphysics that constitutes the philosophy of history of the West, Agamben holds that this metaphysics is entirely contingent, and that philosophical archaeology is the way to its undoing, its rendering inoperative. Archaeology moves backward through the course of history, just as the imagination moves back through individual biography. Both represent a regressive force that, unlike traumatic neurosis, does not retreat toward an indestructible origin, but rather forward toward the point where history, whether individual or collective, becomes accessible for the first time, in accordance with the temporality of the future anterior. 32. Archaeology does not destroy a phenomenon, nor its meaning, rather, it undresses that phenomenon of its power. Furthermore, Agamben does not target the reigning concept of origin or ground at its origin or ground for fear of merely offering a salutary critique, but instead seeks their disintegration in fulfillment. This avenue of pursuing the inoperativity of the archie seems unavailable to Derrida. Indeed, Derrida thinks Agamben's claims to originality incredibly naive. Yet, Agamben takes the tradition of philosophy to accommodate for a kind of response different from the insistent resolve on foundation. In our tradition, a metaphysical concept, which takes as its prime focus a moment of foundation and origin, coexists with a messianic concept, which focuses on a moment of fulfillment. What is essentially messianic and historic is the idea that fulfillment is possible by retrieving and revoking foundation, by coming to terms with it. When these two elements are split up, we are left with a situation like the one so clearly witnessed in Husserl's Crisis of European Sciences, that of a foundation which is part and parcel of an infinite task. If we drop the Messianic theme and only focus on the moment of foundation and origin, or even the absence thereof, which amounts to the same thing, we are left with empty, 0-degree, signification and with history as its infinite deferment. 33. When in March 2009 Agambens spoke in the Notre Dame Cathedral before an audience involving high church representatives, he put it as follows. In the eyes of the Church Fathers, as well as the eyes of those philosophers who have reflected on the philosophy of history, which is, and remains, even in Marx, an essentially Christian discipline, history is presented as a field traversed by two opposing forces. The first of these forces, which Paul in a passage of the second letter to the Thessalonians that is as famous as it is enigmatic, calls to Katechon, maintains and ceaselessly defers the end along the linear and homogeneous time of chronological time. As for the second force, let us call it Messiah, or Church, its economy is the economy of salvation, and by this token is essentially completed. The only way that a community can form and last is if these poles are present and a dialectical tension between them prevails. 34. Agambens' philosophical position regarding the catechonic force of law is contained in this passage, an opposition that will take shape primordially, I hold, in a confrontation with the thought of Derrida. 35. Not because Derrida would be a conservative supporter of the force of law and the state, like Carl Schmitt, for example. Nothing could be further from Derrida's thought. 36. But because of the way in which deconstruction maintains the law beyond its content, the deconstruction of metaphysics takes place within the confines of the law of metaphysics, and might even be said to present a conclusion that is proper to the metaphysical. In the same way, political theology cannot think of a body or creature beyond the condition of sovereignty. This is the image of deconstruction as Agamben represents it. Deconstruction is a thwarted messianism, a suspension of the messianic, and it applies in equal measure to political theology. 37. The Katechon is exactly this, a suspension of the messianic. Carl Schmitt's famous thesis of political theology is that contemporary structures of political thought are reducible to theological structures. Derrida, who stands opposed to Schmitt politically, is however like him a thinker of secular politics, and in this sense he is also a proponent of political theology. We find our political thought shorn of religious content or dogma, but bound by its structure and logic. Agamben, on the other hand, who has engaged deeply with Schmitt's thought and political theology far more frequently and explicitly than Derrida, proposes a profane politics. And a profane politics means a politics beyond political theology, its structure the same but for a tiny displacement. As the greatest theologians of the last 2 centuries, Agamben presents Franz Kafka and Fyodor Dostoevsky. Metaphysics for Agamben literally means a Kafkaesque theological regime or bureau. Metaphysics is nothing else than an intrigue that prohibits access to the hidden core of meaning it suggests. Potentiality is the crucial concept in this maneuver, the modality of the existence of language, which to Agamben is the theological principle of revelation that is as such never itself revealed. And thus the ban is the most essential gesture of metaphysics. William Watkins states, the basic model of the metaphysical tradition is the presentation of a concept through the primary size Zion between 2 heterogeneous and asymmetric elements. One element always occupies the position of the common or unconditioned power, the other that of the proper of the supposed singularity of the conditioned fact, their mediation performed by the concept of potentiality, as long as it remains undeveloped. 38. Furthermore, because of the fundamental influence that metaphysics has on the way we use signatures like life, language, poetry, and politics, the Kafkaesque bureau administers the domains of experience that these signatures open up as well. The messianic motif can be read in the internal reorganization of this bureau, in the prescient traces of its overturning. Choosing the works of Derrida and Agamben can be, and to an extent already has been, justified from what has been discussed. Rousseau's question of the possibility of a return, which would also be a repetition, is dealt with in exemplary fashion by Derrida, while Kleist's insistence on an abandonment of that return is taken up and given content in the work of Agamben, both guided by a slightly different sense of the messianic. If it appears from Derrida that a repetition requires that nothing is altered, that nothing is created which would not have been created before the repetition takes place. At the same time, I could not speak of a repetition if I were unable to distinguish it from what it repeats, so if repetition and return are miraculous, then Agamben's statement that pure history without grammar or transmission, which knows neither past nor repetition, resting solely in its own never having been, reveals a deliberate disenchantment with this miracle. 39 In contemporary philosophy, no other author has addressed the theme of the Messianic with the sensitivity that Derrida and Agamben demonstrate, in the double sense of acutely examining its philosophical ramifications as well as the awareness of its irreducible own character. More than anyone else, it is Derrida who has thought about the association between writing and sin, writing and the fall, from whom I have taken my cue. The sign is always a sign of the fall. 40 Yet his work has profoundly challenged and changed the way in which philosophy has incorporated the theme of the fall. Derrida's argument showed how the philosophical privilege of spoken language and subordination of written language are mutually conditioned. So after Derrida it is impossible to simply take the written sign to be the substitute for the vocal element. After Derrida we have to carefully explain what we mean by the substitute and have to accept that it withstands rigid definitions. Yet perhaps there remains a way in which our use of language is troublesome, and maintains its theological rapport with the fall. Agamben's work brings out this problem and even the sinfulness of our use of language, and for its strongest enunciation we turn to his critique of Derrida. The way in which Derridean language according to Derrida, as well as Derrida's language, operates is perfectly analogous to the way in which the sovereign decides on the law, playing on, and thus reinforcing and exploiting, a fundamental discord at the heart of man and thought, the difference being that Derrida does not pity or despise humanity for this discord. Derrida thinks the reported lack of being should be embraced, it is a hopeful window to the future. Agamben, however, does see a pressing ontological problem, albeit one regarding not presence, actuality, but potentiality. If to Agamben, as Dickinson puts it, what is in fact sinful, originally sinful, is that signification exists at all, then what are we to make of a philosophy that substitutes the threatened core of meaning eaten with signs, with signification? 41 As Agamben explains in the context of Benjamin's essay on language as such and the language of men, the original sin for which humans are driven out of paradise is, first of all, the fall of language from being a language of insignificant and perfectly transparent names to signifying speech as the means of an external communication. 42 By making language a means to an end, the human being effectively commenced the biopolitical exploitation of its own house, and cast itself out of the garden. The linguistically challenged, eternal, meaningful core that philosophy protects, the discourse of content, is here placed on a bipolar field, between signification and difference, its traditional danger, embraced by Derrida, suspending or displacing every meaningful content, and the existence of language as such, not what it says but that it says, the signature of language, an indifference to content. If philosophy's defense of content gets caught up in a paradox, this is because it necessarily has to trespass where it means to preserve, and if Derrida's work is the best way of reconciling ourselves with this paradise lost, a reign wherein peace itself would have no meaning. 43 Then Agamben's hyperhermeneutics of the signature mean nothing less than to reclaim paradise, yet a paradise irrevocably astray from God. Agamben's work displaces Derrida's onto the theological domain, where it performs the task of Kate-chan, the restrainer of the Antichrist, for in Derrida's thought the Messianic never delivers, or better, the Messianic is the procrastination of its own delivery. And even if Agamben appears to reject Derrida as a false messiah, this might very well be an appropriate response to the honorable yet thankless catechonic responsibility. This study examines this messianic force as a philosophical question, though not only as just another philosophical question, but more importantly, and for reasons indicated above, as a question for philosophy. Not, first and foremost, as a philosophical theme, but as philosophical motif. The reason for this is that the debate I am about to set up does not concern a particular philosophical question, nor the destiny of philosophy itself exactly. Instead, what is at stake is the very fabric of the philosophical point 44. Any philosophy, Derrida's or Agambens, that contemplates the status of the final interpreter, the significance of the written mark, has left behind the domain of the theory of a given object or concept, and ventures into a realm of real language, the existence of language, where it performs, intervenes, and decides to the same extent as it attempts to understand. 45. Signatures, like statements with respect to language, are then that which marks things at the level of pure existence. Unhapless, pure being, is the archisignator that imprints its transcendental marks on existent entities. The Kantian principle according to which existence is not a predicate, reveals here its true meaning. Being is not the concept of something that could be added to the concept of a thing, because in truth being is not a concept but a signature. Hence, ontology is not a determinate knowledge but the archaeology of every knowledge, which explores the signatures that pertain to beings by virtue of the very fact of existing, thus predisposing them to the interpretation of specific knowledges. Point 46. Derrida must be considered as first among those contemporary philosophers thanks to whom we finally find ourselves alone with our words. For the first time we are truly alone with language, abandoned without any final foundation. 47. If Derrida exposed the way in which in philosophy the existence of language remains necessarily presupposed, his work, on the theological register, comes to bear responsibility for that assumption. Agamben's justification, then, for presenting the idea of language to philosophy, once again, draws precisely from Derrida. The Messianic and indifference. In recent years, a lot of excellent scholarship has been done on the relationship between Agamben and Derrida. For reasons both good and bad, Derrida still commands greater support. Commentaries by Adam Thirschvell, Simon Morgan Wortham, Alexander Garcia Duttman, and Kevin Attell testify to this balance. For this study, the most important benchmark is William Watkins' Agamben and Indifference, a critical overview. While I generally agree with Watkins' analysis of the relationship between the respective oeuvres of Derrida and Agamben, I argue that the rapport between these works can be brought out even further by the Messianic motif. Having explained why I am not concerned with the religious essence of the Messianic, how can I justify my focus on the Messianic as a philosophical motif, rather than exclusively as a signature, the way in which Watkins successfully analyzes it? Watkins argues that Agamben's philosophy of indifference keeps within the wider bounds of what we might call the philosophy of relation. The step forward that Agamben himself suggests, the maneuver of indifferentiating indifference, the stage of thinking a form of relation beyond relation, the ban beyond the ban, is not made within his work, Watkins says. Point 48. However, my argument is that the Messianic captures and explains the way in which Agamben's work in effect displaces itself beyond relation to the sovereign ban and onto the threshold of relation, and that furthermore it does so through its complicated abandonment of Derrida. This means two things. First, it means that Agamben's work is not exclusively the philosophy of indifference, although it is also this, but that it also is the coming philosophy. Watkins, following Agamben, speaks of a now composed as the after with regard to the separation between consciousness and the conscious. David Kishik confirms this view. We must realize that his propositions in Homo Sacer are similar to the rungs of a ladder. We need to climb up on these propositions and beyond them, and then we need to throw the biopolitical ladder away. 49. Agamben addresses the now and after as indifferent. Second, it means that the image of a motif helps us to better explain what goes on between the works of Derrida and Agamben. I hold that the Messianic is found between their works, in their mutual rapport, and in that sense, just as much in Derrida's deconstructions as in Agambenian archaeology. To be sure, it is the case that Agamben wields the Messianic in an amplified form, and this is what many commentators notice, but this is only by the momentum he gains in his leap away from Derrida. The final and most important difference between Watkins' book and this study follows from this. Watkins holds there is some separation between indifference and the Messianic. Indifference in Agamben is the suspension of clear difference between a founding common and an operative proper, where even the concepts of identity and difference are themselves indifferentiated. their clear oppositional separation rendered questionable. My last conclusion, which is only hinted at in Agamben but is surely the logical endpoint of the system, is that if communicability is what renders concepts visible as fictions of opposition, then communicability itself will at some point be rendered non-communicable. Communicability must be a discourse formation, otherwise, it would become necessary. This being the case, and because communicability is dependent on indifferent suspension between opposing terms to pass from discursive critique to messianic project, then indifference itself must, at some future date, be indifferentiated. 50. To the contrary, in describing the messianic as a motif, rather than as a signature involved in the workings of indifference, I can grasp the way in which Agamben's thought flows further than his text, as it, in taking its cue from Derrida, is itself already swayed by the messianic. The messianic, then, I take to be a motif that from the moment of its archie in Agamben's work extends back onto Derrida's writings. And this is what I mean by a transformation of Derrida's work, its eclipse and lasting corona from the Agambenian vantage point. Indeed, Watkins now composed as an after is already perceptible in Derrida's early work, indicative of the messianic. 51. Coming to the close of Speech and Phenomena, Derrida sets out his general argument of how Husserl's phenomenological project, by effectively placing the presence of mind in the stead of any possible presence of knowledge, is from the outset always already metaphysical and teleological. Derrida expressly mentions the absence of a parousia in Husserl's conceptuality, a messianic term. 52. Yet Husserl's concept of presence of mind, attained through the reduction, is at that moment in Derrida's text entirely destabilized. The presence of meaning by the indicative sign, speech by writing, the presence of a life by its relation to death, and, more generally, by difference, all these values that Derrida connects to the tradition of the metaphysics of presence are constantly delayed and divided from within by their supplements. Yet difference does not deposit thought to a new position or a new thesis, it keeps strictly within this infinite opening of phenomenology as the difference between its infinity and a finiteness. In this sense, within the metaphysics of presence, within philosophy as knowledge of the presence of the object, as the being before oneself of knowledge in consciousness, we believe, quite simply and literally, in absolute knowledge as the closure if not the end of history. And we believe that such a closure has taken place. It must indeed be so understood, but also understood differently. It is to be heard in the openness of an unheard of question that opens neither knowledge nor upon some non-knowledge which is a knowledge to come. In the openness of this question we no longer know. 53. It must indeed be so understood, but also understood differently. Derrida addresses here a historical phenomenon that cannot be satisfied or exhausted within the history that produced it, precisely because it is the epiphenomenon of absolute knowledge, which is absolutely saturated. Derrida does present an injunction to think in difference. The domain of the voice exceeds the metaphysics of presence, is what remains of it. Thus, without us realizing it, Derrida has already commended us to Agamben's terra incognita, the place of absolute presentation, absolved of representation, to listen to a voice without difference. 54. A reliable guide on this Derridean trajectory is Michael Marder, who traces fragments of subjective intentionality, the fetish, and the signature to bring out the thing itself as within the scope of Derrida's thought. 55. So I hold that the messianic is intrinsic to Agamben's thought, and is not something that Agamben means to achieve, in the way Watkin understands indifference, and for this critical difference my study can expand on the analysis of indifference in Agamben's work. This study is concerned, then, with deconstruction and its remnants. If the thesis from violence and metaphysics stands, if there is no such thing as an innocent, harmless use of language, then Rousseau's naive dream of a return is doomed. Yet we might find that a more sophisticated, Cleistian reading of such a Rousseauist dream is possible. This would be a reading that searches for a fulfillment of life in Scripture, an exhaustion of writing in life, and thus renders a surplus, a trace, or a remnant beyond the scope or the gravity of logos. Question, objective, and outline of this study. The main question that this study sets out to answer is the following: what is the role of the Messianic in Agamben's thought, particularly through its reference to Derrida? I will argue that there is a theism involved here, and will explain how it announces and discharges itself through its messianic motif. Let me underline that while I am undertaking a systematic reading of Agamben's work, it is not the purpose of this study also to provide a systematic reading of Derrida's. What I want to expose instead are the Derridean resources that Agamben uses, explicitly or implicitly. First, I will provide a chapter that introduces Agamben's work with a view to the Messianic, by speaking about the theme of infancy in his work. I will draw out the Messianic in relation to Agamben's project of a Platonic philosophy without presupposition. The second chapter is devoted to an analysis of Agamben's methodology. The main body of the text, then, across 8 chapters, is devoted to the 3 sub-questions to my main question, to do with the themes of law, life, and writing, the law that is overturned by the Messianic, the life that is subject to the Messianic, and a writing that gives shape to the sense of contingency that the Messianic brings about. In what way is the Messianic in Agamben's work a response to the power of law? I argue that Agamben's work, by way of a Messianic archaeology of the concept of potentiality, depletes the law of the power it represents. My argument focuses on how the concept of potentiality means an alliance between philosophy and theology that needs to be thought through, rendering a new understanding of contingency. In what way do Agamben and Derrida diverge on the theme of life in philosophy? I argue that, across a complicated debate on the foundations of metaphysics and theology, their discord is reducible to their irreconcilable conceptions of life. For Derrida, undercutting the metaphysics of presence, life is survival, nothing of life is foreign to dying, and vice versa. Life is constituted by the trace of its other, death. For Agamben, the question of life requires a politico-ontological intervention, rather than a philosophical contemplation. Life may be redeemed, can be happy, and is therefore not necessarily bound to its history of survival. Life may find itself in the wake, not of death, but of a messianic moment. Life might be delivered to its own immanence living. My argument will focus on the plane on which the alliance between philosophy and theology is received. How can the contingent being of the irreparable and the remnant, finally register, if not through its ground? I address this question by discussing the supplement or halo of writing. In what way can the title writing be applied to the modality of contingency that the Messianic redeems? Indeed, Agamben's work is highly critical of grammatology. Yet Agamben appears to reinvent the concept of writing when it comes to his explorations of a zone of indistinction between law and life, between rule and life. Handwriting, as he shows, defeats the deductive and inductive ways of recognition. For Derrida, writing has always been the concept charged with the highest of stakes. Writing is capable of deeply upsetting the traditional dichotomies that organize Western thought. However, can writing operate also in excess of survival? If my writing inaugurates the possibility of my death, can it also affect beyond the spell of death? Chapter 1. Philosophy and Infancy. One of Agamben's preferred stylistic instruments is what he calls the threshold saglia. The numerous thresholds that punctuate his books do not contain a summary of what came before, nor do they operate as a bridge to what comes next. Instead, the threshold appears as an integrated part of Agamben's messianic thought. It means for any given discourse the relation to an idea, that is, to the totality of its possibilities. One at the threshold, a discourse or theory enters into a relation with its own exteriority, an exteriority that is not, however, a supposed realm beyond, but that is located at the site of the experience of its own limit. Indeed, Agamben's methodological concerns involve an experience of the threshold. The paradigm emerges at the threshold of a metaphysical hypothesis, the signature at the threshold of communication, and philosophical archaeology at the threshold of power. Like the parody to its original, the threshold is a discourse or theory to which an emptiness is added. It makes the same statement, only no longer of necessity but freely. This tiny difference is the motif of the Messianic point too. An integrated part, the threshold is the halo over the integrity of Agamben's work. Agamben's thought is superficial in a way that I want to put into context. It is not a superficial thinking, but a thought that commands the surface, the face, or the threshold. It refuses to be the dupe of hidden depths. This is archaeology. As David Kishik states, if you want to know all about Giorgio Agamben, just look at the surface of his books and essays and seminars, and there he is. There is nothing behind it. 3. Because my interpretation puts a strong emphasis on the integrity of Agamben's thought, as innocence and cogency, I begin my explanation of Agamben's Messianic by introducing his work along the theme of infancy. Agamben's ambition is a Platonic philosophy that presupposes nothing, and infancy is a key term in achieving this. As I will show, infancy is the remainder of the Aristotelian anthropology wherein the human being is the speaking being. This metaphysical remnant lies at the beginning of the Messianic itinerary that I will expose. Let me begin by making a preliminary clarification about the Messianic. There is a popular assumption that the Messianic denotes the end of time. However, in the works of the thinkers, writers, and philosophers that I consult, the Messianic is not confined to temporal eschatology. When Jean-Luc Nancy explains the Christian proclamation, he says that the Christian message of proclamation is therefore something entirely different from prophecy in the vulgar, and not Jewish, sense of divination or prevision. Christianity, then, is not proclamation as a predisposition in one way or another of the end. In it, the end is operative in the proclamation and as proclamation, because the end that is proclaimed is always an infinite end. Point 4. The end of time would be the object of a prophet or a seer. Messianic is the way in which the apostle appeals to the time of the end. Obviously, the Messianic is essentially a religious concept. Derrida comes to speak of the Messianic when he turns to religious questions and themes. However, the Messianic in its religious sense is not the concern of this study. Instead, I will deal with the Messianic in Agamben's work on the concept of potentiality and its non-religious effects, or better, its atheological effects and repercussions involving the work of Derrida. Because the Messiah is a figure that comes to realize the law of the religious community, it also brings that law into a state where it ceases to command. The satisfaction of the law entails its disintegration. For Agamben, as I will show, the Messianic is the figure of the undoing of the ancient complicity between philosophical and theological thinking. As Colby Dickinson observes, the Messianic has been reborn as that structural force which undoes all given norms from within, thus acting within any given representation in order to expose its shortcomings, not from without, as some presumed universal, objective, positions have often claimed, but from within the particularity of a given situation, its subjective dimension, thus evading the misleading, objective, premises of attempting to present one narrative for all to subscribe to. Point 5. Dickinson's quote is helpful in providing the context of the renewed interest in the Messianic. One of the objectives of contemporary thought, broadly construed as the critique of onto theology, is the thought of immanence. Point 6. The Messianic is the immanent critic. I address the Messianic as a motif within this current in contemporary thought, and thus, perhaps surprisingly, as part of the philosophical ambition to do without God. What I take to be the Messianic is the way in which the realization of a particular potential does not mean the reduction to an actual or positive state of affairs, but a realization and fulfillment of that potential as contingency itself. This sense of the Messianic explains how certain concepts are, irreparably, beyond deconstruction. What is the singularly disenchanted position of concepts such as supplement, sign, writing, trace, remnant, or irreparable, is not the sign something other than a being the sole thing which, not being a thing, does not fall under the question what is. 7. So the Messianic is addressed as something very different from the end of time, or perhaps as that which allows us to think of the end of time not merely as the annihilation of the world. Whereas complete annihilation is the end of documentation and the archive, the Messianic is the undoing of documentation and archive, an undoing that leaves freedom rather than nothing. Ultimately, I think that the Messianic is nothing outlandish or mysterious, but possible, possibility itself, the definitive shape of possibility. To say what the Messianic is, to speak of its essence, is to distract from its emergence within writing, as if the Messianic appears outside of writing, outside of inscription and incarnation, outside of the law that it deposes from within. To the contrary, it is Agamben's conviction that immanence cannot be conceived without the archaeology of potentiality. Philosophy alone will not attain immanence. Theology must be part of the question. Philosophy must give up a part of itself, in the form of theology, to achieve immanence. For this reason, the Messianic is an important force rallied in the critique of metaphysics, the thought that conceives of meaning as transcendent essence. To assign an essence to the Messianic and to reduce it to an ontology, to a law, then is to reinscribe into the metaphysical regime of which it is the fatal critic. Therefore, it is important to begin looking for a way in which we can address the Messianic appropriately. Maurice Blancot's The Writing of the Disaster exposes certain features of the Messianic that are important to the study. If the Messiah is at the gates of Rome among the beggars and lepers, one might think that his incognito protects or prevents him from coming, but, precisely, he is recognized. Someone, obsessed with questioning and unable to leave off, asks him, "When will you come?" His being there is, then, not the coming. Finally, the Messiah, quite the opposite in this respect, from the Christian hypostasis, is by no means divine. He is a comforter, the most just of the just, but it is not even sure that he is a person. The coming of the Messiah does not yet signify the end of history, the suppression of time. It announces a time more future. Point 8. This is the Messianic as we find it in Derrida's explicit contemplations, mostly pertaining to the undecidability of democratic politics. That there is a future, this is the substance of the Messianic in Blancot, not a content in the usual sense, and least of all is it the content of that future, what it is. Rather than the excess of a future time over the present, this indicates a certain inexhaustibility of the present toward the future. There is no particular future time that can satisfy the present, and therefore there is always more, or something else, to come. Derrida makes a similar argument about his wish for his works not to be understood completely, for these works to have a future. Point 9. Because our time is always already engaging a future, our fate is undecided. In this sense, the Messianic is the opposite from what appears in apocalyptic thought, wherein a future time is supposed to make good on all the stakes held in the present, in a perfect gesture of reckoning. The question that is asked of the Messiah, "When will you come?" is indeed pertinent. The time of the Messiah that, as Blancot indicates, does not belong to ordinary time, is disputed between Derrida and Agamben. Particularly within the context of Blancot or Derrida's thought, the presence of the Messiah is not sufficient, and is translated into an imminent arrival. This same question of messianic time is often put to Agamben. When Agamben speaks of a coming community, the disappointed response is that he does not tell us what or when. This kind of frustration finds expression notably in Jessica White's Catastrophe and Redemption, but the exasperation with Agamben for not having provided the messianic content is widespread. When will you come? Yet in his case, it no longer speaks to the same temporal dichotomy between presence and absence, but to the Messiah's taking place. Therefore, if in Blancot's story the Messiah is precluded from arriving by the barrier of the question "When will you come?", to Agamben this same question reveals the Messiah's apparent presence. Indeed, what Agamben tries to contemplate philosophically is not what the coming community is, but that and how it is that it is coming, just as he flags the existence of language, that there is communication. And how is it coming? What is the philosophical comportment that allows for a coming philosophy? 10. When Agamben assigns the task of exposing the idea of language to a coming philosophy, or when he attributes the challenge of connecting an ethics to the wonder of the existence of language to future generations, he is not speaking on behalf of forthcoming thinkers, nor is he exactly making way for them, but instead he is readying the territory on which their claims could make sense. Point 11. Blancot is important in another sense as well. He appears at the heart of an important debate within contemporary continental thought, which began with Georges Baudelaire and was extended by Jean-Luc Nancy, that of a community of those who have no community. The community, the common, has become a major question in contemporary continental ontology and politics. 12 The classic gesture by which the common is conceived of as prior to and higher than the proper or singular has become, over the course of the 20th century and its political disasters, a suspicious one. The Messianic is a notion that is involved in this debate in neutralizing this power of the common, reconciling it with the singular. Furthermore, Agambens' concepts of dissoluvrement and the irreparable derive, to an important extent, though not exclusively, from Blancot's writings. If this chapter turns out mainly to be a reflection on the project of a philosophy of infancy, this is because Agamben's stance on the discipline of theology and the Messianic motif in his work follow on immediately from his attempt at thinking the existence of language. A philosophy that insists on thinking infancy, on thinking this capacity for using language that reserves language, is a philosophy intent on developing the remainder of a metaphysical scheme. Even if infancy is a form of potentiality, to Agamben it means also a way of precluding its schema and commencing its archaeology. This philosophy of infancy is Agamben's way of avoiding the mistake that in his view Derrida made. By insisting on the particularity of philosophical language and by stressing the unavailability of a transcendental language, Derrida ultimately consolidates the essential reserve of the concept of potentiality. The Messianic is, then, on the ontological, the political, and the linguistic level the motif of the undoing of a law, the unraveling of its fabric. Hence my resolve to study the Messianic as an intrinsic motif of philosophical thought. Agamben's attempt to think potentiality must be understood as a philosophical and political intervention of great significance. To think potentiality is to deplete sovereign power completely, as well as to profane abandoned being from sacred being. This is the Messianic task of philosophical archaeology. Kishik has a striking way of bringing out what philosophical archaeology does here. Although he does not call it by that name, he calls it philosophical détournement or historical derailment, its taste for what is submerged, by juxtaposing Plato's itinerary of enlightenment to Dante's experience of abandonment and the Kafkaesque disenchantment of suddenly finding oneself on the wrong side of the law. The most famous image in Plato's book is of a prisoner who is released from the chains to face the sunlight of truth, of this gloomy cave from which the reader is supposed to emerge with a little help from the philosopher. In Agamben's work, the experience seems to be the reverse. In the middle of life, while sitting on a comfortable chair with a lamp and maybe even a hot drink in a reasonably secure corner of the earth, the reader suddenly finds herself in a dark forest. 13. As Kishik explains under the rubric of a dialects of endarkenment, for Agamben the source of light toward which philosophy strives is not the sun, but darkness. Yet Plato's model is merely reversed and certainly not dismissed, and Agamben shares with him the task of a philosophy without presupposition, the absolution of presupposition's absolute thought. In wording predating his resource to archaeology, Agamben states this ambition in terms of the art of recollection. The movement Plato describes as erotic anamnesis is the movement that transports the object not toward another thing or another place, but toward its own taking place, toward the idea of 14. This means thinking at the threshold. Furthermore, it is this ambition of thought without presupposition, and of a confrontation with theology, that commits Agamben to a philosophy of infancy innocent of presupposition, and innocent with a view to the central theological thesis of the fall. Thought beyond presupposition. Over the course of this study, I bring out the following separation between Agamben and Derrida. Derrida, evincing an ethics of responsibility, often wrote in response to a call, a name, an event, a date. What exonerates me, in part from this suspicion of presumption, is that I was asked to come, I was asked a question, and so I feel less ridiculous, because I was answering an occasion. 15 Yet Agamben, from whom responsibility signifies not so much the ethical as much as the legal realm, which is to say it presupposes the existence of language, conducts an experiment of language, an experimentum linguae, which for that reason is not in response to a prior logos, and, as I will argue, cannot be dated. 16 This distinction reflects in the wide separation in philosophical style between Derrida, an incredibly careful reader, and Agamben, who is astonishingly resolute in his assertions. Derrida makes his claims in response to a prior injunction, for which he simultaneously is and is not responsible. As far as his stance is never original, authoritative, Derrida is not responsible, he cannot be held responsible as the sole author of his discourse. Then again, this is precisely the extent to which he is responsible. It will be up to him, Derrida, conscientious writer, to respond or not. Moreover, his response in this sense is inevitable. There will have been a response, albeit even a silent one. This stance implies that the place from where the injunction comes is hypothetical, the logos is from the other, presupposed without simply being given. To bring out the theological connotations here, this is how Karl Barth determines the discipline of theology. Theology itself is a word, a human response, yet what makes it theology is not its own word or response but the word which it hears and to which it responds. 17. It is also striking how Derrida's sense of responsibility rules out the possibility of infancy. There will have been a response. The human being is beholden to the use of language. To Agamben, the metaphysics of speech reveal their presupposed in the paradigm of infancy, the Musulman. To Derrida, all interpretation, however necessary and unavoidable, regarding the other is ultimately violent and unreliable. Derrida's position is always ambiguous in this way, radically innovative yet expansively conservative, effacing the trace that substitutes for the living voice, and it is this ambiguity that makes him the pivotal reference for Agamben. Agamben, against a view that is dominant in the history of philosophy, takes it not as self-evident that the human being is lingual. He does not take language as a given. Agamben explains the structure of the presupposition of language as follows. Only because there is a point at which language signifies one is it possible to signify about that one, uttering meaningful statements. The non-hypothetical principle is the foundation, that alone through the presupposing of which there can be knowledge and logos, it is possible to speak and to state propositions about a subject, kath hypokaimenou, because what is thus presupposed is the fundamental intentionality of language, its signifying and touching one. What was the weakness of logos for Plato becomes for Aristotle the strength of logos. The Platonic constitution of truth, unlike the Aristotelian, never comes to a halt at a presupposition. 18. Aristotle's logos is stronger because it has appropriated that which was ineffable in discourse, and substituted it with presupposition of the gramma. Agamben holds that every hypothesis, every presupposition, leaves a remnant. In the case of the assumption of the givenness of language for the human being, this remnant is the infant, the Musulman. Repeatedly Agamben develops these remnants of the presupposition, attempting to absolve philosophy of presupposition, attempting the absolution of thought. The idea of language is language that no longer presupposes any other language, it is the language that, having eliminated all of its presuppositions and names and no longer having anything to say, now simply speaks. 19. In this way, thought beyond presupposition takes its cue not from a thesis, but from the remainder of a thesis. In this sense Agamben is very close to Derrida's deconstruction and philosophy of margins, although the caveat must be added that while the margins are the inevitable and indefinite, necessary epiphenomena of their structures, the remnant is the particular, contingent remainder of a particular thesis. The principal problem for Agamben is the theological heritage of traditional metaphysics that posits a highest or first being. This heritage continues in hermeneutical, grammatological, and deconstructive thought that respectively posits the priority of the word, the written mark, or, in the last instance, the inevitability of negative ground. For example, concerning hermeneutics, Ricoeur and Gadamer both agree on this necessary postulate. 20. In grammatology and deconstruction, the presupposition lies in their response to a trace. Agamben, contrary to all these currents, means to employ a thought that does not presuppose, which accounts for the remarkable experience of its reading, as I will demonstrate. Agamben attempts this by seeking at every point the moment of indistinction, suspension, or, in Watkins' term, indifference, between potentiality and actuality, between the one and the many, between the common and the proper. Therefore, while Derrida will show how the difference between the one and the many undermines the philosophical appreciation of the one over the many, Agamben locates the point of indistinction between them. He finds this point in the example, the paradigm, which is the exemplary figure that exposes its own belonging to a class or set by virtue of being suspended from it temporarily. The question, then, of this thought that presupposes nothing, refers to the plane on which it takes place. I will argue in the next section that this means, for Agamben, a turn toward the pre-discursive, toward infancy. When it comes to the matizing of belonging in suspense, Agamben's political potential becomes immediately clear, the possibility to articulate the form of a community that continental thought has sought since World War II, a community as set identifiable merely by the belonging of its members. These members, then, occupy the threshold of the community, rather than its center. As this belonging is always suspended belonging, the dreaded inherent perversions of the concept of community are exorcised from the outset. This reflects on Derrida's understanding of the example. As I explained, in Agamben the example contains the form of the paradigm. It is excluded, suspended, from a set by the exposure of its inclusion. Something decisive occurs in the example, its suspension is effective. Yet, for Derrida, the example remains locked into its conditions of possibility, remains miraculous, remains theological. It can be exemplary by way of its belonging, only in excess of its belonging, but to the extent of its belonging, or in excess of its belonging, it cannot be exemplary. The example itself, as such, overflows its singularity as much as its identity. This is why there are no examples, while at the same time there are only examples. 21. Derrida's ethics of responsibility follow immediately. Discourse on the promise is a promise in advance. Within the promise, as we will see in the 6th chapter, Derrida's stance on theology is implied here. 22. Indeed, in Of Spirit, Derrida demonstrates how Heidegger's use and mention of the word Geist involve an element of, respectively, mention and use, and that therefore it is impossible to tell when the word is effectively suspended, supporting his stance on the formal impossibility of examples. Derrida does not deny that there are examples. Moreover, he does not deny the conditions that are pertinent to them. What he denies is that the conditions of possibility of the example add up to the example. So while for Agamben the suspension of the example is effective, for Derrida its exclusion is as effective as its inclusion, and it is the conditions that remain in effect, not their suspension. Agamben's reliance on this suspension is not simply naive, but employs Derrida's double coverage of the example. In exactly the same way, Derrida and Agamben argue Kafka's Man from the Country to be respectively caught within the spell of the law, the example as belonging, and released from it, the example as suspended. In exactly the same way, furthermore, deconstruction and the philosophy of infancy understand the signification of the sign, as the substitute for a transcendent meaningful content and the enunciation of the signature, the fact of their statement. Agamben's use of paradigms depends on this redeemed status of the example, as I will explain in the next chapter. Philosophy of infancy. In this section, I connect Agamben's philosophy of infancy with his preoccupation with theology. When Kevin Attell points at Agamben's insolence in 1989 to state philosophy has hardly ever posed the question of the voice as an issue. This indeed appears to snub Derrida's La Voix et les Phénomènes. The provocation is even more direct as it was first made in the French edition of Infancy and History. 23. Yet what Agamben means is that the archie of the voice has not been raised, and that deconstruction and metaphysics alike treat the voice as absent. From as early as stanzas, Agamben credits Derrida with having commenced an archaeology of language, albeit without completing it. Placing writing and the trace in an initial position means putting the emphasis on this original experience of being always already caught in a fold of appearance and essence, signifier and signified, but not transcending it. 24. Therefore, concerning the parable of the man before the law, Derrida has already exposed that the law consists only in the dictation of its own suspension, the suspension of its dictum, but has not made the demand on that law to ultimately articulate this suspense. Infancy is the term by which Agamben means to preclude the philosophy of presupposition. Against the philosophically dominant view that the human being is the living being that has language, The Zoon Ekon Agamben holds that the human being actually maintains her infancy. Only animals have their language absolutely, human beings have language relatively relative to their education, aptitude, physical factors, and so forth. More fundamentally, this means that only human beings exist in a relationship to their language. Agamben has written a short essay entitled For a Philosophy of Infancy, as well as The Idea of Infancy, which also gets underway with help of the curious amphibian, the axolotl, and the book entitled Infancy and History. Taking a cue from Rousseau, conventional language belongs only to man. That is why man makes progress, whether for good or bad, and why the animals do not at all. 25 He writes, while other animals, the mature ones, merely obey the specific instructions written in their genetic code, the neotenic infant finds itself in the condition of also being able to pay attention to that which is not written, of paying attention to arbitrary and uncodified somatic possibilities. 26 In the book, published earlier, he states it as follows: animals do not enter language, they are already inside it. Man, instead, by having an infancy, by preceding speech, splits this single language and, in order to speak, has to constitute himself as the subject of language. He has to say I. 27 Agamben rejects the human being as the rational animal to whom language is given, as it implies the theological presupposition of language, in the beginning was the word. Implied in Agamben's response is the theological notion of the fall. The human being is fallen from absolute language, and has to reclaim it, learn it, as knowledge. However, the human being always retains its paradisiacal capacity for not speaking, and in this way Agamben commences his messianic trajectory. In stark contrast to Derrida, then, for Agamben philosophy refers back to itself, prior to this or that particular vocabulary or vocation, and reduced, revoked, to the voice in both of them. I will mount my entire argument about the messianic motif between Derrida and Agamben on this distinction between them. I take Derrida as the philosopher attuned to the particularity of language it is always already being spent and circulated through distinct vocabularies, and Agamben as the philosopher in touch with the infancy of language, with the creature capable of language. By way of this infant naivete, Agamben means to preclude the theological structure of potentiality, and accordingly to enter it in the right way to perform its archaeology. Agamben means to understand precisely the taking place of the voice. If Derrida criticizes the tendency of philosophical thought to credit the voice that is present to itself over the written mark that must always rely on that voice to animate it, for Agamben philosophy is once again logocentric, yet in a way that is not immediately vulnerable to a Derridean critique. Agamben is not so much interested in what this voice has to say in the hermeneutics of the meaningful content of which it is the messenger, and which depends on the trace of writing, as Derrida shows, but rather in the fact that it says. Therefore, the logocentric element here is not the guardian of a supposed meaningful core, but the manifestation of the voice itself, not the given presence of the voice, but its critical taking place. For reasons I will explain later, Agamben means to think the ontology of potentiality, the existence of language, the paradigm of which he finds in Derrida. It is for this reason that many of his readers, myself among them, share in an experience that Alice Leakey connects to reading Agamben. In this state, which even as a child would sometimes overcome me, the activities of everyday life are suddenly put on hold, making space for the perception of a state of bare existence, whatever that may be, yes, something like neutral, meaningless, material existence. This state corresponds to a very intimate, indeed quite unique, and at the same time uncannily general, and perhaps even, despite this attempt here, quite incommunicable feeling. It is on the one hand an individual, personal experience, in the sense that it has to do with the sensing of my own being. Yet on the other hand, there is something about it that is clearly more impersonal, more general than perhaps any other experience I've ever had. 28. Perhaps for some the connection with childhood is stronger even than Leakey suggests. I believe it is the essential element in this passage. Agamben's philosophy of infancy exposes our existence within language, and thus repeats the infant experience of discovering a world that is yet to be named, Foregrounding the being of language. Even though infancy for Agamben does not mean the stage of developmental psychology of early childhood, but is instead an ontological lingual feature of the human being, only the human being is capable of language, it does also suggest a precognitive innocence. As Dickinson summarizes the response from an unnamed member of the audience at Leakey's interview, the recounting of such an experience, no matter how indescribable, points to the limits of language, as well as of academic discourse. That is, the experience which has just been recounted is one which seems to indicate a place where the typical divisions between the individual and the universal are dissolved. 29 Leakey adds later on during the interview. The first thing that strikes me as important is the particular experience of language that Agamben has in mind and that is referred to throughout his texts as experimentum linguae. It is an existential state in which language is encountered on a level beyond that of its everyday use. Here language is experienced neither as mere sound nor as meaning. It has to do with a confrontation with, and an attempt to sustain in thought, the mere existence, that is, the mere fact of language. 30. This experience makes us aware of our assumptions about the linguistic world and how it covers up a more general existence. In the context of the discussion between Anselm and Gonilo on the ontological argument for the existence of God, Agamben explains this thought of the existence of language as follows. There is a being whose nomination implies its existence, and that being is language. The fact that I speak and that someone listens implies the existence of nothing other than language. Language is what must necessarily presuppose itself. What the ontological argument proves is therefore that the speech of human beings and existence of rational animals necessarily imply the divine word, in the sense that they presuppose the signifying function and openness to revelation. Only in this sense does the ontological argument prove the existence of God only, that is, if God is the name of the pre-existence of language, or his dwelling in the arche. But this openness, contrary to what Anselm thought, does not belong to the domain of signifying discourse. It is not a proposition that bears meaning but rather a pure event of language before and beyond all particular meaning. 31. Agamben's work operates on this level, prior to particular meaning, and it is the decision for this stage that Leakey brings out, and that marks its difference from the work of Derrida. As the reference to Anselm and Gonilo indicates, at stake is the proximity between philosophy and theology. The existence of language is, structurally, a theological thesis or assumption. As Agamben explains in the context of the problem of the relation between poetry and life, and of philosophy, yet most of all to deconstruction. What thus comes to the foreground of formalist criticism, however, is without ever appearing consciously as such a purely theological presupposition, the dwelling of the word in the beginning, of logos in arche, that is, the absolutely primordial status of language. This uninterrogated persistence of a theological foundation shows itself in the fact that the original structure of the poetic work remains marked by negativity. The primordiality of logos thus quickly becomes a primacy of the signifier and the letter, and the origin reveals itself as trace. It is here that the deconstructionist factory establishes residence. 32. Philosophy including Agambens is constitutionally tied up with theology in exactly the same way that it has to assert potentiality. What is revealed to philosophy, at the beginning, is the existence of language, the potentiality for this or that particular thought or idea. This is the threshold that philosophy is always afraid to depart from. This is logocentrism. Agamben's project, then, is a deconstruction of sorts of this entanglement and this presupposition. But unlike Derridean deconstruction, Agambens is not content with reducing its target concepts to their own conditions of impossibility, as that would amount to explaining how these structures are in force in spite of being paradoxical, as phantasms or specters, as forces without significance, leaving them all the more inevitable and powerful. 33 Instead, Agamben's method of philosophical archaeology means, within the zone of indistinction between the common and the proper, for what can, the universal and the individual, for Leakey's discussant, between potentiality and actuality, to find a paradigm, and thereby to actually undo the irresistibility of its potentiality, achieving its concept, its taking place, its idea, as Jenny Dusson conceives it. 34 And this means to articulate potentiality in a true fulfillment and saturation of its idea. If potentiality finds its comprehension in Agamben's thought, then the law can no longer apply by not applying; instead, it finds its realm of non-application fully implemented. The subjects of this law are then cast beyond the relationship of the ban, or, in Benjamin's words, are cast as the life that is lived in the village at the foot of the hill on which the castle stands. 35 Which is to say that archaeology is messianic work. Yet deconstruction is messianic in equal measure, as it prepares the ground for philosophical archaeology to work on. Examples pertaining directly to this theological hang-up of philosophy can be found in Language and Death, the ironic attack on Karl Otto Apel and Jürgen Habermas in Remnants of Auschwitz, and the essays on language in the Potentialities Volume. 36 Indeed, Agamben's work is at its profound level a confrontation with the theological underpinnings of philosophy, exposing our philosophical theology. In this sense, Agamben's work means another step in the critique of ontotheology, the philosophy that posits being as a first entity, in that it criticizes traditional philosophy's presupposition and ignorance of the existence of language. 37 Insofar as we can already gauge the political agenda here advocating a stronger modality of the voice in challenging metaphysics, and in making way for a coming philosophy, Agamben attempts to profane philosophy, to think an atheology. For this is not a philosophy that from the outset manages to avoid theological presuppositions. It is the philosophical archaeology of philosophy as originally connected to theology. Indeed, Agamben contemplates a certain death of God staged in the definitive and absolute utterance of God's name in speech. 38. This fact or event of language comes structurally prior to whatever is conveyed in its discourse. For Agamben, theology names this fact of language by the term revelation. The meaning of revelation is that humans can reveal beings through language but cannot reveal language itself. 39 Agamben takes Derrida's work at large to be the strongest formulation of this impossibility of revealing language itself, as language itself becomes the principle of concealment. Therefore, while philosophy might take revelation to be foreign to reason, it nevertheless co-opts revelation in its structure by taking language as the revelatory principle. This bears repeating. Agamben conducts the experimentum linguae in order to expose the particularly theological heritage of philosophy that ontotheology, hermeneutics, and deconstruction never fully conceived, the existence of language. As Kevin Hart puts it, Derrida argues that the weak link in the conceptual chain interpretation sign God is the middle term, the upshot being that we must take interpretation, not God, as the originary term. If interpretation is taken to precede sign, it is to be regarded, so Derrida and Barthes contend, as groundless play and affirmation. In the beginning there was interpretation. 40 To avoid taking language for granted and instead actually to understand its taking place, philosophy must preclude the particularity of vocabulary. For this reason, philosophy must be what Agamben gives in a short statement in the Bartleby essay, approximating Leahy's experience even closer. In its deepest intention, philosophy is a firm assertion of potentiality, the construction of an experience of the possible as such. Not thought but the potential to think, not writing but the white sheet is what philosophy refuses at all costs to forget. Philosophy must be this, and then overcome it. 41 For as long as thought leaves potentiality a possibility, it is always on the brink of forgetting it and, consequently, remaining oblivious to the existence of language. Only when potentiality is realized conceptually can the existence of language be thought. We have now gained a sense of the particular difficulty and intrigue of Agamben's work. It means to think thought as potentiality in actual thought. It means to put actual words to the experience of language or potentiality in general, archaeology. It means, then, to find the zone of indistinction between potentiality and actuality, between thought and ideas, between language and discourse. The difficulty here is that Agamben must think and indeed affirm the concept of potentiality that he means to depose. This is the fine line that Agamben walks, through a philosophically uncharted territory of suspended judgments and distinctions, indeed, through the philosophically uncharted land par excellence, indifference. In my introduction, I have claimed the inseparable connection between philosophy and the possibility of critique, crisis, and judgment. Yet Agamben means to move beyond this limitation, and think the remnant of critique, the division of the division. In the final part to this study, I will bring into sharper relief this zone of indistinction, as the Messianic registers on this zone. To illuminate the proximity, the indifference between the existence of language and what language conveys, between a philosophy of potentiality, subjective, and a philosophy of potentiality, objective, and between potentiality and actuality, let me refer to Thursvel's essay, to which I will return in the 6th chapter. A redeemed political life would be relationless in the sense of without presupposition, neither an actuality whose essence or potential lies elsewhere, nor even a potential in the classical Aristotelian sense which would be marked by the unrealized possibility of its actuality. It would thus be, in the words of the coming community, a zone in which possibility and reality, potentiality and actuality, become indistinguishable. Among the notable features of this formulation is how closely it mirrors Agamben's description of that which is to be overcome in the Messianic moment, the ontological structure of the sovereignty as ban. Agamben says that the sovereign is precisely the zone of indistinction at the limit where pure potentiality and pure actuality are indistinguishable. This is virtually the same description that Agamben provides in the coming community of the redeemed world. 42. Thursvel makes a point of explaining the similarity between a sovereign potentiality that is overturned and the redeemed, immanent life that appears in its wake. This similarity is striking and significant indeed. It is redeemed life that in its being called as such experiences language as such, presupposes nothing else. This is microscopically different from the structure in which bare life is caught. Bare life is abandoned being, the relation of the ban materializes in bare life. Redeemed life has claimed this law for itself, thus separating it from its constitutive character. This tiny adjustment is the mark of Messianic redemption. Benjamin both cites and falsifies Schmidt's definition of sovereignty in the 8th thesis. Instead of the rule as such lives off the exception alone, he writes, the state of exception in which we live is the rule. What must be grasped here is the sense of this conscious alteration. In establishing this analogy, Benjamin does nothing other than bring a genuine Messianic tradition to the most extreme point of its development. 43. The difference worked by Benjamin on Schmidt's definition of sovereignty that Agamben describes here, runs parallel to the separation between Skolem and Benjamin that I recounted earlier. In both debates Benjamin, by a minute intervention, suggests that life survives the law, rather than the other way around. De la Durante writes that Agamben's philosophy of infancy means a vocabulary that later is largely substituted with potentiality. 44. Kevin Attell, in his reading of the relationship between Agamben and Derrida, says, at stake in Agamben's impotential reading of this passage is his broader critique of the primacy of actuality in the philosophical tradition, which we already saw an element of in his more or less Heideggerian affirmation of potentiality of actuality, and repeats, the point arrives toward the end of the 1980s where potentiality presents itself as the first principle of Agamben's philosophy. 45. William Watkin argues that infancy is later substituted by communicability as another term for language. 46. Yet these interpretations do not seem entirely correct. Potentiality is the timeless problem of Western thought that must be deconstructed from within. Attell's latter claim especially is misleading when Agamben's work is entirely an effort to absolve thought of first principles, potentiality in particular. Instead, Agamben thinks the apparent primacy of actuality in the philosophical tradition is its excuse for not thinking potentiality in itself. The Heideggerian affirmation of potentiality only serves Agamben as the prompt on which thought can seize potentiality together with its co-original impotential. This occurs in the Bartleby essay. That Aristotelian potentiality was always already the impregnable law of metaphysics is precisely Agamben's objection to Derrida. In metaphysics, voice is removed already, its silence is the real foundation of language, philosophical and religious thought. 47. Attell indeed continues his analysis along such lines, and brings out how Agamben means to fulfill Aristotle's concept of potentiality, yet he never admits that this means Agamben executes its fatal critique. Moreover, when he says that for Agamben the ultimate task at hand is to break the sovereign structure that holds us in the ban of being, there is no mention of the necessity of a comprehensive archaeology of potentiality. 48. Infancy, contrary to potentiality, is something that Agamben embraces unreservedly. As van der Heyden explains, the well-known Aristotelian argument of the irrefutability of the principle of non-contradiction depends on the idea that any opponent will evince her allegiance to this principle by the very performance of her argument. Aristotle holds that any opponent is obliged to communicate, because failing that would reduce her to the level of a plant. Yet Agamben, as he understands the notion of infancy, argues that not to communicate, not to engage in communication, does not mean to be incapable of communicating but exactly proves one's capacity for it. In fact, by not enacting one's capacity to speak, one gives evidence of one's potentiality to use language as well as not to use language, suspending the principle of non-contradiction. Here, the principle of non-contradiction, and its implied presupposition of the existence of language, in its suspension becomes a paradigm for thinking the existence of language. If we add that Aristotle's concept of potentiality is aligned with his argument of the inevitability of the logos because in the absence of language, the word must be assumed, as in Derrida's thought, the notion of infancy, of being capable of language without being conditioned by it, stands out as the emancipatory concept. Infancy is the capacity for language, its impotentiality. Watkins' Agamben and indifference also homes in on this feature of thought's priority over language, particularly in its chapter on Derrida. 49. It is conceived in different ways by de la Durante as Agamben's revocation of vocation, and by Thirschwell by way of Agamben's engagement with Nietzsche in the figure of the return. 50. In Watkins' analysis, the paradox of sovereignty lies at the heart of Western thought, yet it lies there precisely as a paradox. At certain key moments then, due to the paradox logic of the system, the ceaseless movement from common to proper and back again, the lack of clear distinction over precedence and the historical truth at the root of the system, that in fact there need not be such a division at all, the oppositions within the system blur, become indiscernible, are suspended, reach a state of indistinction, become inoperative and so on. 51. The task of philosophical archaeology is to expose and criticize this paradox that is harbored by the philosophically inevitable logic of potentiality. Indifference, as Watkins employs it, pertains to the gains of philosophical archaeology. The relative ease by which the student of law can relate to her subject is one of indifference. The attitude that we display toward the present at hand in Heidegger too brings out indifference. This indifference in another context is called the suspense or epocha that belongs to contingency. 52. Indifference, in this sense, for example concerning particular parties or positions, also implies this preclusion of the particularity of language that I mean to bring out here. 53. The zone of this indifference is potentiality. The prediscursive zone I am presently indicating connects to this zone of indifference in Watkins' essay. It is indeed Watkins' ambition to explain how language as communicability is effectively indifference. 54. Potentiality always already contains indifference. So where Derrida would embrace the difference that is prior to any metaphysical hierarchy, speech over writing, presence over the past and future, Agamben follows this difference to the point of indistinction. If there is a substitute for infancy in Agamben's later work, it is not communicability, but use. In the use of bodies, Agamben identifies use as a bipolar field of tensions, crossed by style and manner, appropriation and expropriation. Likewise, infancy means the oblique relation of use in which the human being stands to her language. The experimentum linguae, the experience of the existence of language as such, is the central feature of Agamben's thought. 55. I argued for its singular position above, and brought out how it features in secondary literature. And this section so far, in demonstrating Agamben's stake in thinking the potential of language before its vocabularies, sentences, and discourses, has served as an introduction to this experimentum linguae. The experiment also marks the moment when the Messianic in Agamben announces itself. Agamben turns thought toward its own potential, its remaining infancy and innocence, thus circumvents discourse and its fallenness, and aspires to a state of redemption. Agamben's term for the exposure of the being of language is overtly theological, Revelation. 56. This is where Agamben's theological and messianic import lies. Now we know a bit more about Agamben's subtle trajectory. To solve the problem of a philosophy that presupposes the existence of language instead of thinking it, he must think the damaging concept responsible for leaving language, being, and politics unthought: potentiality. The potentiality of language means that language itself, as the principle of revelation, remains implicit. Furthermore, the presupposition implies ontology, because it means existence in the ban of being. Moreover, not least, politically, it means the paradoxical power of the sovereign over bare life. For Agamben, this metaphysical regime is best understood as a Kafkaesque bureau. Moreover, the problem is a robust one. This concept of potentiality is kept in reserve precisely by the philosophical tradition, it leaves itself unthought. Potentiality is, then, the law of an enigmatic metaphysics. It remains potential. Agamben's task of philosophical archaeology is then to actualize this harmful concept, to retrieve it as the Archie of Western thought. Chapter 2. Paradigms and Signatures. Like Derrida, Agamben is a highly controversial philosopher. An erudite and even eclectic reader of philosophy, legal theory, theology, history, literature, poetry, and linguistics, his idiosyncratic interpretations are rejected by many experts in their field, yet perhaps our previous reflection can help us understand why. Agamben's notoriety has everything to do with his method, the contemplations on which he introduces with the words, "I have therefore preferred to take the risk of attributing to the texts of others what began its elaboration with them, rather than run the reverse risk of appropriating thoughts or research paths that do not belong to me." 1. Agamben's introductory note refers not merely to his way of avoiding confusion concerning the authorship of ideas. Much more importantly, it is part and parcel of the way in which Agamben relates to the history of philosophy. Watkin writes that Agamben is proposing a fundamental reconsideration of what constitutes the historical, our intent towards it in the contemporary moment, and the means by which systems of intelligibility are not just revealed, as in Foucault, but ultimately suspended too. Once again, we have a clear statement of the task of philosophical archaeology, to articulate a historical phenomenon or paradigm in a way that renders it inoperative by exposing its origins. Agamben's method, then, that he has described as reading the signs of the times, is the study of paradigms and signatures. I must now establish the meaning of the terms paradigm and signature in the context of his work. This is required as these terms are crucial to Agamben's prediscursive turn and when it comes to answering some of Agamben's critics. Both the signature and the paradigm are essential in Agamben's preclusion of lingual content. They are involved in his seizing of the statement as fact, rather than as the conveyor of a particular content, and thus the focus on communicability as such. Paradigm. To explain the paradigm I will use the same example that we encountered in the previous chapter, the principle of non-contradiction. As I demonstrated, Agamben holds that the disputant to the principle of non-contradiction is not obliged to language at all. If she declines to speak, leaving the principle uncontested, she in fact gives evidence of her capacity to speak. As van der Heyden says, it is only by not actualizing one's potential to communicate that one shows that the potential to communicate is also the potential not to communicate. 3. What has occurred in the process is the deactivation of the principle of non-contradiction, precisely by not contradicting it. While every attempted contradiction of this fundamental principle of logic necessarily buys into its schema, by not contradicting it, by ceasing to speak, its operation is suspended. Agamben's analysis transforms the fundamental law of logic into the paradigm of logic, an example, its legal power depleted by an indifferent subject. This shows the way in which the paradigm is an integral part of Agamben's philosophy beyond presupposition. The paradigm is the mechanism by which the remainder of the presupposition is philosophically activated. Paradigm is originally a Greek term. It derives from paradeiknonai, which means show side by side, Paradigmnanai para means on the side of, and indignanai we recognize index. As we saw at the beginning of this chapter, Agamben explains his method as always expanding and elaborating those aspects of his master's thought that allow for elaboration, what was potential in it, the genuine philosophical element in every work, whether it be a work of art, of science, or of thought, is its capacity to be developed, for the paradigm is the content that a particular conception of politics or metaphysics, by presupposing it and leaving it unthought, remains capable of. Now it appears that this content, the content that allows for development and expansion, is available paradigmatically, it is indicated alongside, rather than within. Here we have an important source of confusion with regard to Agamben's works. To Agamben, historical documents, materials, or cases appear not as containing any particular significance, but as paradigmatically saturated. It is not the content that they actually transmit, it is the fact of their statement in the first place and what they henceforth allow to be posited that is significant. David Kishik compares Agamben to Socrates, the midwife of knowledge. Agamben seems to follow Socrates' basic insistence that he does not give birth to his own ideas, but only engenders them in his interlocutors. 5. This much we have seen in the example of Aristotle's defense of the principle of non-contradiction. In Agamben's treatment of it, its operation suspended. Exposed in this suspension is the excluded, the vegetable man, but also the infant and the speaker of a foreign language, and recently in the use of bodies, although voiceless in a less literal way, the slaves inseparable from Aristotle's polis. These are revealed on the side of the principle of non-contradiction. This fundamental law of logics in its paradigmatic suspension points toward the focal paradigm of remnants of Auschwitz, the Musulman. What the paradigm means to do is not so much avoid the problem of deciding between the common and the proper, or the one and the many, the basic questions of metaphysics, but instead exhaust their inevitability. These problems are presented as seemingly inevitable by the structure of potentiality that Agamben perceives as omnipresent in Western thought. Potentiality obtains its inevitable application through its usual presentation as a paradox that Agamben exposed in the figure of sovereignty. Agamben shows in Homo Sacer how potentiality and sovereignty are part of the same classical metaphysical gesture. To keep the concept of the one or the common in reserve means casting the proper and the many in abandonment. There is no singularity that can satisfy the norm set by the common. The proper and the many are exceptions to the law, and in their being excluded we find the life of the law. While the exception is included by being excluded, the example's inclusion is suspended by its exposure. The paradigm, as a philosophical instrument, employs just this exposure. The paradigm is absolutely immanent to the set or the community it explains, while at the same time it remains absolutely singular. For this reason, it precludes the separation between the one and many, and the common and proper, that is crucial to metaphysical thought. It also precludes the dialectic between these concepts, as it always already unifies them. And it precludes the presupposition of language that weakens hermeneutics in its epical status. In its suspense, the paradigm does not presuppose, but confronts. It posits the intelligibility of the paradigmatic content, not its existence. Let me refer to the Homo Sacer, the most famous paradigm in Agamben's work. The Homo Sacer is the example of an ancient legal figure. However, it is not just any example. In fact, it is the example of the example of a suspended exemplarity. For the Homo Sacer is not simply a case of legal decision or punishment. If so, we could think of quite a few examples: a decision on a private financial dispute, imprisonment, or capital punishment when criminal cases are involved. In the presentation of such examples, their application is suspended. There is a difference between the study of legal cases and the actual legal trials on which they are based. Yet the Homo Sacer is an example of a legal figure that already involves its own suspension. The law commands its own withdrawal onto the Homo Sacer. Therefore, the Homo Sacer becomes the example of all these examples, because in casting the Homo Sacer from the realm of the law, and thus in suspending the application of law, it exposes the way in which the law is generally applied, which is what is obscured by other examples. In the legal figure of the homo sacer, exemplarity itself comes to the fore, or rather, it is presented alongside. As I go on, there will be reason to explain Agamben's approach of the eternal philosophical objective of the thing itself, to pragma auto. Agamben, following Nietzsche and the indistinction between noumenon and phenomenon, will define it as the knowability of the object. Essentially, this knowability is the paradigm, it is the way in which a certain object or phenomenon autonomously presents its own intelligible form. In the same way, Derrida's work becomes a paradigm of language, while in Derrida the meaningfulness of language is always suspended, in Agamben this suspense itself is held in abeyance. Now that I have explained the meaning of the technical term paradigm within Agamben's work, let me present my own position on the question of Messianic time. I maintain that the Messianic gives us the paradigm of time. The Messianic is a remaining time, the time it takes to take time to the end, to the eschaton, not to be equated with the eschaton. Messianic time is not the end of time but kairos, critical, pivotal time. I hold this remaining time is an added time, a time that is supplemented to historical time, not after but onto history, that becomes the face of that time, in the same way as the thing itself becomes the knowability of an object. As Agamben argued, the thing itself is no longer simply the being in its obscurity, as an object presupposed by language and the epistemological process, rather, it is auto dehonoston estin, that by which the object is known, its own knowability and truth 6 if so. Messianic time is the paradigm of time, a time that presents itself in its immediately knowable form, in its innermost exteriority. 7 Messianic time is the example of time, a time that in its suspension from a temporal edifice, like history or chronology, becomes exemplary and available for use. As Agamben writes, Saturday Messianic time is not another day, homogeneous to others, rather, it is that innermost disjointedness within time through which one may by a hair's breadth grasp time and accomplish it. 8 So even if Agamben is, to some extent, a romantic, his romantic sense of return is not to a golden age or to a future, millennial epoch, it is a return to the contemporary, the present revisited. This is why Agamben's use of kairos, what Benjamin called now time, is not vulnerable to Derrida's deconstruction of the metaphysics of presence. Where presence in the metaphysical sense can be shown to rely on absence, and more profoundly on the difference it maintains with absence, Messianic time is an added time that attaches itself to historico-chronological and linear time. It is already a supplement, a substitute, not one of difference, but instead an indifferential one. Signature. The signature is another instrumental term in Agamben's turn toward the pre-discursive plane. Philosophy cannot be content with what is said in language, and take language for granted, it must also consider the fact of language. The difficulty is that the way in which this fact of language sets itself apart as the potentiality of language and of thought, the way in which it keeps itself in reserve, is complicit with and reinforces the paradoxical logic of sovereignty. For potentiality is what allows modern politics to separate the human being from their bare life, and this is, more than anything, what Agamben seeks to counter. Agamben's consideration of language, then, means to draw it out of this reserve, to realize language as potentiality, and thereby to exhaust its impotentiality, the impossibility of which Derrida is the surveyor. What this means is a saturation of the logic of sovereignty that ultimately emanates onto the plane of form of life. The best known example of the signature is from Augustine's De Trinitate. In the context of an examination of the love of study, the student does not know what she desires. Suppose someone hears the word timidum, and in his ignorance asks what it means. 9 Augustine reflects on the human being's capacity to discriminate between foreign words they do not know the meaning of, and mere sounds. The example is timidum, an old word for wine. One will readily recognize that it is indeed a word from a human language, admitting that one does not know what it means. What is identified, then, is the signature, the word's mere intention to signify. Agamben's great inspiration Émile Benveniste writes, the semiotic must be recognized, semantics, discourse, must be understood. 10 If Agamben's work is the site whereon we experience the existence of language as such, then the signature is crucial to that experience. It is as if Foucault's archaeology for Agamben means the possibility of a code with which he can decipher the way in which the existence of language conditions the making of particular statements. Agamben quotes Enzo Melandri, "A signature is a sort of sign within a sign, it is the index that in the context of a given semiology univocally makes reference to a given interpretation. A signature adheres to the sign in the sense that it indicates, by means of the sign's making, the code with which it has to be deciphered." 11 More clearly, Agamben explains the signature by referring to Claude Lévi-Strauss' work. Signification is originally in excess over the signifieds that are able to fill it, and this gap translates into the existence of free and floating signifiers that are in themselves devoid of meaning. In other words, it is a matter of non-signs or signs having zero symbolic value, that is a sign marking the necessity of a supplementary symbolic content. 12 This structural excess of a sign over its signified is its signature. In the signature, the sign signifies neither its signified nor itself, but its own significance by way of its significatory excess. As Kevin Hart explains in a related setting, no context can circumscribe a sign's meaning. The sign's meaning will alter if repeated in a different context, but the sign is structurally open to repetition. Therefore, alterity is a structural feature of the sign. 13 This excess is necessary for signification to make sense altogether. If the sign were fully caught up in signifying its signified, it would not be perceptible, at least not as a sign. Its signification would be immediate and perfect. This is another way of saying that a perfect language purged of all homonymy and composed solely of univocal signs would be a language absolutely without ideas, a language without ideas leaving no space for any interpretation whatsoever. 14 Homonymy is the excess of the signifier. One and the same signifier might refer to two or more different signifieds. The signature is then indeed the sign at the 0 degree, the formal face of the sign, its outside. It appears that the signature can only be accounted for if we accept the logic of saturation that I have been bringing out. It is the satisfaction of the signified, which emanates back onto the sign, constituting its signature. By analyzing significance, signs, or marks, at the 0 degree of their marking their signature, the fact that they refer, as force without significance, Agamben is able to suspend or to render inoperative the signs of the times. As appears from Agamben's juxtaposition of Skolem and Benjamin with regard to the question of the force of law, a juxtaposition that is reiterated in the rapport between Agamben himself and Derrida, it is in this suspenseful moment not enough to home in on the element of removed significance, it is vital to overturn them by their suspension. The signature is thus the herald of language, it announces that language takes place. The ban and the secret. I claim that for Agamben the tradition of metaphysics appears as a Kafkaesque regime, which reserves a transcendent meaningful core, potentiality, by way of the sanction of the ban. In this section I will explain this operation of the ban. Furthermore, I will juxtapose the ban in Agamben's thought with the notion of a secret in Derrida's. I will argue that for Agamben Derrida's discourse takes place entirely in the ban of a secret in Derrida's terms, as the trace of a name. Yet I will commence by explaining the tension that Agamben understands there to be between Plato and Aristotle, a tension that continues between Agamben and Derrida, as their respective uses of a strong and a weak Messianic correspond to the weakness and strength of language for Plato and Aristotle. In the essay The Thing Itself, Agamben speaks of Plato's understanding of the conditions for knowledge of an object, its name, onoma, the definition, logos, the image, eidolon, the knowledge, and, as a fifth, the thing itself, to pragma auto. The thing itself, Agamben learns through a short philological genealogy, means the object's own knowability and truth. 15 Agamben argues that over time Plato and his editors introduce this knowability and truth to prevent the grammatico-metaphysical implications of subject and predicate, substance and quality. Language is necessarily presuppositional and objectifying, in the sense that in taking place it necessarily decomposes the thing itself, which is announced in it and in it alone, into a being about which one speaks and a poion, a quality and a determination that one says of it. 16 This grammatico-metaphysical structure, which is subsequently implemented by Aristotle, conceals the existence of language itself, the thing of language, the thing itself. This philosophy, which obscures the existence of language, is also the thought of potentiality which keeps all beings in abandonment. Yet what is the particular manner in which this thing itself, the object of pure presentation, language, has to go underground in philosophy? If we understand this eclipse, we understand the most fundamental application of the ban of the thing of language. While Plato considered the thing itself a crucial, and even the ultimate, element of knowledge, of episteme, in Aristotle it is substituted by the gramma, the self-indicating and self-effacing element of the voice, and protosia, first substance. Then, Agamben says, in this logico-temporal process, the Platonic thing itself is removed and conserved, or rather, conserved only in being removed, eliminated 17 in being removed, the thing itself, language, is conserved for the coming philosophy. It remains as an exigency for philosophy to contemplate. Many years later, in the essay Philosophical Archaeology, in the context of Freud's description of the substitution of Mosaic religion with Judaic monotheism, Agamben explains the possibility of his own particular entry to these things that are covered up by the tradition. With respect to its traditum, tradition functions as a period of latency in which the traumatic event is preserved and at the same time repressed, according to the etymology that unites tradere and tradiere. 18 This applies perfectly to the secret watchword, the thing itself, being passed on throughout the history of thought. The ban is the only, negative, relation that our tradition maintains with the existence of language. Furthermore, this position of language in abandonment, forgotten but unforgettable, establishes the exigency for philosophy of thinking language as the thing itself. This, once again, makes clear how Agamben's thought is not a philosophy of potentiality, but a philosophical archaeology deeply concerned with potentiality. For Plato, the weakness of language, the reason for his sometimes esoteric recommendations, means the absence in his thought of language's presupposition. The strength of language in Aristotle is that, by positing an atomic linguistic particle, the gramma, he is capable of naming everything that takes place in language. The strength of the Messianic in Agamben, furthering the weakness of Plato's language, is a response to Aristotle's strong language. A strong sense of the Messianic is involved in the undoing of the force of potentiality as represented by the gramma. The weakness of the Messianic in Derrida, furthering the strong language of Aristotle, is a response to the weakness of Plato's language. Given the irreducible value of the gramma, a weak sense of the Messianic is involved in defending that gramma against the presumption of an ultimate interpretation. Plato and Aristotle are absolutely vital in preparing the moment of the archie of language. For Agamben's work, Plato indicated the thing itself and Aristotle substituted it with substance, and put the seal of the gramma over it, in a time lock for millennia to come. This is until in contemporary philosophy, notably Derrida, by the contemplation of the excess of the signifier over the signified, of this very seal of the gramma, Aristotle's final interpreter collapses, once again bringing thought into a direct relationship with language itself, its very thing. Agamben's key technical term, abandonment, is the default situation with regard to the Platonic thing itself, covered by Aristotelian hermeneutics. Agamben acquires his use of abandonment in its connection to the law from Jean-Luc Nancy's essay Abandoned Being. Yet the ban not only appears in Agamben's analysis of the legal law as the way in which the law creates bare life. It is also the way in which we relate to our tradition, cultural, legal, and metaphysical, in general. As will become clear, in the figure of Bartleby, Agamben seeks a way of developing banishment beyond its intrinsic relationship and abandoned banishment. The corresponding term from the Derridean vocabulary is the secret. While Agamben's hermeneutics, of culture, legal theory, and history, are marked by abandonment, Derrida's hermeneutics are concerned with the secret that they inevitably violate but never actually breach. The crucial difference between them is that while Derrida takes this hermeneutical aporia to be actually fruitful, Agamben's efforts aim at undoing the ban, and their respective weak and strong use of the Messianic reflect this distinction. As said, for Agamben, the Jean-Luc Nancy's essay on abandonment is crucial. Nancy ensues from the ontological difference the following: If from now on being is not, if it has begun to be only its own abandonment, it is because the speaking in multiple ways is abandoned, is in abandonment, and it is abandon, which is also to say openness. 19 Being, that which for Aristotle was said in many ways, polykos legiti, and whose plurality inspired Heidegger's ontology of Dasein and openness, has assumed the form of abandonment. Abandonment, to Nancy, has assumed the role of the condition of possibility for being. Being, as abandoned by all categories and transcendentals, has abandonment as its sole category and transcendental. Nancy shows how being can no longer be understood to be the one, the true, or the good. What is then only what was abandoned by being itself, as being itself is not. Whatever is in abundance of what is not, of being, and is therefore abandoned by it. What we see here is very similar to the sense of creation in Agambens' reading of the Kabbalists, wherein God exhausts the nothing, leaving or abandoning creation. Abandonment is not nothingness. 20. Nancy describes exactly the relation between the sovereign law and abandonment at stake in Agambens' work. One always abandons to a law. To be banished does not amount to coming under a provision of the law, but rather to coming under the entirety of the law. 21 Yet for Nancy, this is a definitive account. Abandonment respects the law, it cannot do otherwise. That it cannot do otherwise means it cannot be otherwise, it is not otherwise. 22 As we have seen, Agamben seeks precisely an abandonment that does not respect the law. Only if it is possible to think the being of abandonment beyond every idea of the law, even that of the empty form of laws being in force without significance, will we have moved out of the paradox of sovereignty towards a politics freed from every ban. 23 This difference is substantial for Nancy. Ontology is thus a phonology. 24 For Nancy, the law, in some way, still commands, even if it does not command anything in particular, and it does so by way of a voice. Yet for Agamben, the voice is always already removed in our philosophical tradition. So Nancy's literally irrevocable law is to Agamben always already groundless. David Kishik gives a summary of Homo Sacer. The ultimate task of Western metaphysics since the time of the Greeks has been to comprehend the single essence behind the multitude of concrete beings, to distill from the term being, which, Aristotle observes, is said in many ways, a sort of pure being, unhapless. Nevertheless, Heidegger tells us, this task remained concealed for millennia, so in the beginning of being and time he calls upon us to raise anew the question of the meaning of being, which he presents as the fundamental question of philosophy. In a barely disguised similar vein, Agamben describes the separation of bare life from the many forms of concrete life as the fundamental, though once again hidden task of Western politics. Life, which according to Aristotle, is also said in many ways, is revealed in Homo Sacer to be the very thing that politics incessantly seeks to capture and reduce to bare life, to the mere fact of being alive. 25. In setting aside the bare life of the Homo Sacer, Western politics creates the paradigm that reveals its secret. Kishik admirably presents three different stages of thought here. 1. The motive of metaphysics to identify that being of beings. 2. Heidegger's interruption by the ontological difference. In seeking this being of beings, metaphysics had always already forgotten about being. 3. Agamben's assessment of politics as operating according to the same schema as metaphysics. Yet a fourth stage appears to be missing, that metaphysics' original forgetfulness of being is not a simple oversight, it is what makes the metaphysical schema possible. That metaphysics does not think about being, does not think being, but only the being of beings, leaves a potential being to which entities are abandoned. The fourth stage that Kishik does not list is that of the philosophical archaeology that does not mean to recover or salvage power as a more original question to then properly attend to it like Heidegger's destruction of the history of being, but rather that seeks to expose a potentiality concept whose operativity depends upon its forgetfulness, and that, by finally thinking this concept, fulfills and disintegrates it. We cannot speak of there being something, being, that subsequently forgets itself and conceals itself. We cannot speak of a name that withdraws, destining itself in events of speech. Rather, What takes place is simply a movement of concealment without anything being hidden or anything hiding, without anything being veiled or anything veiling, pure self-destining without destiny, simple abandonment of the self to itself. 26. Archaeology, then, means not to remember what was, but to think what was not, potentiality. In this sense, the messianic element in archaeology of lifting the spell of abandonment is not about salvation but about justice. 27. Chapter 3. Agamben, Aristotle, and Bartleby. Over the next 2 chapters I will present a close reading of Agamben's long essay Bartleby, or On Contingency, 1993. Contingency is the mode of being that belongs to what could have been otherwise. Indeed, for that reason, contingency is the main problem of the philosophy of Leibniz, who insists that there are contingent events, but cannot account for their possibility. Contingency is examined here as the messianic destiny of potentiality, and it involves a modification of this traditional meaning of contingency. Agamben's main resource for thinking contingency is Herman Melville's Bartleby the Scrivener, a story published in 1853. In deciding on this sole essay from Agamben's work, I assume that it performs a seminal role. This avenue is informed by the premises that Agamben's work is entirely a contemplation and a critique on the concept of potentiality, and that Aristotle, through Heidegger's reading in Being and Time and Aristotle's Metaphysics Theta 1-3, on the essence and actuality of force, is his most important source. Both premises find considerable justification in the literature. 1. Potentiality in Agamben's work. Even if potentiality is his most important and enduring concern, Agamben's thought does not constitute a philosophy of potentiality, in the sense that Agamben does not embrace the Aristotelian concept. Let me recall Agamben's statement that in its deepest intention, philosophy is a firm assertion of potentiality, the construction of an experience of the possible as such. Not thought but the potential to think, not writing but the white sheet is what philosophy refuses at all costs to forget. 2. However, Agamben's work means to deplete this condition of thought by articulating it in a contingent form. Melville's Bartleby the Scrivener contains, to Agamben's mind, the strongest objection against the principle of sovereignty. 3. Bartleby remains at the limit of the ban, but is not free of it. I will locate the messianic within Agamben's concept of potentiality. The careful consideration by which Agamben seeks to understand what potentiality is should not be mistaken for attributing a sense of legitimacy to it. Let me bring out this problem by way of the ontological, political, and linguistic connotations that potentiality implies. Ontologically, potentiality is what commits beings to the absence of being, as in Jean-Luc Nancy's analysis of abandoned being. Politically, potentiality is what allows the sovereign to rule by withholding his lawmaking power in a state of exception. And, above all, linguistically, potentiality is what allows language to designate in its own absence. Potential is a force without presence, a force that insists on its own absence, and thus also on its insignificance. We can already see the slight but significant distinction with Derrida's term difference. Difference means that there is always a separation, a deferral, difference, and deference between a sign, a word or a text, and its transcendent, signified. It implies that meaning is constituted by or within this separation. Potentiality, by contrast, is a force without meaning. While Derrida gives an account of the differential way in which meaning in Western philosophy is actually conceived, Agamben argues that this conception in fact means the perennial removal of meaning. Thought takes place in the ban of a hidden meaningful core. This is what philosophy maintains. I described this metaphysical regime as a Kafkaesque bureau. The slight mistake of identifying Agamben's thought with a philosophy of potentiality, in the sense of an unambiguous embrace of potentiality, is indeed easily made, as Agamben seeks the answer to this problem within this very concept of potentiality. This is crucial to his use of the Messianic. Thus, a great deal of Agamben's work is devoted to defending this particular conception of potentiality, the one he thinks is the true one, the most damaging one. This most damaging concept of potentiality holds the key to its own inoperability, its harmful hold over Western thought is due to its being misunderstood. The philosophical concept of potentiality has kept itself in reserve. It is this essential reserve of potentiality that allows it its paradoxical sovereignty. Indeed, Agamben holds that in thus describing the most authentic nature of potentiality, Aristotle actually bequeathed the paradigm of sovereignty to Western philosophy. For Agamben subscribes to Heidegger's reading of Aristotle in Being and Time. As a modal category of presence at hand, possibility signifies what is not yet actual and what is not at any time necessary. It characterizes the merely possible. Ontologically, it is on a lower level than actuality and necessity. On the other hand, possibility as an existential is the most primordial and ultimate positive way in which Dasein is characterized ontologically. 5. Furthermore, the lecture course of summer 1931, Aristotle's Metaphysics Theta 1-3, where Heidegger joins Aristotle's argument against the Megarians, appears seminal to Agamben's thought. One sees that being capable of something, and precisely thereby being at work, are in each case something different. 6. Therefore, potentiality is the quintessentially withdrawn concept, in the ban of which thought attempts to establish itself. Potentiality is a concept which in being presupposed is set aside and disregarded. As Thirschwell states, this is not to say that we do not already have a conception of potentiality. We do have one, a brilliant one, Aristotle's, but this conception of potentiality itself remains fundamentally unthought. 7. Agamben explains this degree of unawareness of potentiality in state of exception. For reasons that we must try to clarify, this struggle for enemy between Schmidt and Benjamin seems to be as decisive for Western politics as the gigantomachia peri tesousias, the battle of giants concerning being, that defines Western metaphysics. Here, pure violence potentiality as the extreme political object, as the thing of politics, is the counterpart to pure being, to pure existence as the ultimate metaphysical stakes, the strategy of the exception, which must ensure the relation between anomic violence and law, is the counterpart to the onto-theological strategy aimed at capturing pure being in the meshes of the logos. 8. The law of politics and the logos of metaphysics depend for their significance on a zone of indistinction in which they become wedded to the signature of life absolutely, and this means that the notion of potentiality, power, which arranges this union, remains unthought. I will now explain the Aristotelian concept of potentiality as it appears in Agamben's work. The Messianic means an immanent rendering inoperative. It is vital for my argument that I expose the Messianic motif at the heart of Aristotle's potentiality. Aristotle's concept of potentiality, to Agamben's mind, is responsible for the major faults of Western thought. It is responsible for the structure of presupposition that it shares with theology, and for providing the apology and justification for sovereign power. Because this concept itself resides in hiding, hides even in Aristotle behind actuality, or when truth seems to close itself off forever in a world of things. 9. It is always read from the position of the exile. As I explained earlier, if for Heidegger metaphysics has always already forgotten about being, thinking only the being of beings, for Agamben being is in the ban of being. The examination of Agamben's concept of potentiality, then, must keep constant reference to the concept of abandonment. The question is of the entry to a concept that philosophy has come to assume, being. Everything in Agamben's writing resists this assumption. If being is forgotten, as Heidegger thought, and we cannot think of beings as belonging to being anymore, for Nancy, being is in abandonment. Being is, then, to Agamben a forgotten unforgettable, what he would call an exigency. The particular prowess of potentiality in Western thought, in the figure of sovereignty for instance, is due to this relationship of abandonment, due to the memory of what is exigent, what philosophy cannot allow itself to forget, what coincides with the possibility of philosophy. From Agamben's writing it is not immediately obvious exactly what remains in abandonment, being or beings. His citation of Heidegger's Beiträge seems clear enough. What is abandoned by whom? The being by being, which does and does not belong to it. 10. In Nancy's abandoned being, the relation of abandonment appears to be reciprocal, that the concept of essence is abandoned means being is in abandonment of being. Yet Agamben draws from this a radical conclusion: being in this sense is nothing other than being in the ban of the being. 11 Here it seems as if, in an inversion of Heidegger's formulation, being is in the ban of the existent. If being is the abandonment of being's the structure of potentiality, then there is no ground to support this relationship of banishment in the first place. Being is in the ban of the existent. To read this relation as a being in force without significance, that is, as being's abandonment to and by a law that prescribes nothing, and not even itself, is to remain inside nihilism and not to push the experience of abandonment to the extreme. 12. To push the experience of abandonment to the extreme is to take it to the point where it no longer means a relation, but rather a zone of indistinction between being and beings, potentiality and actuality. This point is approached closest in the figure of Bartleby. Aristotle's potentiality. In this section, I give a comprehensive presentation of Agamben's concept of potentiality. The Aristotelian concept of potentiality operates in secret. This means that, on the level of the declaration, it assumes a subordinate role to actuality, while on the level of the description, it is always already reinscribed in that actuality. The highest actuality is a potential actuality. Agamben means to draw potentiality out of its sanctuary. In this sense, his work is philosophical archaeology. It wants to articulate the archie of potentiality. 13 This means that undertaking an analysis of the concept of potentiality means also to transform it. To draw potentiality out of its sanctuary means to profane it, means blasphemy against its value, its meaning. In this sense, Agamben's archaeology is philosophically, politically, and theologically anarchical. In the first chapter, I presented the connection between the philosophical assumption of the existence of language and the operation of potentiality, by way of the paradox of sovereignty. Potentiality exerts itself through sovereignty, and this is what allows the existence of language a philosophical passepartout. In this way, the concept of potentiality authorizes the alliance between philosophy and theology that takes language as a given. The archaeology of potentiality means, then, also to expose the framework that philosophy shares with theology, and to undo it by philosophically engaging with the existence of language. In this schema Derrida has a pivotal position. For Derrida, language is first of all of the other, and that means there is no lingual sovereign even if language remains presupposed. While philosophy conventionally takes language as given through the sovereign position, for Derrida the givenness of language makes the sovereign irrelevant. However, it also makes her impenetrable. Indeed, for Agamben the deconstruction of origins is not sufficient, in terms of his Messianic project. Now I will address the following two questions. First, how is the concept of potentiality in Agamben's work fulfilled through a philosophical archaeology? And second, how is the monotheist assumption of the existence of language exorcised? In the Bartleby essay, Agamben explores three relationships of potentiality: the relation between thought and thoughts, that between God and creation, and, most fundamental, that between the scribe and his letters, the potentiality of writing. We will see how the assumption of the existence of language in the Aristotelian tradition keeps potentiality from its comprehensive realization. According to the theologians, God's potentiality over creation is mediated and subdued by his logos. Similarly, as Derrida demonstrated, thought's capacity for thought is mediated and compromised by writing. Yet the scribe who does not write, Bartleby, is the figure of a perfect potentiality. In him the existence of language is not assumed but articulated at its proper level of potentiality. There is, finally, a complete or perfect potentiality that belongs to the scribe who is in full possession of the art of writing in the moment in which he does not write. The scribe who does not write, of whom Bartleby is the last, exhausted figure, is perfect potentiality, which a nothing alone now separates from the act of creation. 14. It is well known how Aristotle in the Metaphysics conceives of a first principle of being, an unmoved mover, that is completely actual and void of all becoming. 15. The importance for philosophy of Aristotle's principle cannot be overestimated. The Aristotelian unmoved mover serves as the principle of ground in classical and medieval thought until modern philosophers, notably Spinoza and Leibniz, take it up and adapt it. Indeed, it is not seriously questioned before Heidegger. From the thesis of the unmoved mover it appears that Aristotle thinks actuality as prior and higher to potentiality, also a priority critically examined by Heidegger, and it is the structure that we find repeated across the entire history of ontotheology. To Agamben, this supposed highest actuality is really a receptivity engaged in receiving itself. As he explains by reference to Albert the Great's contemplation of the tabula rasa, the potential intellect is not a thing. It is nothing other than the intentio through which a thing is understood. It is not a known object but simply a pure knowability and receptivity. This is the white sheet of philosophy, which is its potentiality. Point 16. Indeed, Agamben invites us to read the metaphysics further in the subsequent book on the question of divine thought. Therefore it must be of itself that the divine thought thinks, since it is the most excellent of things, and its thinking is a thinking on thinking. 17. Agamben, inspired by Heidegger, overturns the hierarchy between actuality and potentiality in Aristotle. The highest actuality is a potentiality. Van der Heyden explains the form of actuality that Agamben finds in Aristotle. What exists, or what is in actuality, is in the ban of the sovereign potential to create and not to create. It is banned from and entrusted to this sovereign potential for its existence in actuality. In its effort to understand being out of a highest being, metaphysics does not simply affirm the pure actuality of this highest being, but rather brings into force the relation of abandonment between actuality and potentiality. Point 18. Therefore, Agamben provides a radical re-evaluation of the relationship between potentiality and actuality as often ascribed to Aristotle. Furthermore, this re-evaluation immediately involves the notion of the ban. Being itself is here conceived of as abandonment. Potentiality is defined by Aristotle as follows: a thing is capable of doing something if there will be nothing impossible in its having the actuality of that of which it is said to have the capacity. 19. Perhaps it would not be an exaggeration to say that Agamben's work in its entirety means to correct the conventional reading of this sentence. Indeed, while one would be inclined to read the sentence as follows: what is possible, or potential, is that with respect to which nothing is impossible, or impotential. If there is no impossibility, then there is possibility. 20. Agamben offers an idiosyncratic reading of the statement: a thing is said to be potential if, when the act of which it is said to be potential is realized, there will be nothing impotential. 21. While the first formula sees to the logical and practical possibility of the potential, the second one sees to the sublation or vanquishing of its impotential. What is potential can pass over into actuality only at the point at which it sets aside its own potential not to be. Impotentiality is not negated here but set apart, suspended in a paradigmatic turn. Point 22. The first formulation makes the fulfillment of potentiality reducible to the principle of non-contradiction. It assumes the ground and the existence of language. The second formulation, which sees to the completion of potentiality, is the horizon toward which Agamben's work strives. It hosts an experiment with truth. Point 23. This is Agamben's position to this day, as is clear from his recent essay From the Book to the Screen, where he discusses the relationship between a completed work and the notes toward it. In Outlines and Notes, potentiality has not been transferred to the act and has not been integrally exhausted in it. The wanting to write has remained unrealized and uncompleted. In Pasolini's Petrolio, however, according to all the evidence, the possible or virtual book does not precede its real fragments but claims to coincide with them, and these are nothing other than the re-evocation and revocation of the possible book. Point 24. Now we can understand why Agamben, in his efforts to take Aristotle's concept of potentiality to its fulfillment, is not writing a philosophy of potentiality. His work does not keep to the schema of potentiality, but instead means to upset it violently. Agamben's fulfillment of the concept of potentiality actually disintegrates it, redeems it. In a way that is very similar to, but ultimately distinct from, deconstruction, Agamben's work seeks the messianic fulfillment and collapse of potentiality. The essay on Bartleby immediately brings out the enticing feature that Alice Legge described, of the childlike encounter with the existence of language. The late Byzantine lexicon that goes under the name of Suda contains the following definition in the entry Aristotle, Aristoteles tes physios grammatias en ton kolomen apobrekhan eis noun. Aristotle was the scribe of nature who dipped his pen in thought. Hat is decisive is not so much the image of the scribe of nature, as the fact that nous, thought or mind, is compared to an ink pot in which the philosopher dips his pen. The ink, the drop of darkness with which the pen writes, is thought itself. 25. Where Legge relates of being overcome by a childhood experience wherein from underneath the world of names and terms, a new kind of bare existence emerges. Here Agamben begins his essay by pointing at the way in which Aristotle was considered a philosopher who thought in the stead of thought itself. The actuality of Aristotle's thought matches the potentiality of the nous. From both descriptions, from Agamben and Legge, we get a sense of a confrontation not with any particular and determined concept, but with being, thought, or language as such. Indeed, to medieval philosophers Aristotle was known simply as the philosopher, and Agamben continues this usage. I will keep emphasizing this feature of Agamben's writing, because it is essential in bringing out its messianic motif. As Agamben finds the zone wherein language as such comes to the fore, he carries out the work of philosophical archaeology. For it is exactly the structure of potentiality that denies language to ever appear as such. Instead, language applies itself through the paradox of sovereignty, and we experience language as such only in the absence of the right word. But when does language speak itself as language? Curiously enough, when we cannot find the right word for something that concerns us, carries us away, oppresses or encourages us. Then we leave unspoken what we have in mind and, without rightly giving it thought, undergo moments in which language itself has distantly and fleetingly touched us with its essential being. 26. Here Heidegger marks the relationship of the ban and how it mediates our own experimentum linguae. Therefore, by demonstrating this feature of operating in the zone of indistinction between actuality and potentiality, Agamben performs the following tasks: 1. To confront the theological underpinnings of philosophical thought, 2. To exhaust potentiality in its own fulfillment, and 3. To conduct the experimentum linguae. The praise for Aristotle from the Suda captures a general philosophical ideal that connects to Derrida's critical assessment of the metaphysics of presence. To think in the stead of thought itself is for thought to be forever immediate, unadulterated, and present to itself. This ideal, which involves a theory of the life of philosophy, is the one that Derrida deconstructs, yet it is also the one that Agamben is able to salvage. As I said, potentiality is often understood as being reducible to actuality, and thus extremely hard to consider in its own right. The deep influence of potentiality and the sovereign on Western thought actually depend upon this aloofness. As Agamben says, the potential not to is the cardinal secret of the Aristotelian doctrine of potentiality. We have seen how it keeps itself secret, by posing as actuality. This is its exigency. This is what constitutes the relationship of abandonment. 27. Agamben takes the example of the human being's potentiality for thought. How is it possible? How can the mind be capable of thoughts? If the mind is to be capable of thought rather than reducible to its actual thoughts, it must be capable of thought itself as well as being capable to not think. How can a potential to think itself? Presumably, the result would have to take the form of a particular, actual thought. Furthermore, as Agamben asks, how is it possible to think a potential not to think? 28. The result would be a performative contradiction. The highest thought, the thought of thought itself, of its own potentiality, falls into the following aporia. The highest thought can neither think nothing nor think something, neither remain potential nor become actual, neither right nor not right. 29. It must remain a potential, for thought. To avoid this aporia, Aristotle turns it around. Thought that thinks itself neither thinks an object nor thinks nothing. It thinks its own potentiality, to think and not to think, and what thinks its own potential is what is most divine and blessed. 30. Most divine and blessed, as is often the case, Aristotle lends himself here to a theological reading, which is another way of saying that theology was constructed upon an Aristotelian foundation. To Agamben, what Aristotle does here is to reinsert potentiality into the highest actual thought. The thought that is the most divine and blessed does not discriminate any more between potential and actual, instead, it makes of itself a zone of indistinction between them. Yet Agamben also points out how the self-capacity and receptivity of thought are captured philosophically through the metaphor of writing, and thus involve the thesis of the existence of language. Agamben posits the question of thought's self-potential squarely with the theological theme of divine creation, creatio ex nihilo, the prince of the Falasifa Muslim Aristotle scholars himself, Avicenna, conceived of the creation of the world as an act in which the divine intelligence thinks itself. 31 The relationship between the mind and its thought runs perfectly analogous to the relationship between God and creation. Both tacitly depend upon the relationship between the scribe and the letters he writes. Both tacitly depend on the potentiality of language. The philosophical constellation that Agamben sets out to chart is crossed immediately by a theological system. Aristotle's theory of the mind's capacity for thought, by its special kind of potentiality, involves a theory of creation. In the context of a discussion of early Arab and Jewish scholars of Aristotle, Agamben unearths the very positing of the presupposition of the existence of language. In the process of acquiring knowledge, the science of letters grammatology marks the transition from the inexpressible to the expressible. In the process of creation, it indicates the passage from potentiality to actuality. Ibn Arabi defines existence, pure being, which for the scholastics is simply the ineffable, as a letter of which you are the meaning. 32. Here, the knowability of the mind as a potentiality goes underground and is concealed by a letter. This means that a thought that was without presupposition and only accepted the intrinsic knowability of its object is substituted by a philosophy marked by a fundamental assumption, the existence of language, call it voice, which it henceforth has to exclude and leave unthought. Agamben describes exactly the same maneuver in the essay The Thing Itself, dedicated to Jacques Derrida, the last of the grammatologians. In this logico-temporal process, the Platonic thing itself is removed and conserved, or, rather, conserved only in being removed, eliminated. This is why the gramma appears into interpretation. 33 The gramma is here the placeholder of the existence of God. Here we also have the cause for the disagreement between Agamben and Derrida. Derrida, as the last grammatologian, brings the presupposition of language to the fore, provides the means of thinking the archie of the division that excluded the non-lingual, the potential to not use language, yet he does not do away with it, does not execute the archaeology. Derrida turns to the moment of this division, makes it into a philosophy, restored philosophical standing to the concepts of absence and privation, developing them into an actual ontology of the trace and originary supplement, but does not reveal their archie. 34 Instead, grammatology turned into deconstruction, cementing the philosophy of presupposition further by anchoring it in its own impossibility. The concept trace is not a concept, just as the name difference is not a name. This is the paradoxical thesis that is already implicit in the grammatological project and that defines the proper status of Derrida's terminology. Grammatology was forced to become deconstruction in order to avoid this paradox, or, more precisely, to seek to dwell in it correctly. 35. So when Derrida writes, the concept of the supplement is a sort of blind spot in Rousseau's text, the not seen that opens and limits visibility, he means that the supplement can never be actualized in an unambiguous way, and that philosophical understanding is limited to grasping the differential play of its contradictory signatories. 36 This, then, is another statement of Derrida's unconditional deference to the sovereign ban of potentiality. 37 If Derrida's grammatology exposes the thought of presupposition, deconstruction provides the negative ground for it. Agamben at times blames Derrida bitterly for this, yet he also champions the discovery of philosophy's core assumption. In Derrida's thought, we can identify the presupposition of language in the following form. It is there, before us, without us there is someone, something that happens to us, and that has no need of us to happen, to us. And this relation to the event or alterity, as well as to chance or the occasion, leaves us completely disarmed, and one has to be disarmed. The has to says yes to the event, it is stronger than I am, it was there before me. The has to is always the recognition of what is stronger than I, and there has to be a has to. One has to have to. 38. In the secret of the other, in what is to come, which, for Derrida, is the messianic dimension of our existence. Derrida presupposes the existence and givenness of language, and this necessitates his ethics of responsibility. Theology is a discipline that keeps God to his word, theologos creation. God's potential is held in absolute proximity to his will, and this bond makes use of the paradox of sovereignty. Indeed, as Kevin Hart says, theology is a discipline for paradisiacal exiles. It is only after the fall that a theology is needed, and the theological experience of language is one of abandonment. 39 As the sovereign is capable of implementing his power, or withholding it, so God is conceived as capable of creation, while he remains at the same time transcendent of it. Yet, as van der Heyden explains, a law that demands nothing in particular is a law that may potentially demand everything, since its structure of demanding its being in force remains intact. Yet, the potentiality to demand everything does not include the potentiality not to demand. 40 The sovereign is not capable of unilaterally relinquishing the relationship of the ban. It is what constitutes him as sovereign. Theologically, God is not capable of nothing, of non-creation or decreation. The Church condemns Gnosticism and Marcionism. Indeed, what the paradox of sovereignty in this case obscures, and perhaps must obscure, is the assumption of existence. The paradox removes offstage the fact that the theological thesis does not actually involve creatio ex nihilo, for God is implicitly rendered incapable of the nothing. Indeed, at this point of the text, Agamben examines the notion of the nothing. More and more, the nothing begins to resemble something, albeit something of a special kind. 41 The nothing appears to be a concept of onto theology. This critique of the philosophical and theological use of a concept of nothing is justified by the particular scope of Bartleby's contingency. While the nothing is merely a metaphysical or theological default situation, contingency in the sense that Agamben is after the contingent realization of potentiality, of the potential not to, implies not a reduction to the nothing, but a revolution that involves even the nothing. This is because in the contingent entity, potentiality and impotentiality are both manifest. For this reason, Agamben favors the heretical view that the act of creation is God's descent into an abyss that is simply his own potentiality and impotentiality, his capacity to and capacity not to. 42 In this view, God's existence is coextensive with the nothing, with hell. Agamben has indeed aligned himself with this other tradition, which can be found in Neoplatonism and that is continued in Jewish mysticism, wherein God's potentiality is conceived of without its bond to his logos. The nothing from which all creation proceeds is God himself. Divine being, or rather hyperbeing, is the nothing of beings, and only by, so to speak, sinking into this nothing was God able to create the world. Only when we succeed in sinking into this Tartarus and experiencing our own impotentiality do we become capable of creating, truly becoming poets. 43. This nothing, Agamben thinks of as the infinite catalogue of Leibniz's possible worlds, the palace of destinies. An immense pyramid that shines at its peak, extending infinitely downwards. Each of the innumerable apartments that compose the palace represents one of Sextus's Tarquinius possible destinies, to which corresponds a possible world that was never realized. The best of all possible worlds projects an infinite shadow downwards, which sinks lower and lower to the extreme universe which even celestial beings cannot comprehend, in which nothing is composable with anything else and nothing can take place. 44. In this image, God is not aloof from creation and only involved in it by way of the paradox of sovereignty by way of the Church, but instead he creates by making himself coextensive with the nothing. And this is the true form of the potentiality of creation. Here we see its potentiality beyond abandonment. As said, this offers an account of creation that has no recourse to the thesis of the Logos. Furthermore, this is the condition of the true poet. Agamben demonstrates that Bartleby is such a poet, and so is Derrida. If in the move from grammatology to deconstruction, Derrida appears to provide a negative foundation for the philosophy of presupposition. This negative foundation is a way of depleting the assumption, redeeming thought from it. The image of God creating the world by sinking into and thus saturating the nothing appears to have been influential to Agamben. De la Durante makes much of Agamben's citation of Benjamin, the statement that his philosophy is steeped in theology, a rapport similar to the one that God maintains with the nothing. I hold that it is actually Derrida who descends the nothing, filling it up, allowing Agamben to step onto a new world, terra incognita. This is the gesture that philosophical archaeology makes, depositing a form of narrative, of life, and of writing, which exceeds the Tartarus to dwell in the garden. 45. This image of a descent into the nothing returns toward the end of the Bartleby essay, in the context of a discussion on Leibniz's table of modalities, and the way in which Bartleby with his ascetic formula succumbs to it, and consumes it completely. As I explore the terminology of the Messianic, by looking at the relationships between law, life, and writing/scripture, and analyzes the way in which life succumbs to law, and thus makes this same descent. Yet by this compliance life vanquishes the law, saturates and exhausts the demands that it must make, making way for a kind of biography that would be off the record, post-historical, messianic. Let me briefly summarize what we have seen so far. Aristotle is appreciated in the philosophical tradition as the thinker truly capable of thought in a way, moreover, that runs structurally analogous to God's capacity for creation. In fact, both the divine capacity for creation and the human capacity for thought are reducible to the metaphor of the scribe's passion and capacity for writing, the white sheet. Yet the success of the metaphor betrays how it provides a tacit foundation to both the philosophy of mind and the dogma of creatio ex nihilo. The mind can be capable of its own contents only if it conceives of itself as a potential actual, or an actual potential a writing tablet. God can only be capable of the world as its sovereign depending on his logos. The theist principle of language is assumed in both the philosophy of mind and the theological doctrine of God's omnipotence. And therefore the ontology of potentiality, the ontology of abandonment, is the same as the ontology of language. The idea of power depends upon the presupposition of language. The main claim of this chapter relates to how potentiality, as it is involved in the story of creation as well as the Aristotelian conception of the mind, depends upon the assumption of language through the principle of sovereignty. Instead, Agamben thinks that a true conception of potentiality, the potentiality of Bartleby, would mean a potentiality without assumption, a potentiality beyond will, beyond logos. This would mean to conceive potentiality beyond the relation of abandonment, and place it at the threshold of its proper relation of abandonment. In thematizing this other conception of potentiality, we came across the image of God's descent into the nothing, allowing creation's existence. The structure of this creation is extremely important to Agamben, referring to it particularly with regard to Benjamin's boutade concerning the relationship between his thought and theology, and it is expressly significant for understanding the motif of the Messianic. The Messianic comes about by way of the saturation of potentiality. Chapter 4. Agamben's Messianic. To Agamben, Bartleby the Scrivener belongs to both a literary and a philosophical constellation. Fictional scribes such as Gogol's Akaky Akakievich, Flaubert's Bavard, and Pekuchet, Dostoevsky's Prince Mishkin, Walser's Simon Tanner, and notably Kafka's courtroom assistants make up for the literary assembly in which Bartleby shines. These clerks and copyists who write yet do not force themselves onto the world, are figures able to reconcile the demands of sainthood and artistic creation within themselves. They are characters that do not imprint their signature, their mark, on the pages that they handle. They are writers who do not share in the common problem of authors upon viewing their own work as either a magnificent expression of the human condition or a pile of rubbish meaningful to no one precisely because, as Dickinson puts it, these are two reactions often felt in close proximity to one another. One Bartleby, like his fellow scribes, is a figure that conducts an experiment wherein being and language are questioned, held in suspense. He will not simply help himself to the value of language and its truth. Bartleby is a very different character, then, from those writers that this study also deals with, like Rousseau and Derrida, who were highly uneasy regarding their authorial responsibility. On the other hand, the first list of names belong to fictional characters, the second of authors, and the ease with which Agambens clerks and copyists live among their papers might just be a symptom of the apprehension of their creators. Point 2. I dwell on this because I think, contra Agamben, that the literary constellation is not to be separated from the philosophical one. Both Prince Mishkin and particular creatures of Robert Walser's appear elsewhere in Agamben's work, and the ideal they stand for, of an innocence regained. Dostoevsky's idiot is not immature, he desires Aglaya Yepenkin, is crucial to the problem that the philosophical constellation is attempting to capture, and as such they are relevant to this study. The potentiality of the Scrivener. In the previous chapter, I have explained what is involved in thinking potentiality in philosophical archaeology. It must do away with certain assumptions and in doing so suspend the relationship between abandonment and potentiality. I presented questions concerning the potentiality of the human mind and the potentiality for creation that is God's. Into this environment Agamben introduces Bartleby. As a scribe who has stopped writing, Bartleby is the extreme figure of the nothing from which all creation derives, and at the same time, he constitutes the most implacable vindication of his nothing as pure, absolute potentiality. The Scrivener has become the writing tablet, he is now nothing other than his white sheet. It is not surprising, therefore, that he dwells so obstinately in the abyss of potentiality and does not seem to have the slightest intention of leaving it. Point 3. Bartleby is the exemplary figure for Agamben to follow, as he maintains, between will and act, between being and nothing, his potential to write. Agamben objects to a dominant tradition in ethics that reduces the problem of potentiality to the terms of will and morality. Not what you can do, but what you want to do or must do is its dominant theme. This is what the man of the law repeats to Bartleby. When he asks him to go to the post office, just step around to the post office, won't you, and Bartleby opposes him with his usual I would prefer not to, the man of the law hastily translates Bartleby's answer into you will not. But Bartleby, with his soft but firm voice, specifies, I prefer not, which appears 3 times, is the only variation of Bartleby's usual phrase, and if Bartleby then renounces the conditional, this is only because doing so allows him to eliminate all traces of the verb will, even in its modal use. Point 4. Bartleby, then, does not make his potential to write secondary to his will to write. To the contrary, Bartleby is capable only without wanting, he is capable only de potentia absoluta. But his potentiality is not, therefore, unrealized, it does not remain unactualized on account of a lack of will. On the contrary, it exceeds will, his own and that of others, at every point. Point 5. He is positioned, then, exactly at the theological site whence the sovereign band draws its force. This is Agamben's signature move in depleting sovereign power, occupying the throne. So if Derrida accuses Agamben of hubris by claiming the position of Archie for himself, it should be understood that Agamben has not simply become the dupe of his object in a psychological way, his move is deliberate. Point 6. As we have seen in van der Heyden's formulation, the sovereign ban works as it displaces the value of a highest being onto the relation between actuality and potentiality. The highest being, the supreme actuality, is a potential actuality, an actual potentiality. Point 7. Bartleby assumes office at exactly this point of the potentiality of writing, and this is what makes him intolerable, not just to his employer the man of the law but also to the philosophy of presupposition. For what Bartleby makes manifest is the existence of language in the form of potentiality, a scribe who yet does not write. Contrary to a law that demands nothing in particular, but potentially everything, in close analogy to Benjamin's idea of a general strike, Bartleby's reply I would prefer not to means the absolute enactment of his own potential not to write. Bartleby is the figure, then, that makes potentiality manifest in mastering its impotentiality, in the same way that Kafka's man from the country engages in the relationship of the ban and, perhaps, masters it? Agamben seeks the origin of Bartleby's statement "I would prefer not to" in a term from the skeptic tradition, oumalin, no more than. It denotes epike, suspension of judgment, suspension of meaning, and also indifference. 8 Agamben explains that this oumalin is connected to the disinterested way in which a messenger makes an announcement. The comportment of oumalin is indifference, the neutral comportment of the messenger. And in the skeptic tradition this comportment is attached to language itself. Language itself is the messenger, language itself expresses the oumalin. The skeptic does not simply oppose aphasia to phases, silence to discourse, rather, he displaces language from the register of the proposition, which predicates something of something, legion it katatinos, to that of the announcement, which predicates nothing of nothing. Language does not need to say something in particular. 9. Indeed, Agamben's short characterization of the skeptic reminds us of Derrida. In describing an authentic experience of language as potentiality, and thus of impotentiality, the capacity not to, Derrida is Agamben's closest collaborator. Suspension in this sense, wherein Bartleby neither accommodates nor refuses, is a key motif in Derrida's work. The presence of meaning is, in Derrida's work, neither destroyed nor affirmed, it is suspended by a prior difference. Yet the no more than in Derrida is a result of the mechanism of difference, it is a relative no more than. Agamben's ambition is precisely to think contingency beyond relation, being absolutely consigned to being thus. Being thus means not undivided being as it is, but being called thus, being as such. It denotes the thing in itself as the thing taking place in language. It is not, as Bela Kropson offers, what just is but what is just so. 10. Leibniz's principle of sufficient reason makes a connection between reason and being. There is a reason for which something does rather than does not exist. 11 For Aristotle as well as for Augustine, the principle of non-contradiction and the principle of ground were mutually implied. Bartleby's formula, by insisting on only this rather than or no more than as implied in "I would prefer not to," destroys this bond. In Bartleby's world, reason is not servile to being. In the ascetic Schlaraffenland in which Bartleby is at home, there is only a rather fully freed of all ratio, a preference and a potentiality that no longer function to assure the supremacy of being over nothing but exist, without reason, in the indifference between being and nothing. 12 In dissolving the bonds between reason and being and potentiality, in his infinite suspense of his capacity to write, Bartleby is the herald of pure potentiality. To be capable, in pure potentiality, to bear the no more than beyond being and nothing, fully experiencing the impotent possibility that exceeds both, this is the trial that Bartleby announces. The green screen that isolates his desk traces the borders of an experimental laboratory in which potentiality, 3 decades before Nietzsche and in a sense that is altogether different from his, frees itself of the principle of reason. Emancipating itself from being and non-being alike, potentiality thus creates its own ontology. 13. Potentiality is irreducible to both being and nothing. Potentiality can be and not be at the same time. In fact, it is this contradictory coincidence. As we have already seen, in a number of volumes and essays, Agamben identifies the existence of potentiality with the phenomenon of language. 14. Let me briefly summarize the argument. The tradition of metaphysics is aligned with theology in presupposing a first principle, the existence of language. Yet it does not simply posit this existence, but redefines it as an actual potentiality. We have seen this with regard to Aristotle. Aristotle's metaphysics that posit an unmoved mover is in harmony with his philosophy of mind, in which divine thought is a thought engaged in receiving itself. Leibniz's principle of sufficient reason is also obviously theist. 15 In this way, the principle of potentiality operates by way of the paradox of sovereignty, which means by the relationship of abandonment. I have already compared it to a Kafkaesque bureau. Every interpretation that keeps entities in the ban of being, moreover, is complicit in this structure. It is the messianic and exigent task of the coming philosophy to overturn it. Bartleby is instrumental in this revolution in the following way: the schema of potentiality relies on abandonment. Yet Bartleby announces his full potentiality, by being master over and dislodging and suspending the connection rather than from the principle of sufficient reason. So Bartleby is not merely a scribe who prefers not to write so, a scribe who would rather not write but, to the contrary, a scribe who in being capable of this preference, who in being capable beyond his will and beyond reason, experiences and suffers the indifference between being and nothing. If the principle of reason says that there must be a reason for something to be rather than not, which Heidegger puts in question, Bartleby is capable of this rather than and permanently releases it from its mediating role between reason and being. There is another explanation of this argument, and it speaks to Agamben's method of the paradigm. As Agamben often points out, every presupposition excludes something. The principle of reason, nihil fit sine causat, says that there is a reason for which something does rather than does not exist. The principle excludes, in seizing its own rather than its ratio, that there might be something without reason, or that there might not be something with reason. As in his complicated response to the Aristotelian principle of non-contradiction, which I discussed in the first chapter, Agamben homes in on what the presupposition excludes at the pivotal point, the rather than. This rather than is accordingly suspended, and indeed, it is rendered suspension itself, by way of its counterpart in the skeptic tradition, O Malin, no more than. Bartleby's I would prefer not to announces the paradigmatic suspension of the principle of sufficient reason. In working this separation from being and reason, Bartleby, according to Agamben, runs an experiment without truth. The conditions under which the Bartleby formula is true are suspended in its very pronouncement. Instead, the formula conveys a sense of an experience of a thing's capacity to be true and, at the same time, not to be true. 16. This brings Agamben to consider the ontological modality of contingency. Contingency means an actuality that is possibly as it is not, it could not be, it could be otherwise. Interestingly, this sense of contingency is the polar opposite of the sense that Agamben means to install in it, that of the being whatever. This is a kind of being it does not matter which, indifferently. Being such that it always matters. 17. The contingent in Agamben is committed to its heki, its being absolutely as it is such. This is the contingency of Agamben's political form of life. This is also the modality of things and figures that are irreparable. Irreparable means that these things are consigned without remedy to their being thus, that they are precisely and only there thus. 18. So while contingency in the usual sense means the object could have been otherwise, depending on its conditioning factors, to Agamben it means the object's absolute resignation to its being thus. Contingency is the being itself, the thing itself of a thing or an object. It is the thing or object in its paradigmatic exemplarity. What Bartleby releases from the spell of potentiality is a contingent existence, redeemed of potentiality. It has fulfilled its capacity to not be. While contingency as we know it is that modality of being that cannot be, Agamben thinks a fulfilled contingency that finally cannot not be. The greatest punishment, the lack of the vision of God, thus turns into a natural joy, irremediably lost. Those who are in limbo persist without pain in divine abandon. God has not forgotten them, but rather they have always already forgotten God, and in the face of their forgetfulness, God's forgetting is impotent. Like letters with no addressee, these uprising beings remain without a destination. Neither blessed like the elected, nor hopeless like the damned, they are infused with a joy with no outlet. 19. Particularly the sentence about letters with no addressee helps to connect the examination of contingency with this contemplation on limbo. Given Agamben's interest in Bartleby, Bartleby's previous employment was at the Dead Letter Office in Washington. Agamben considers various checks and restraints on contingency. If being at all times and places preserved its potential not to be, the past itself could in some sense be called into question, and moreover, no possibility would ever pass into actuality or remain in actuality. The aporias of contingency are, as a result, traditionally tempered by two principles. 20. Indeed, traditionally contingency is deemed incapable of revoking the past and the present. The past is conceived of as void of potentiality, and the present too is thought to be necessary insofar as it is. Agamben then adds a third restraint on contingency, which pertains to future events. The only restraint Agamben accepts is that of conditioned necessity, which pertains to the contingency of the present. For this restraint comes about exactly in the formula of the fulfillment of potentiality. Aristotle's use of the principle, as Agamben invokes it, runs as follows: what is necessary as long as it is, and what is not is necessary as long as it is not. 21. This is the principle of conditioned necessity that Aristotle defends in the formula of potentiality that I am bringing out. A thing is said to be potential if, when the act of which it is said to be potential is realized, there will be nothing impotential. This is not the actualization that leaves its potential, but one that exhausts its potential by fulfilling it. The act that remains simply in the ban of its potential is at all times a necessitated act. Only the act that fully implements its potentiality is contingent in having depleted its conditions of impossibility. And these conditions it manages to set aside, and suspend together with the assumption they make on it. It becomes pure singularity, pure being called by language as such. Thus, this kind of contingency is not the contingency that might have been otherwise, in reference to its potentiality. This contingency is absolutely and irremediably consigned to its being thus. Because Bartleby means the occurrence of potentiality as such, his experiment cannot content itself with merely the potentiality of the present, it must reinsert potentiality into the past. How can potentiality be turned toward the past? First, there is Nietzsche's eternal return. The past is potential of itself in that it is destined to infinite recurrence. Yet Agamben remarks that this is only the recurrence of the actual. Potentiality is cast back onto the past, but it is not the potentiality of the past. Agamben unearths certain ethical problems with this option. Once this possible is realized, what happens to what was capable of being? The will to power is, in truth, the will to will, an eternally repeated action. Only as such is it potentialized. This is why the scrivener must stop copying, why he must give up his work. 22. What is the difference exactly between the way in which Bartleby separates potentiality from the principle of reason and Nietzsche's eternal recurrence? For Nietzsche, past events return as potential to test the will. Yet Bartleby objects precisely to this return. Here Bartleby's former employment becomes interesting, the dead letter office that I mentioned in the context of Agamben's short essay on limbo. Bartleby is attuned precisely to the potentiality of what never was. On the writing tablet of the celestial scribe, the letter, the act of writing, marks the passage from potentiality to actuality, the occurrence of a contingency. But precisely for this reason, every letter also marks the non-occurrence of something. Every letter is in this sense a dead letter. For every letter that is written, contingently, there are infinite letters that were not. 23. The copyist, copying the letters that were in fact recorded, repeats only the actual, and this is why Bartleby, as a scribe who does not write but keeps to his post, fulfills the potentiality of these dead letters. In this sense Bartleby is a messianic figure. If Bartleby is a new Messiah, he comes not, like Jesus, to redeem what was, but to save what was not. The Tartarus into which Bartleby, the new Savior, descends is the deepest level of the palace of destinies, that whose sight Leibniz cannot tolerate, the world in which nothing is composable with anything else, where nothing exists rather than something. And Bartleby comes not to bring a new table of the law but, as in the Kabbalistic speculations on the Messianic kingdom, to fulfill the Torah by destroying it from top to bottom. 24. So if Jesus Christ, submitting himself to a trial without judgment to the most ignominious death, attempts to redeem what was, Bartleby, conducting an experiment with truth, presenting the question under what conditions can something occur and, that is, at the same time, not occur, be true no more than not, means to save what was not. 25. Bartleby, then, is the figure who is capable of his potential, in excess of his will, articulating his potentiality in full and thereby evincing the emasculated potentiality within God's act of creation in the theological sense, as well as the classical understanding of the relationship between mind and thought. Bartleby as a messianic figure. Agamben understands Bartleby as the euphoria between Nietzsche's eternal return and Amory and Adorno's, and Ivan Karamazov's, resentment. Where for Nietzsche everything that was is redeemed, simply by way of its reappearance, so that it may be innocent once again, yet in spite of everything that was not, Zarathustra teaches men to will backward, to desire that everything repeat itself. 26. For Amory and Adorno the very idea of redemption is a travesty, and innocence is lost forever. These positions separated historically by the crisis of the Holocaust. 27. If Leibniz's pyramid of possible destinies is enacted in Nietzsche's return of the same, for Amory it is overturned, and can be felt from the depths of the Tartarus, if everything had taken place only between SS man Wajis and me, and if an entire inverted pyramid of SS men, SS helpers, officials, capos, and metal-bedecked generals had not weighed on me, I would have died calmly and appeased along with my fellow man with the death's head insignia. 28. Bartleby, however, is a figure of selective, critical atonement. Bartleby's potentiality means the messianic reconciliation between what was but could not have been, and what was not but could have been. Together, they are taken up and reunited in the mind of God, a God become capable de potentia absoluta. 29. For Agamben, Bartleby stands at the foundation of a new creation, God's second creation. In this moment, life steps away from its reference to writing and the law. In this moment, the creature is saved in being irreparably astray from God. The extraordinary power of the irreparable comes across clearly in Agamben's recent essay Pilate and Jesus. Justice and salvation cannot be reconciled, every time, they return to mutually excluding and calling for each other. The world, in its fallenness, does not want salvation but justice. And it wants it precisely because it is not asking to be saved. As unsavable, creatures judge the eternal. This is the paradox that in the end, before Pilate, cuts Jesus short. 30. What all this suggests is that Bartleby's statement means the undoing of writing and of the law. In this sense, Bartleby is to Agamben a messianic figure. Pure potentiality, then, means something beyond the dichotomy between being and non-being, and in extending this far, it also points beyond justice, when justice sanctions either of these two. Potentiality, then, deposits a contingent remnant, the irreparable. Bartleby ends up in jail, in the halls of justice. To Agamben's mind, the concentration camp is a state of exception, one that no will can assume. Bartleby also creates a state of exception, a zone of pure potentiality, beyond the grasp of any will. In this zone, we find the indistinguishability between what could not have been but was and what could have been but was not. 31. The zone of that indistinction which is beyond justice then, becomes the ethos of a new creature. At this point, Bartleby's formula has exhausted the modalities of metaphysics, destroyed their law, and within his spell unfolds the as yet undetermined scope for a new form of life. This constitutes the messianic event within philosophy. Messianic contingency. From Agamben's writings as well as from other sources, all drawing from the meontology, the account of things that are not, of St. Paul's letters, it is apparent how a certain messianic contingency means to exist as not existing. 32. In Agamben this is contingency, and it follows from his argument on Bartleby. Contingency to Agamben means not to exist arbitrarily or absurdly, not the heroic contingency of existentialism, but rather means to exist as not existing, an existence the negative dimension of which is not a constant possibility, but on the contrary is already enacted in it. And this is because this existence has exhausted its own impotentiality within itself. Where existentialist contingency means to be inexplicably cast onto the world, Agamben's contingency means to be irreparably suspended from ground. While existentialism always thinks the relation of abandonment to the nothing, Agamben lifts the spell of the nothing and collapses it onto the existent, the nothing no more the overbearing counterpart to the existent. The hardest thing in this experience of the Tartarus is not the nothing or its darkness, in which many nevertheless remain imprisoned. The hardest thing is being capable of annihilating this nothing and letting something, from nothing, be. 33. I have already made clear that the decisive feature of this kind of contingency is not its potential for being otherwise, depending on its conditioning factors. On the contrary, the striking feature of Agamben's contingency is that it means an irreparable assignment to being as such. Irreparable means that these things, various perceptions reported in Robert Walser's stories, are consigned without remedy to their being thus, and that they are precisely and only there thus. Irreparable also means that for them there is literally no shelter possible, that in their being thus they are absolutely exposed, absolutely abandoned. This implies that both necessity and contingency, those two crosses of Western thought, have disappeared from the post-Iudicium world. The world is now forever and necessarily contingent or contingently necessary. 34. This being thus is the object's absolute exposure before language. It is its own knowability and truth, the thing itself that only appeared as a paradigm, a residue to the presuppositions concerning it. At the same time, this absolute assignment to a being thus is contingent. It is that which both can be and cannot be. The irreparable condition is contingency, that which is its thus absolutely, is the contingent. This is because only that which is irremediably such as it is has so completely realized its potentiality as to fulfill in existing its existential impotentiality. A truly contingent event has no ground beneath it, but wears its own taking place like a halo suspended above a halo of profanity. Bartleby, who is capable of writing beyond his will, and of whom we can only say that he might have written, performs the perfect act of writing. The perfect act of writing comes not from a power to write, but from an impotence that turns back on itself and in this way comes to itself as a pure act. 35. Bartleby's writing, then, is not the actualization of a potentiality that is structurally prior to it. It is the fulfillment of a potentiality, of the power not to write. In turning back onto this impotentiality and making it real, Bartleby's gesture liberates itself from the modalities of necessity, possibility, and impossibility, as it frees itself from the will. Furthermore, Bartleby's experiment revokes the necessity of the past. History is reconceived as contingent, as having the possibility of having been otherwise. The inoperability of the law after Bartleby's experiment does not mean its destruction. Rather, the nature of the law is radically transformed. This law is written with the breath of God on hearts of flesh. In other words, it is not a text, but the very life of the Messianic community, not a writing, but a form of life. 36. To consolidate contingency with a view to necessity, possibility, and impossibility, we then arrive at Aristotle's statement that I quoted earlier: a thing is said to be potential if, when the act of which it is said to be potential is realized, there will be nothing impotential. I have already marked the difference between Agamben's translation and traditional translations. The phrase in its traditional wording involves the modalities of necessity and possibility and impossibility, and designates the space between them to contingency. Agamben means to think potentiality independently of these modalities. Let me clarify this discord between Agamben and Nietzsche on the contingency of the past. There are three sources we can consult on this issue: the present essay on Bartleby, Remnants of Auschwitz, and The Time That Remains. At this moment in the Bartleby essay, Agamben refers to the Nicomachean Ethics, where Aristotle speaks of the impossibility of wanting Troy to be sacked. 37. As we cannot want it, we have to resent the fact that it was. Nietzsche judges severely on resentment, on the spirit of revenge, and accordingly demands of the will to will backwards. However, solely concerned with repressing the spirit of revenge, Nietzsche completely forgets the laments of what was not or could have been otherwise. 38. There is a certain space of resentment, then, that Agamben defends. Let us consider an event more dramatic even than that of Troy's destruction. Agamben writes: the ethics of the 20th century opens with Nietzsche's overcoming of resentment. Against the impotence of the will with respect to the past, against the spirit of revenge for what has irrevocably taken place and can no longer be willed, Zarathustra teaches men to will backward, to desire that everything repeat itself. Auschwitz also marks a decisive rupture in this respect. 39. Auschwitz is the event of which no will could ever be capable. There are ontological reasons for this. Agamben refers to Primo Levi's mode of resentment, One cannot want Auschwitz to return for eternity, since in truth it has never ceased to take place, it is always already repeating itself. 40 This can be explained by looking at the friendly football match between the SS and the Sonderkommando that was related through Miklos Nisli and Primo Levi. 41 Without a spark of hope or humanity, to Agamben it marks instead the most terrifying horror of the camp. This moment of openness, a brief return to civilized life within the camp, means that the camp itself can never be closed. The camp finds its essential potentiality in a return to the rule of law, and implementing that rule of law from outside the camp is not to negate its logic. Indeed, this means that the camp exists in a state of exception, for we can perhaps think that the massacres are over even if here and there they are repeated, not so far away from us. But that match is never over, it continues as if uninterrupted. 42 As Agamben writes in Homo Sacer, the camp and not the prison is the space that corresponds to this originary structure of the nomos. This is shown, among other things, by the fact that while prison law only constitutes a particular sphere of penal law and is not outside the normal order, the juridical constellation that guides the camp is, as we shall see, martial law and the state of siege. 43 The brief interruption of the massacre in the camp infinitely reinforces the paradigmatic force of the camp. Furthermore, it establishes Agamben's idea of an inner solidarity between democracy and totalitarianism, and justifies his position that the camp is the paradigm for our own, contemporary political culture. 44 Now it becomes more obvious why Agamben dreads the experience of pure potentiality. Agamben's argument renders Nietzsche's will, capable of everything, superfluous. With a view to the state of exception, with a view to absolute potentiality, the will is powerless, the will is not capable of potentiality. In potentiality, what is equal to what is not, and the camp is not the camp. Against this testing of the scope of the will in Nietzsche, Agamben places the exigency of resentment, identified in Jean Amory's essay, comparing it with the sense of exigency that Walter Benjamin unearths in Dostoevsky's The Idiot. 45 I have already explained why exigency is the philosophical comportment that Agamben holds to potentiality and abandonment. This is why it is not considered, in the final analysis, Messianic. Messianic thought would be a response to this kind of exigency. Exigency, to Agamben's mind, coincides with the possibility of philosophy itself. It is what makes philosophy possible with regard to its theist principle of the existence of language, potentiality, and abandonment. Exigent, then, in the Jewish mystical strands to which Agamben has resource, is the way of the nothing before God's descent, anticipating God, allowing the world to emerge in his stead, the world of forgotten memory of God. This same relationship exists between Derrida and Agamben. The occupation of deconstruction is the condition of possibility, the exigency, for Agamben's entire work of thought. Part 2. Life. In his piece The Theologians, Jorge Luis Borges presents two rival scholars, Aurelian and John of Pannonia. At the center of their dispute lies the heresy of eternal recurrence of the same. The theologians are adversaries in their attempts to refute the heresy, however, as they compete every time for the same position, together they give a performance of the very heresy they are trying to destroy. The end game of the short story revolves around another, equally heretical theory, the opposite view that every event can occur absolutely only once. Equally heretical, because both doctrines belie the unique and critical event of Christ's death at the cross and his subsequent resurrection. The positing and quoting of theological statements there taking place, their repetition begin to interfere with the laws they describe, and in the end the two men are gathered into one figure, indifferent between believer and heretic, accuser and accused, indifferent to the mind of God. Perhaps the polemical rapport between Jacques Derrida and Giorgio Agamben can be understood along similar, theological lines. Chapter 5. Life after death. In the previous chapters, I have comprehensively described the workings of a messianic motif in Agamben's work, analyzing his conception of contingency by a close reading of the Bartleby essay. I have explained how the messianic motif is found at the heart of a philosophical archaeology on the concept of potentiality. Instead of a political solution in a narrow sense, the Messianic is the way in which a particular mode of contingency suspends the principle of sufficient ground and its relation to the modalities of necessity, possibility, and impossibility. Messianic is the profane depletion of a sovereign ban. Now, the task of the present and following chapters is to reveal how this Messianic motif turns back onto Derrida's thought. It will not be a matter of juxtaposing Agamben and Derrida's works systematically, following Agamben's remarks on deconstruction from stanzas and language and death to homo sacer, and finally up to the time that remains and the signature of all things as other writers have done. Point 1. What I will do instead is show how such a general juxtaposition is reflected in the differing ways in which the Messianic announces itself in the oeuvres of Derrida and Agamben. Let me rehearse the most basic and general juxtaposition of Derrida and Agamben's thought and follow Agamben's cue from homo sacer, included also in the essay The Messiah and the Sovereign, about Kafka's parable before the law. In Kafka's tale, a man from the country spends a lifetime waiting before the law, never being admitted. Instead, his entry is always suspended, albeit with the suggestion of admittance at a later stage. For Derrida, this countryman's position is the one indicated by difference, the meaning of the text is always deferred by its letter, the acting doorkeeper. Yet Agamben observes that ultimately the doorkeeper expresses the resolve to shut the door, indicating that the law's deferred content is no more. Point 2. Agamben concludes this episode as follows. The final sense of the legend is thus not, as Derrida writes, that of an event that succeeds in not happening, or that happens in not happening, an event that happens not to happen, un evenement qui arriva ne pas arriver. But rather precisely the opposite. The story tells how something has really happened in seeming not to happen, and the messianic aporias of the man from the country express exactly the difficulties that our age must confront in attempting to master the sovereign ban. Point 3. This same difference informs the distinctive ways in which Derrida and Agamben use the messianic as a politico-temporal modality. For Derrida it keeps open our future as avenir, because an exhaustive political program to install conditions of justice adequate to any demand, and this means also to eradicate difference, would be, to Derrida, the worst of all possible evils. Derrida's two key motifs, the name, impossible and only circumscribed, and the trace, necessarily and violently understood, necessitate that the messianic is addressed and followed. As Hent de Vries states, if an existing being, any entity, and hence, likewise the highest or superessential being called God or the other, comes into presence or represents absolute presence, then the latter is a prior determined, that is to say, predetermined or structured, we could even say, fated or predestined, by differences and differentiations, temporalizations and spatializations, that are not quite it, or even quite up to it, that potentially betray and pervert it, and that will, of necessity, never allow it to fully come into its own. Point 4. Derrida's philosophical habitat remains always strictly between these two motifs, the trace of the name of the trace implying the theological impossibility of Adamic language. The work that maintains this reciprocal relation between the name and its trace deconstruction is messianic. The divine name draws and pulls our concepts and discourses, acts and effects, both backward and forward, into an immemorial past and an unidentifiable, as of yet unrecognizable, future forever to come. 5. For Agamben, on the other hand, messianic is the maneuver of the man from the country, it liberates a certain experience of the present. I will return to these issues specifically in the next chapter. However, this distinction between Derrida's and Agamben's responses to Kafka will reverberate throughout this entire study. In order to bring out Derrida's stance on life as survival, this chapter discusses the influential book Radical Atheism as well as some other notable commentaries on his work. The reason for this is that where for Agamben Derrida is a representative of the metaphysical force without significance, Hagelund reads him exactly the other way around. For Hagelund, Derrida's work means a definitive elimination of theist ideas. Is the perpetual separation intrinsic to metaphysical thought difference the fatal critique of these removed meaningful cores, as Hagelund thinks, or is it, as Agamben states, their hidden source of power? While this part of this book is devoted to an analysis of the theme of life, the itinerary just established might not seem an obvious way to arrive there. However, through studying how these thinkers conceive of thought's rapport to language, and language is the stake held throughout these four questions, we may grasp the way in which philosophy addresses life. Derrida has claimed that phenomenology, the metaphysics of presence in the form of ideality, is also a philosophy of life. 6. Derrida's deep concern with survival is informed through and through by his conviction that, on some level, the secret of secrets must and will be honored. Life that takes place in the wake of a secret death is theologically conditioned through abandonment. The statement "no one will ever know from what secret I am writing, and the fact that I say so changes nothing" is an admission of immortal. 7. Rodolphe Gasque too has argued this intimate connection between Derrida's two principal concerns, the secret and survival. Derrida has consistently reminded us of the fact that within our own heritage and memory something infinitely resists, and does so in the shape of an infinitely impassible remainder, restance, to all appropriations and reappropriations. 8. Paolo Marotti, furthermore, makes a connection between survival and writing as inherently located. Inscription in a place is inseparable from a notion of temporality as survival. 9. Indeed, considering the Messianic time of politics, theology, and religion, and more thoroughly the myth of creatio ex nihilo, present the opportunity of weighing Derrida and Agamben's stances on life. Derrida and the ism survival. Martin Hagaloun's radical atheism, Derrida and the time of life, has been celebrated as a pivotal point in the reception of Derrida's work. Point 10. As it specifically discusses the themes of the ism and life, it is an important counterpart for this study. Hagaloun focuses on the irreducible notion of spacing that I have just brought out by referring to Gasque and Marotti. He claims that by this notion of spacing, Derrida's work implies a radically anti-theist stance. Not only is Derrida an atheist, but his work implies the contradiction in religious longing itself. This radical atheism does not merely claim that God is dead, but goes much further. God is death itself, and therefore God is categorically undesirable. Desire is not capable of God, desire for God is contradictory. Point 11. Furthermore, at stake in this atheist thesis is a certain Derridean conception of life, life as survival. Therefore, for Hagaloun, the most dominant theme of Derrida's writing, its atheism, implies the temporality of survival. Hagaloun seems careful to avoid any claims as to Derrida's, sometimes alleged, overcoming of metaphysics. Admittedly, there are moments when Derrida hints at the possibility of such an overcoming of metaphysics, but I hold that the moment of this overcoming is not found in Derrida's work, nor does claim such victory. Instead, there is the moment of the closure of metaphysics, a closure perennially suspended, and that is also, then, an opening within which Derrida's work is staged. Hagaloun's itinerary is understandable, then, but it is surprising that Hagaloun thinks Derrida capable of such radical atheism without ultimately vanquishing metaphysics as well. The connection between the ism and metaphysics is a dominant challenge, not just for Agamben but for contemporary philosophy at large, as Christopher Wutkin and Gert Jan van der Heyden have evinced in recent publications. Point 12. Indeed, the atheism that Hagaloun speaks of concerns the God of the philosophers and scholars, not the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Hagaloun thinks of Derrida's work as the fatal blow to many onto theological theses. In connection with this, radical atheism, after analytical fashion, claims the right and the power to dismiss such theses, expelling delusions from Derrida scholarship. This aspect appears to be its foremost problem, because in rejecting what it can argue to be false it proves itself rather foreign to the exercise of deconstruction premised upon the impossibility of simply discarding obsolete notions, on the need of deconstructing them. This premise is, of course, that there is no outside text, there is no view from nowhere, no transcendent ground from which such a judgment could be cast. Point 13. Therefore, when Hagaloun argues that, because the concept of God implies the absence of life and our capacity to desire anything whatsoever, the desire for God must be rejected as a contradictory, imaginary, a phantasm, Michael Na's response is, indeed, about nothing more or less than the possibility of such a phantasm. 14. When Derrida shows the paradox and autoimmunity of religious practice. He is indeed exposing its very survival, not its demise, showing that its presence is not simple and unadulterated, but always a survival, divided from within. Indeed, Nas writes in response to Hagelund, the unconditionality of spacing can, it seems, undermine the very idea of a sovereign instance without necessarily compromising the power of that idea. 15 Hagelund ignores the side of Derrida, the side over which Agamben exasperates. From Hagelund's account of how the Derridean logic keeps the ism at bay, a cataconic operation emerges. Rather than arguing the inadmissibility of God, deconstruction restrains the Antichrist. In this sense, Agamben can say that deconstruction founds a church. In this sense, deconstruction is a thwarted Messianic. 16 So instead of a radically atheist stance, I take Hagelund's argument to imply a position that is anti-eschatological. Messianic hope is for Derrida a hope for temporal survival. 17. Indeed, Hagelund makes this explicit. Derrida can thus be seen to invert the logic of religious eschatology. 18 Rather than a messianic hope that pertains to the possibility of an intervention in my life by the other, another who is always still to arrive, Hagelund thinks it sees to a temporal extension of life as survival, as living on. At every moment I have to hold on to myself as a memory for the future, which may be lost and lead to mourning. For Hagelund, the interruption by the other appears reducible to the intervention of death. 19 I hold that, for Derrida, it is the other way around. Life and death are both undercut by difference, repetition, and alterity. To Agamben, Derrida's gesture is not cataconic resisting the Eschaton but messianic, taking time toward its end. Hagelund's argument has a twofold foundation that implies on the one hand the following understanding of the Derridean notion of spacing. Spacing is shorthand for the becoming space of time and the becoming time of space. Derrida repeatedly argues that difference, as name for the spacing of time, not only applies to language or experience or any other delimited region of being. Rather, it is an absolutely general condition, which means that there cannot even in principle be anything that is exempt from temporal finitude. 20. On the other hand, there is the thesis that the ism must involve an immortal entity that is God. The supposed immortality of God allows Hagelund to claim Derrida's inference that God is death itself. Hagelund includes negative theology. Negative theology adheres to the most traditional metaphysical logic by positing an instance that is exempt from temporal finitude. 21 Together, these premises imply Hagelund's radically atheist stance. I will now proceed to examine both premises. The taking place and scope of difference. Rather than as the principle that exposes the constitution of meaning within a metaphysical framework, for Hagelund difference is itself the quintessential metaphysical principle. Difference means the general ontological condition of being immersed in temporal finitude. This is my objection. Let me briefly present the evidence for both positions, Hagelund's and my own, on the scope of difference. Of course, Hagelund provides textual evidence for his own position. I have already mentioned the importance he attributes to spacing, for which he finds justification in Derrida's On Touching. 22 However, he refers to Derrida's earliest works too. For Derrida, there is only one realm, the infinite finitude of difference, since everything is constituted by the trace structure of time. Hence, deconstruction has nothing to do with showing that the signifiers of language are inadequate to a transcendent signified such as God. As Derrida maintains in Of Grammatology, the trace structure does not only apply to the chain of signifiers but also to the signified itself. Indeed, the signified is essentially and originally, and not only for a finite and created spirit, trace 23. To the contrary, I understand difference in a restricted sense. This restricted difference is the difference between meaning and its representation, between Sinn and Bedeutung, and between signified and signifier. It also means the deferral of meaning by its representation, and ultimately the respect or deference for meaning by its representation. 24 Difference in this sense is constitutive of meaning, while it always suspends meaning. Furthermore, even though it makes realms of being possible, conceivable, difference is not a domain of being. Indeed, Hagelund appears to have since weakened his claim on two counts. He has first limited his ontological deployment of difference. Derrida does not generalize the trace structure by way of an assertion about the nature of being as such. The trace is not an ontological stipulation but a logical structure that makes explicit what is implicit in the concept of succession. 25. However, I cannot agree with this weaker variant either, because the trace is not simply a logical structure, but rather the way in which logic is accommodated by language in the way the Kura essay describes. Second, Hagelund has nuanced his critique of religious thought. Radical atheism does not pursue an external critique of religious concepts, but rather seeks to read these concepts against themselves, thereby unearthing their atheological and irreligious condition of possibility. 26. This reconciles Hagelund's interpretation once again with more conventional readings of Derrida. Furthermore, in Dying for Time, Proust, Wolff, Nabokov, Hagelund has applied his theory of the temporality of desire, chronolibido, to modern literature. 27. While in radical atheism, desire for God is considered contradictory, in this work Hagelund places the ambiguity within temporal desire itself. Interestingly enough for us, the part on Nabokov deals with the question of a transcendent afterlife of writing, like the one to be explored in the final chapter of this thesis. However, the afterlife, and its desirability, discussed and rejected here is that of eternity, not as this study examines one of contingency redeemed of sovereignty. This is because Hagelund's application of the logic of autoimmunity does not accept any kind of fulfillment, because it would imply the existence of anything on its own. Even the most ideal fulfillment is necessarily inhabited by non-fulfillment, not because fulfillment is lacking but because the state of fulfillment itself is temporal and thus altered from within. 28. Indeed, Hagelund mounts a case against a radical conception of contingency. Quintin Malasuas, not Agambens, everything is possible, anything can happen except something that is necessary, because it is the contingency of the entity that is necessary, not the entity. 29. Hagelund attacks this conception based on the Derridean logic of autoimmunity, claiming this absolute power of time, that time would be capable of the absolute, belies the structure of temporality. To Hagelund, time is not capable of the absolute, time is the impossibility of the absolute. Yet Malasu and Agamben's conceptions of contingency, each an attempt at thinking the absolute, the thing itself, through a critical intervention on the principle of reason and the structure of correlation, differ. Agamben attains contingency by way of an archaeology. For Malasu, it follows the unpacking of ancestral statements. Malasua's contingency comes about as a rejection or preclusion of correlationism, the philosophy that cannot conceive thought and being separately, by way of ancestral knowledge, knowledge of events prior to manifestation. Van der Heyden points out that Malasu is not talking about ontology here, in the form of a principle of unreason. Even if for Malasu, there is a development of correlationism that is akin to Agamben's archaeology, particularly in its discovery of contingency as the absolute, Agamben's contingency is located at the moment where the correlation is completed in its suspension, and becomes indistinction. Action and passion, actuality and potentiality collapse into indifference. As Agamben states, what happened and what did not happen are returned to their originary unity in the mind of God, while what could have not been but was becomes indistinguishable from what could have been but was not. 30. Van der Heyden notes how Malasua's impatience with the principle of reason betrays his allegiance to its structure. Malasu is strictly speaking not interested in exploring what it means to suspend the principle of reason. This makes one wonder why après la finitude maintains that being is thought differently, in fact, that it is the very core of being to be capable of being different without accounting for thinking as potentially different. 31. The difference between Malasu and Agamben's concepts of contingency is that while Malasu equates contingency with potentiality, as opposed to facticity, actuality, Agamben's concept is redeemed of it, along with actuality. And because contingency in Agamben's thought is redeemed of potentiality, because it is Messianic contingency, the absolution of a theological premise, it is also impregnable to the deconstructive operation that Hagelund conceives. Kevin Hart, whose book Hagelund dismisses, addresses Derrida's question to Levinas, and if God was an effect of the trace, as follows: What Derrida can only mean is that the concept of God is an effect of the trace 32 in this context. Hent de Vries writes, as a matter of fact and of principle, God, like all religion, need neither be first nor last to play a historical and phenomenal role, and, hence, remains an eminently quotable quotation at best. 33 What is implied is the way Derrida's thought never dismisses the tradition of which it sometimes appears to be a fatal critique, which I hold is Hagelund's mistake. De Vries' delineation even implies God's relative immunity. In his analysis, De Vries appears to attribute to the conjunction Derrida and religion an intimacy only matched by Derrida and Husserl. Indeed, Derrida's patience with the archive of divine names is connected to his patience with Husserl, which De Vries expresses with the following clause. This does not impugn the apodicticity of the phenomenological transcendental description, nor does it diminish the founding value of presence. It is only a question of bringing out that the lack of foundation is basic and non-empirical, and that the security of presence in the metaphorical form of ideality arises and is set forth again upon this irreducible void. 34. What deconstruction brings about is the minimal displacement of the value of presence. Michael Nas, turning Hagelund's persuasiveness against him, asks, if every identity is indeed, in fact, refuted, contradicted, or undermined in this way, if every sovereign instance is autoimmune in the way Hagelund thinks Derrida believes, and, let me hasten to add, I also agree with this claim, what are we to make of the lingering presence of such notions of the absolute in metaphysics? Put another way, how did metaphysics as the search for such absolutes ever take hold, and ever take hold of us, if all its notions were, from the beginning, condemned to an autoimmune self-refutation, undermining, or undoing? Nas asks, after Derrida's delicate position within the closure of metaphysics and the difficult status of its concepts as phantasms. 35 He goes on to ask how, given Hagelund's analysis, the so obviously misguided tradition of metaphysical thought keeps us spellbound, keeps us in abandonment. For Hagelund, Derrida's thought constitutes the fatal critique of the ism, theist thought, and metaphysics as onto theology. But deconstruction is not the same as critique. It is not only an immanent critique that exposes the instability of its host by its implicit contradictions, it also points out the explicit contradictions that indicate, what Gask calls, the ethico-theoretical decisions by which this host assumes its place within the ranks of philosophy. 36 By granting absolute priority to difference, Hagelund raises its profile to the level at which it is the transcendental condition of, I'm, possibility. Rather than conceiving difference as the notion that, in its very own suppression, guarantees the cogency of the metaphysical discourse, in radical atheism it assumes the role of the first metaphysical principle. But to identify such a first principle, according to Derrida, can never be successfully done. Let me provide the textual evidence to support my position. In Speech and Phenomena, Derrida undermines Husserl's conception of a principle of principles intuition as follows. Intuition for Husserl is caught up with a conception of human consciousness that is transcendental, ideal, and in its endless repeatability always simply and atomically present to consciousness. 37 Yet the implications of this employment of the value of presence, that involves the persistence of presence through death, are far-reaching. I am originally means I am mortal. I am immortal means an impossible proposition. We can even go further, as a linguistic statement I am he who am is the admission of a mortal. The move which leads from the I am to the determination of my being as residential cogitans, thus, an immortality, is a move by which the origin of presence and ideality is concealed in the very presence and ideality it makes possible. 38. We can see why this paragraph is of importance to Hagelund. Even the divine declaration I am that I am is in Derrida's reading the confession of a mortal. 39 Though Hagelund omits the point that for Derrida, I am he who am is as a linguistic statement the admission of a mortal. Also, he glosses over how Derrida relates here something is made possible. And this is the restriction that I mean to bring out. Derrida is attempting a quasi-transcendental argument that conceives of all these things being, presence, and ideality through the mediation of a linguistic field. Which means that difference does not imply that an immortal and divine being is an impossibility or a contradiction, but that the onto-theological rendering of such a being, accommodating even for negative theology, involves an a priori difference between presence and absence. In other words, that the I am for Husserl appears to lead to an immortal residential cogitans and thus effectively makes possible a particular content of presence and ideality, is not something Derrida argues against. On the contrary, it is what he tries to explain. In the essay Difference Derrida states the following. The letter of difference, therefore, is not heard, it remains silent, secret, and discreet, like a tomb. It is a tomb that, provided one knows how to decipher its legend, is not far from signaling the death of the king. Doubtless this pyramidal silence of the graphic difference between the e and the a can function only within the system of phonetic writing and within a language or grammar historically tied up to phonetic writing and to the whole culture which is inseparable from it. 40. So while the silent operation of the indifference is not far from reporting the death of the sovereign, it can only do so as the king's envoy in its proper subordinate role. Granted, Derrida goes on to claim that, for this reason, there is no such thing as phonetic writing. But again the logic does not work to negate the system, but indeed to unearth its inaudible workings, the difference that brings out phonemes and lets them be heard and understood. Entendre itself remains inaudible. 41. The earlier passage from Speech and Phenomena cited already above, runs exactly analogous to the passage used above, thus, to restore the original on non-derivative character of signs, in opposition to classical metaphysics, is, in an apparent paradox, at the same time to eliminate a concept of signs whose whole history and meaning belong to the adventure of the metaphysics of presence. 42. Indeed, there is no trace itself, no proper trace. 43. The subordinate position of the sign, of writing, against which Derrida argues, is ultimately the only position it could ever maintain. Western philosophy, the metaphysics of presence, the philosophy and history of the West, or its deconstruction is incapable of assigning to writing any higher status. This is what it means to think the supplement as the mirror image of Agamben's assertion of the non-derivative character of the concept potentiality. Derrida insists on the derivative character of the supplement. Hagelund himself points at this restriction, quoting from the most topical context of a discussion on the notion of the Messianic inspectors of Marx. We intend to understand spirits in the plural and in the sense of specters, of untimely specters that one must not chase away but sort out, critique, keep close by, and allow to come back. And of course, one must never hide from the fact that the principle of selectivity which will have to guide and hierarchize among the spirits will fatally exclude it in turn. It will even annihilate, by watching, over, its ancestors rather than, over, certain others. 44. Here, the spectre stands in lieu of the sign. The frightening, evangelical thought articulated here is of letting the dead bury the dead, comparable, on Agamben's terms, to a complete destruction of the dimension of the archive. Hagelund is aware of the horror of such a scenario, yet I hold that his argument cannot avoid it. Hagelund cannot eliminate the phantasm and keep the spectre. Hagelund states that Derrida embraces survival in spite of a spectre. However, I would like to stress that Derrida might not be afraid of producing specters. On the contrary, he is worried about the possibility of eliminating them. Derrida's reticence before the possibility of intervening in the history of philosophy seems incredible. He will not further his own vision in the stead of another. 45. Therefore, nothing is further from Derrida's mind than to implement any improvements on the tradition of philosophy as it could be characterized as metaphysics of presence or as logocentric. It would be to definitively eliminate those signs, and those spirits on behalf of whom exclusively such an operation would be intelligible. In the first place, the supplement first among them. The logic of survival, which always implies the work of mourning, resists such interventions in every respect. While Hagelund sees and appreciates how, for Derrida, the Messianic is involved in a logic of survival that excludes the desirability and even the sense of immortality, for immortality implies the abandonment of the dead, he also wants Derrida's work to implement lasting corrections on the philosophical tradition, the only monument for the spectre. The latter, however, would mean to arbitrarily choose those signs and spirits that are to be resurrected, and therefore to be exterminated beyond death. This is exactly what Hagelund warns against, but I think it results from his own premises, most importantly his ontological deployment of difference, which I for this reason reject. Chapter 6. Derrida and Agamben on Theology. I have introduced Agamben along the lines of a logocentric theme of infancy. Agamben precludes the particularity of language. Kevin Attell notes, not the illusory, fully present word, before its supplementation by writing and the trace, but rather what is alluded to by the paradoxical splitting itself, the barrier that permits and resists signification, which, in stanzas, he will also call the human. Yet this logocentrism, as Attell explains, is not pre-Derridean. 1 Derrida is the philosopher most sensitive to the particularity of discourse, of language itself. Indeed, the project of this philosophy of impossibility is closely connected with the restrictions of particular language. There is no outside text. This awareness is manifest also from Derrida's insistence of never beginning at the beginning, for which he faults Agamben, but always in media res, as deconstruction finds itself, taken by surprise, overtaken by the tout autre, the wholly other in awe with its secret. 2 From Caputo's characterization, the ethical dimension of deconstruction comes to the fore, its exigency of responsibility. Derrida's interest with the date, place, and signature of his essays testifies to this exigency. Of the first commentators to argue for the ethical aspect of Derrida's thought were Robert Bernasconi and Simon Critchley, the latter of whom took these themes of the particularity of language, being always already engaged with the material, as well as its otherness, in juxtaposition to the theme of the closure of metaphysics, to inform the ethics of deconstruction. 3 When Derrida engages in re-establishing the value of writing vis-a-vis the spoken word, this particularity to Derrida also implies its materiality, its fallenness. As Geoffrey Bennington explains, much more than the spoken signifier, writing thus seems to accentuate the risk of the deter via the sensible world implied in every signifier. Of course, speech goes out from me into the world, but scarcely so, and when I speak to myself it appears not to leave me at all, but writing remains in a monumentality which we shall soon see linked to death. For so while Agamben, the philosopher of infancy, reads in the signature the suspended paradigm of communicability, of language, pure significance in opposition to the way in which the metaphysical tradition conceives of language as the always yet operable, the actual potentiality. Derrida, the philosopher of secrecy, reads in the written mark the trace of a content removed. In what follows, I will develop this juxtaposition in two ways. First, I will compare Agamben and Derrida's positions with a view to the Messianic time of politics, a question that hangs crucially on the issue of the givenness of language in the form of either a potentiality or a secret. Second, I will expand on the way in which these philosophers differ on the discipline of theology. I will conclude on their respective stances with a view to life. Derrida and Agamben on the Messianic time of politics. Introducing the question of how Derrida and Agamben's work relate, I point at Agamben's critique of a certain tendency in contemporary European philosophy. Our time thus registers the demand for a community without presuppositions, yet without realizing it, it simultaneously maintains the empty form of presupposition beyond all foundations, presupposition of nothing, pure destination. 5 The philosophical presupposition of the existence of language appears too, then, in the structure of the contemporary debate on the concept of community. Adam Thirschwell gives a highly informative account of the rapport between Derrida and Agamben. Spectres of Nietzsche, potential futures for the concept of the political in Agamben and Derrida is admirable, particularly for anticipating by 5 years Agamben's treatise on method, the signature of all things. By underlining Nietzsche's influence on Agamben's thought, Thirschwell brings out the method of philosophical archaeology. It is the traditional philosophical interpretation of return as reappropriation of the negative that Agamben seeks to contest in Language and Death. Not an appropriation of the negativity of the originary size Zion, but a return to the before, so to speak, of that originary size Zion, a return that returns to that which never was and to that which it never left. Point 6. From these words emerge the genealogical idea as well as an inverted eternal recurrence. This is the Nietzschean specter that haunts Agamben. Point 7. I will have more to say on Agamben's interest in the return when I discuss Derrida's contemplation on the Greek word kara. Thursvel's argument takes place in the context of the debate within contemporary continental thought on the notion of community. Continental thought in the latter half of the 20th century, particularly on the left, was presented with a major problem after the disasters of Nazism and communism. Spectres of Nietzsche enters this debate on community already by way of its title, echoing Derrida's Spectres of Marx, wherein exactly the difficult ghostly presence of communism is considered. Many thinkers on the left, among whom are the already mentioned Blanquet, as well as Baudeley and Nancy, and, most reluctantly, Derrida, have attempted to rethink the concept of community and correct for its tendency toward perversion and authoritarianism. In this context, Thursvel considers the relationship between Derrida and Agamben. For both Derrida and Agamben employ a political mechanism in their work to avoid the perversions of communism. Derrida thinks of a messianic that means the incessant deferral of the eschatological moment, and Agamben an ethical dwelling in the eschatological moment, which causes an imminent undoing of the law according to Thursvel. I disagree with Thursvel's interpretation of the relation between Agamben and Derrida. Thursvel argues that the messianic in Agamben means a seizure of the eschatological moment, indicating both that Agamben, in totalitarian fashion, seizes the destiny of justice, to Derrida the greatest terror, as well as, to the contrary, that Agamben defers the redemption until the Eschaton, which is Mill's and White's objection to Agamben. The first objection, namely that Agamben seizes the Eschaton, is both correct and incorrect. It is correct insofar as Agamben seizes the paradigm, the position that in being excluded from a metaphysical or logical construct becomes available for a new thought. Yet it is incorrect in saying that Agamben here seizes the Eschaton. What Agamben takes as a paradigm lies never at the telos, but is instead the potential to reach it. For the debate with Derrida, this, in my view, incorrect interpretation about deferring to the Eschaton represents a vital stake. Furthermore, it issues a reinscription of the problem that Messianic thought attempts to address in the first place, as I will demonstrate. Thursvel rightly insists on the difference between Agamben's ontological ethics and the Levinasian and Derridean ethics of infinite responsibility. He is also correct to insist on Agamben's main philosophical project, the experimentum linguae. Yet he never explains Agamben's rejection of Derridean ethics of responsibility by way of that fundamental project. Indeed, the experimentum linguae, its ethics and politics, cannot presuppose the givenness of language, and for this reason Agamben's ethics cannot be one of responsibility. I will deal with both problems in turn. Early on in the paper, Thursvel gives an astute summary of the Messianic in Agamben. Agamben's coming community is not coming in the sense of Derrida's Démocratie Avenir, then, not even as the here and now of a Messianic promise, but is in a real sense available as such today. Indeed, in sharp contrast to Derrida's account, it is only available as a certain form of immediate linguistic and ontological transparency inherent in the notion of the being such of entities as their being. Called in language. 8. Yet on 3 other occasions, Thursvel interprets Agamben's messianic as a seizure of the eschatological moment. The Eschaton means the ultimate. With a view to history, it means the final moment and summation of historical time, the day of judgment. What this implies is a justification of history itself. The moment of judgment is a historical moment. Justice is a function of history. In this sense, the Eschaton is the counterpart to the Katechon. While the Katechon means the force that restrains the Antichrist during historical time, the Eschaton means history's final victory over the problem of evil, and between these poles history is excused for its injustice. Absolute evil is restrained within history, and historical evil is judged upon at the end of history. Katechon and Eschaton both play a part in the theodicy. Now that we have an idea of the term eschatology, let me present Thursvel's 3 claims that the Messianic in Agamben is eschatological. First, Thursvel says, in essence, Agamben's political philosophical project combines a messianic political eschatology, thinking the end of the state and the end of history together and mobilizing the one against the other, as he puts it, with an ontology of human life as potential derived primarily from Heidegger 9. This ties in with a subsequent problematic comment on Agamben's resolve to kill off, rather than attend to, the spectre. 10. Agamben's supposed eschatology is conceived here along the lines of Badiou's thought of the event, a thought that radically dismisses tradition, and cannot reconcile itself with the spectre. Further on, when considering Agamben's objective of a messianic politics beyond sovereignty, Thurswell in passing makes the following equation: the result of that, messianic, eschatological, overcoming will be a revision of the ontological categories of potentiality and actuality. 11. The terms messianic and eschatological are used as synonyms, or at least as comparable, in Thurswell's citation. This is far from self-evident. Further down, in an elaborate comparison of the messianic between Derrida and Agamben, Thurswell says, where Agamben's analysis issues in a call for a future task aimed at a future result, the task of the coming philosophy, as Agamben frequently repeats, a task that has not been undertaken for all the 40 millennia of Homo sapiens, a massive task, indeed a messianic task in the eschatological sense. Derrida's issues in an identification of an existing crack or rupture in the edifice in question, here, the Schmittian doctrine of the sovereign decision, a flaw that represents, one might say, not a messianic future task so much as an opportunity for thought and for politics in the here and now, an opportunity that Derrida acts on in Politics of Friendship by demonstrating how Schmidt's categories of friend and enemy turn in on themselves. Point 12. In this passage, there appears to be some space between the messianic and the eschatological, as Thurswell speaks of a messianic task in the eschatological sense, implying that the messianic might allow for other meanings as well. From this space between the messianic and the eschatological, Thurswell draws contradictory or at least ambiguous conclusions. On the one hand, as I have said, he maintains that Agamben's position means a claim to the eschatological moment. Yet on the other hand, this passage clearly states that Agamben speaks of a coming philosophy, for which certain tasks are reserved. I hold that Thurswell here projects an incorrect distinction between Agamben's messianic project and the tasks that he assigns to a coming community or a coming philosophy, the division I alluded to before. To the contrary, I hold that Agamben's project is that coming philosophy. The temporal modality of messianic thought must be that of a coming philosophy. Agamben's philosophy operates in two distinct temporal dimensions. First, there is the historical time in which he analyzes particular historical phenomena or paradigms, where we see the eclectic thinker at work, but second, by the same gesture, but not at the same time, for it is not the same time. There is the threshold, a critical time, the time of kairos, in which the experimentum linguae is conducted, wherein the same thinker insists on having only one sole concern, and wherein the paradigms taken from history come to speak on behalf of something much grander. The efforts spent in the first dimension of time can be dated, but the efforts spent in the service of the experimentum linguae cannot. This coincides with my objection against Thurswell's account of Agamben's failure to respond to Derrida's ethics of responsibility. If Derrida's works often responded to a particular occasion, and are for that reason occasioned, dated, and signed in a profound sense, Agamben, in the attempt at experimentum linguae, cannot be tied to a particular date, as in 1978 he cheerfully presents his written and unwritten works under the same rubric, Etica, Overo della Voce. Point 13. For this reason, Agamben's work incorporates both the theoretical anticipation of and preparation for a philosophy to come, as well as a body of messianic thought. And this twofold temporal identity or indistinction is necessitated as the experimentum linguae involves bringing the potentiality of language to actual wording. The indistinction between potentiality and actuality to which Agamben's work aspires is reflected in its treating of two temporal registers as indistinct. I have dwelled on this extraordinary feature of Agamben's writing in the first chapter. In Agamben's work, potentiality and actuality are to become indistinguishable. This is the experimentum linguae, and for this reason the chronological register of history keeps appearing in the stead of the futural, and the other way around, all in an effort of conflating the two. Agamben has described this process as generative of remaining time in remnants of Auschwitz. At their center lies an irreducible disjunction in which each term, stepping forth in the place of a remnant, can bear witness. 14 This is what is actually messianic in Agamben's work, and what I read as its messianic motif, in its preparations for a redeemed thought, in charting our itinerary to reach a state in which sovereign state power is overturned and happiness might be possible. We find our own sudden arrival in this zone of freedom. To insist on dividing these aspects between Agamben's fundamental philosophy and his messianic politics, between his written and unwritten works, or in Derrida's words between the levels of description and declaration, is from the outset to have co-opted into Derrida's messianic schema, and to ignore the pertinence of the experimentum linguae. This is what it means, in sum, to reinscribe the experience of time that Agamben calls messianic within historical time, as a function of historical time, the Eschaton, and thus to repeat the fundamental mistake that Agamben is trying to intervene in. Point 15 Instead, Agamben's concern with attaining immanence, which would be the only possible site for his politics and ontology beyond relation, and his examination of paradigms and his conception of messianic time all pertain to this indistinction between potentiality and actuality, between his written and unwritten works, and between the coming philosophy and Agamben's over itself. Point 16. Even their most perceptive readers misrepresent the relationship between Derrida and Agamben to the latter's disadvantage. This occurs when the messianic in Agamben's work is construed as eschatological, making Agamben look naive or esoteric, or by implicitly or explicitly taking the Levinasian Derridean concept of ethics for granted, and not fully accounting for the link between the messianic task of thinking the existence of language and an ontological ethics. Derrida and Agamben on theology and philosophy. Let me now bring out the difference and the indifference of the onto theology of language. In the first chapter, I dwelled on a striking feature of Agamben's work, one that I have described as a turn toward the prediscursive. First of all, I brought out this feature in the way in which Agamben reads statements with a view to their lingual facticity. What matters is not what they say, but that they say. Agamben wants to revive a certain Platonic mode of philosophy that does not presuppose, and the prediscursive turn is a part of that ambition. This aspect, which is connected to the theological concept of revelation, the appearance of language as such, has brought Agamben so close to theology, the discovery of the fundamental presupposition of the logos. So while Derrida studies the sign in its difference of logos, Agamben seizes it as the indifference of language, the moment in which meaning is not removed but indifferent, whatever. Agamben holds that Derrida's work treats signatures as pure writing beyond every concept, which thus guarantees the inexhaustibility, the infinite deferral of signification. 17 Although Derrida's work here stands under the sign of inexhaustibility, of absolute excess, it is the vitality and excess of a signature that remains idle, that remains at the 0 degree. Indeed, this aspect of Agamben's thought, as it is interested in reading the signatures within signs, and thus in a signature that, in the absence of a signified, continues to operate as the exigency of an infinite signification that cannot be exhausted by any signified, has provided me with the logic of the saturation of sovereignty and abandonment. Kevin Hart brings out the elusive play of this logic of saturation in Derrida's work, and cites Derrida's statement that no meaning can be determined out of context, but no context permits saturation, while he also claims keywords paragon, hymen, pharmakon are not so much used for analysis as they are used up in the analysis. 18 The signature in Derrida is force without signification, it is a dwelling in theological banishment. I have explained how, for Agamben, this means to continue the structure of presupposition, that the sign is inexhaustible by its signified means that this signified is always abandoned by the sign. The logic from Nancy's essay. We can read the following sentence accordingly: if a speech could be purely present, unveiled, naked, offered up in person its truth, without the detours of a signified foreign to it, if at the limit an undefaired logos were possible, it would not seduce anyone. 19 On the contrary, writing is seductive, is a pharmakon, because its meaning is not sanctioned by such a logos. Indeed, its meaning, its volvardier, that it says is generated by an irreducible separation from logos. In more familiar wording and underlining the traditional philosophical distrust of writing, this argument holds that the writing of a letter communicates only because its delivery cannot be guaranteed, while its circulation in the absence of the author is itself immediate. A writing that is not structurally readable iterable beyond the death of the addressee would not be writing. 20 Indeed, Derrida has put it succinctly in his first publication, writing creates a kind of autonomous, transcendental field from which every present subject can be absent. 2-1 difference is older than being. 22 To Derrida the signature means the undecidability on meaning difference between the fact and content of transmission. This means that Derrida reads the signature as the separation from the signified. The fact of communication is always understood as the delayed content of communication. Yet this is another way of bringing out the structure of presupposition. The fact that ultimately no particular logos is given does not change the fact that some logos is still presupposed even if it moves perennially beyond our grasp. This structure is what Derrida has identified by the term difference. For Agamben, on the contrary, this separation from meaningful content is an obvious aspect of the signature, not the crucial one. Philosophy concerns itself with what is at issue not in this or that meaningful statement but in the very fact that human beings speak, that there is language and opening to sense, beyond, before or, rather in every determinate event of signification. 23 The signature is not the announcement of a logos that is spatially or temporally removed, but is simply the announcement of language or communicability itself. So while for Derrida the signature means the absence of logos, for Agamben it means the advent of language in spite of any spatial or temporal discord with the logos. For Derrida the signature is the mark of writing, for Agamben it is that of communicability. Let me now explain this structural difference with regard to the assumption of language with a view to the role of theology. Like Agamben's work, Derrida's work is intimately connected to the notion of the fall, as I have already suggested by underlining the materiality of writing. Kevin Hart lists the sources that indicate that for Derrida, and Hegel, philosophy commences with the fall. In Historium, it is the fall of thought into philosophy which gets history underway. 24 In Of Grammatology, the theme of the fall is entirely dominant, either in the form of Saussure's complicity with the sign or Rousseau's narrative on the loss of sexual innocence and the descent of languages. Derrida, then, like Agamben, conceives of metaphysics as constitutionally connected to theology. The epoch of the logos thus debases writing considered as mediation of mediation and as a fall into the exteriority of meaning. 25 Yet the Messianic for Derrida is separable from religious messianism, as is evident when he discusses the formality of a structural messianism, a messianism without religion, even a Messianic without messianism. 26 For Derrida the Messianic does not necessarily respond to a certain theological thesis, as it does for Agamben. The reason for this, in short, is that while a messianism is concerned with holiness, the Messianic has to do with the dimension of faith. Holiness, as Derrida understands it, conveys a sense of wholeness that is derivative of alterity and repetition, as is apparent already from speech and phenomena. 27 Instead, the Messianic is what he calls a universalizable, a term that can signify beyond any context that Derrida can oversee. The names Messianic and Cura prompt traces that reach far beyond any particular content ascribed to them. As a consequence of the separation between the Messianic and Messianisms, the vision of redemption differs between Derrida and Agamben. For Derrida it is the paradisiacal notion of perfect presence that is troublesome, philosophically and ethically, as it denies the representations, repetitions, and alterities that structurally precede it. In this sense Derrida can be said to embrace banishment from paradise in the dissemination of representations. Evincing the proximity between deconstruction and theology, Kevin Hart asks, is it possible to read the deconstruction of theology as a theological process? As the discourses of theology and of deconstruction take place in the Ban of Eden, with neither the possibility nor the ambition of return. 28 Jean-Luc Nancy holds a similar position, claiming that Christianity as such, is surpassed, because it is itself, and by itself, in a state of being surpassed. And this is because the Christian faith is itself the experience of its history. Christianity is its own passage through historical diaspora. Point 29. Agamben has tried to reinscribe this passage back onto the heart of Christianity, quoting from Clement's letter to the Corinthians, the Church of our Lord sojourning in Rome to the Church of our Lord sojourning in Corinth. 30. For indeed, as we have seen, this abandonment is just what theology describes. This is what theology already knows. What makes it a discipline, and it is in the sense that Derrida has not pierced the spell of onto theology, but has instead accepted its banishment. This is Agamben's objection to deconstruction. For Agamben, on the contrary, pure paradisiacal presence as presence that is absent potentiality was always the first metaphysical motif. 31. And it is problematic because it keeps philosophy reliant on certain presuppositions and precludes it from thinking the absolution of these presuppositions, from thinking the absolute. The evangelical feature of Christianity, its deconstruction, is what attracts Agamben and also Nancy. Christianity is the steady process of revealing its secret, of the fading God exhausting his potential, and this to Agamben means that it harbors the resources for a free form of life, as he explains in The Highest Poverty. Yet for Derrida, the sense in which Christianity is always on the brink of exhausting the gospel makes it a religion in the proper sense, and it marks also the separation between Christianity and his own thought. Derrida's thought is one that circumscribes and confesses to the secret, but one that does not share it. Derrida holds Christianity is also the denial of its very own mediatization. It always reproduces its representations as present, live. This is exactly what deconstruction means to expose, in putting emphasis on the mediation involved in any conceptual presentation, and this indicates that to Derrida, Christianity is deconstructible. This stance on the tacit telemediation of religion is already implied by the logic of autoimmunity that Derrida establishes as early as speech and phenomena. At stake in this logic of autoimmunity is a notion of temporality, the same understanding of time that is at play in the statement "Tist is already charged with history," and that begets history by way of the fall. Let me provide another aspect that I just alluded to of how Derrida, to Agamben's mind, would continue the structure of presupposition, his respect for the secret. We testify tema ignones to a secret that is without content, without a content separable from its performative experience, from its performative tracing. 32. In the essay Passions, an Oblique Offering, Derrida gives evidence of his unconditional respect for the secret, which can be understood as a respect for the law. 33. While Agamben seeks to expose secrets, Derrida cherishes them, and indeed, they are for him the trace of the Messianic. A world without secrets, a world without difference, has no future. For another example of this attitude toward the secret, in the interview The Almost Nothing of the Unpresentable, asked after the heritage of Plato and Hegel, Derrida says, "I always have the feeling that, despite centuries of reading, these texts remain untouched, withdrawn into a reserve." 34. John D. Caputo clarifies that the secret Derrida is enamored by is not something simply not disclosed to him, but rather a non-knowing, writing in the passion of non-knowing, rather than the secret. 35. This is a part of what difference suggests, a deference before the absent logos, before the absent and impenetrable law. This means also respect for the sovereign ban. This secret ties in with the way in which Derrida thinks language works. If any communicated content would be unambiguously and completely comprehensible, communication itself would not be possible. Consider the following lines from an essay on structuralist literary criticism, with the pertinent title Force and Signification: a city no longer inhabited, not simply left behind, but haunted by meaning and culture. This state of being haunted, which keeps the city from returning to nature, is perhaps the general mode of the presence or absence of the thing itself in pure language. 36. It is clear that the inhabitants of the city are banned, they have not simply left it behind, indeed, they cannot. Furthermore, they cannot return, because the city remains haunted and cannot be reclaimed by nature. The thing itself of pure language, the thing of language in Agamben's terms, remains in a sovereign state of exception. As van der Heyden explains, the sovereign is the one who within the order of law can decide on the state of exception. What does the state of exception mean? When the nomos law is interrupted, we seem to end up with the physis nature. But the sovereign is a political notion and thus inseparably connected with the nomos, albeit via interruption and deferral. This is what makes of the state of exception a zone where nomos and physis are indistinguishable. 37. The city that was abandoned cannot return to nature, physis, or to the state of law, nomos. While all of Agamben's work is geared toward overturning the status quo by fully articulating its archie, Derrida's means to do justice to the point of view of the exile. 38. As an illuminating way of bringing out the difference between Derrida and Agamben, let us consider the following. I have explained how much of Agamben's work seizes its momentum by first setting aside particular metaphysical constructs or laws of logic. This we have seen with regard to the principle of non-contradiction and the principle of sufficient reason, two of the strongest logical and metaphysical principles. These principles are based on an assumption that becomes the remnant of their application. If we consider the remnant, we find that the principle applies by not applying it operates in suspension. Indeed, for Agamben the example is of the oath that is suspended from its bindingness in its very exemplarity. For Agamben, what is set aside is seized as a paradigm, and in its suspense it offers intelligibility beyond presupposition. For Derrida, on the other hand, any discourse on the promise is always already situated within the promise. Derrida too maintains a difficult relationship to the tradition of metaphysics and the laws of logic. There are many examples wherein Derrida exposes the metaphysical conditions that make a particular phenomenon possible, yet at the same time make it impossible, for it would be essential for the phenomenon to be unconditional. Examples are the gift, hospitality, democracy, Levinas' unassuming ethical regard for the other, and, as I have briefly indicated, the name, the salad, religion. I defended this feature of deconstruction against Hagelund. What Derrida does with these phenomena is to describe the logico-metaphysical conditions of their possibility, their miracle, yet in keeping with their entire edifice. 39 So while Derrida deconstructs metaphysical theses, he only undermines them to the extent that he shows how they operate and falter in the same instant. He decidedly does not set them aside. On the contrary, they remain absolutely pertinent with regard to the phenomenon they explain/obscure. Deconstruct ions occur in absolute proximity to their host particular metaphysical and literary texts which they cannot set aside. Our discourse irreducibly belongs to the system of metaphysical oppositions. The break with this structure of belonging can be announced only through a certain organization, a certain strategic arrangement which, within the field of metaphysical opposition, uses the strengths of the field to turn its own stratagems against it, producing a force of dislocation that spreads itself throughout the entire system, fissuring it in every direction and thoroughly delimiting it. 40. The closure of metaphysics is only possible from within its discourse. In fact, what this means to Agamben is that deconstruction merely demonstrates the inevitability of the structure of the presupposition. For Derrida the remnant never becomes available, it cannot be read paradigmatically, instead, it is the undeconstructible, it is the secret. The remnant can only be circumfessed, it can be admitted, it cannot be communicated. All communication is abandoned to a secret. So the separation between Derrida and Agamben is reducible to this point. Deconstruction does not set aside the laws that it critiques, rather, it keeps these laws by showing their insufficiency. This stance means, for Agamben, to continue the structure of presupposition and potentiality, and furthermore to reinforce it. Not only are we contingently abandoned by a sovereign potential, a contingency that would allow for the euparetic seizure of its Hecaide, but this abandonment is conceived as necessary and permanent. Difference is potentiality going by another name, in fact, it is potentiality going by no name whatsoever, and this means the immunity of potentiality. I have demonstrated that Agamben's gravest concern with Derrida is that the latter's thought leaves the structure of presupposition intact. In Derrida's work there is always a prior word, an older trace, to which philosophy is occasioned to respond. To conclude this section and to introduce the next, let me test Derrida's thought of presupposition in the moment when Derrida asks a rather Agambenian question, a duty before the first word, is this possible, 42. This question is asked in Jerusalem, 1986, and Derrida reveals he has deferred this question and theme for years, to address it precisely there and then in the process, however, turning his silence of years into a topical performance. Indeed, place is a vital concept for Derrida when explaining his rapport with theology that I will develop shortly. How to avoid speaking. Comment ne pas dire. This is the title of Derrida's address. However, as Derrida explains, this question is a double 1.42. The question how to avoid speaking implies to Derrida two related questions. 1. How to remain silent, when being repeatedly asked, as Derrida was, to speak on the topic of negative theology that he, in this particular speech, may or may not be addressing. 2. How shouldn't one speak? In what way should one not speak, of God for instance? The first question implies the second, which Agamben would deny, which in turn leads immediately to the question of how to speak. To accommodate both senses of his question, Derrida suspends. He admits having put off the subject of negative theology, by virtue of and despite his promise to tackle it one day, and even during his speech he appears to procrastinate making both his delivery as well as the years of silence on the matter a topical performance of how to avoid speaking about negative theology. How to avoid speaking, denials is informed entirely by an ethics of responsibility. Derrida's contemplation of an obligation before the first word comes in the form of a response. 43. Derrida's deferral before negative theology addresses the notions of secrecy and of place. Both are important for this thesis, as Agamben's archaeology of potentiality means an attack on secrecy, and his conception of ethics in connection with his work with paradigms means a taking place, a taking of the place, extinguishing the secret. Derrida and Agamben on the life of philosophy. To have a name means to be mortal. God's name is not to be uttered by mortals. This insight is present in the works of both Agamben and Derrida. In his book Miracle and Machine, Michael Nas presents the thesis of religion as a constant process of self-disintegration in Derrida's work. The concern with death is tantamount in Derrida's work, from speech and phenomena, the relationship with my death, to a statement recorded in his last interview, the question of survival or deferral which has always haunted me, literally, every moment of my life, tangibly, unrelentingly. 44. Here, I will connect what we have learned from Derrida's logic of autoimmunity and the way in which it involves his notion of life as survival with certain remarks that indicate the possibility of an afterlife that is redeemed of death. To Derrida, survival means that life takes place in the wake of death, and in that sense it is already an afterlife. The next part of this study, dedicated to the theme of writing, will open on the subject of Kara. Concluding his section on the Kara controversy between Derrida and Agamben, highlighting Agamben's deliberate, violent strategy of reading Kara as matter, as the undecidable and indifferent between the intelligible and the perceptible, between the potential and the actual appear taking place. Watkins says, this presence is not solid and foundational in the manner of a stone tablet per se, but the very indifference of immediate mediation whose purpose is to suspend the difference between matter and form, and in doing so to literally suspend the physicality of the tablet itself and make it hand, as if weightless, in the space to the side of ease, or hover just above the head like one's halo tends to do. 45. Halo is the image for a suspended ground, for the 8 Heology and profanation of creatio ex nihilo, the mark of contingency. Halo is Kara taking place, the beatitude of matter life. I have brought out Derrida's understanding of life as survival. Not an eternal presence of mind, life to Derrida is marked by the interruption of alterity, difference, and repetition, and as such it is always intimate with death. Hagelund demonstrated how deeply the condition of mortality informs Derrida's understanding of time and writing. In Agamben's work, however, there are many fascinating indications of a redeemed life, beyond the stretches of guilt and justice that I have brought out by way of the Bartleby essay. Eric L. Santner indicates a dimension of creaturely existence involved here that is excluded in his own analysis. I take Agamben to be claiming that Walser's figures have in some sense passed beyond the condition of creatureliness, the creature that always admits of a sovereign, hence its political acuteness I have been elaborating, that their life is no longer excited by sovereign authority, and its state of exception, even and especially when it has been disseminated into the social body as a whole. 46. It is in this context that Agamben appeals to figures from Robert Walser and also Kafka's fictions, like Odradek in The Cares of a Family Man, The Convict in the Penal Colony, and Joseph K.'s Shame continuing after his ignominious execution. 47. Can life for Derrida, survival, be reconciled with the afterlife or Nachleben of Agamben's characters? To conclude the present part and to introduce the final one, I must now capture this messianic return and repetition of life, a life that is survival and afterlife by the same gesture. As I have explained, Agamben unearths a particular mode of contingency that is not of a state of being that could have been otherwise due to its contingency being returned to necessity and possibility, but that is, on the contrary, absolutely consigned to its being, thus, its heredity. This contingency is found in the remnant. The remnant is first of all a messianic concept that Agamben develops in his book on Auschwitz and in his commentary on the letter to the Romans. It is also the remnant of a presupposition, whether the presupposition of the principle of non-contradiction or the principle of sufficient ground, or the Nazi doctrine that bare life might be separable from testimony. 48. In both senses, it presents the image of a sharpest blade, or the thinnest painted line, the division of division itself. So Agamben does not, as Derrida, upset particular metaphysical distinctions and logical laws by mustering the subordinated element against the superior one, to accordingly point out the irreducible differential character of the meaning they claim independently. Instead, he takes the suspended remnant of a thesis or logical law, in which this thesis or law is reflected in its inoperative state. To better understand the ontological status of these remains with a view to the notion of life is the purpose of the present section. So here we have a figure that remains beyond the bind between writer and work, or between sovereign and law. This is, as we saw, the threshold that Bartleby, at one and the same time, does and does not cross. In Homo Sacer, Agamben states that Bartleby's is the strongest objection against the principle of sovereignty, but they still do not completely free themselves from its ban, while in the essay on contingency he says how in the end, the walled courtyard is not a sad place. There is sky and there is grass. And the creature knows perfectly well where it is. 49. Indeed, Bartleby is the figure of pure potentiality, the figure that saves, as I argued above. The Messianic in Agamben's work is intrinsic to potentiality itself. Bartleby, therefore, is not the subject of salvation. Instead, it is the new creature that is redeemed. This new creature is a remaining creature. It is saved because it has abandoned the dialectic of redemption and fall. The term that Agamben consistently uses to denote a life beyond sovereign power, so a life that is not creaturely, is form of life. In The Highest Poverty, Agamben examines the history and literature of medieval monastic orders, the Franciscan Brotherhood in particular. In this work, he follows the same trajectory as in Homo Sacer, tracing how life struggles in abandonment. The Franciscans recognize the law only insofar as they are in a state of necessity, which is always, due to their poverty, but always only trivially so. Only trivially so, because their life, on the contrary, coincides not with the law's emergency, but with its own form. Irrevocably, though, it is through this sole point of contact with the law that the order is pulled back into the legal world, while it leaves the idea of form of life and its use behind. Derrida, on the other hand, thinks life as survival. This appears as survival in respect of a law, of abandonment. In exile, as a refugee, one can survive. Are there any indications in Derrida's work of a life beyond the condition of banishment, or beyond the condition of sovereignty? Is there no life to writing beyond such conditions? Writing can always be erased. Erasure is implied in Derrida's concept of writing. Yet as far Macon, in Derrida's analysis, it already begins to resist the sovereign authority of the father. Writing is patricidal, it resists sovereignty. 50. It is the logos that always admits of a father, and that remains for that reason a zoon, a living being. This is the same kind of life that is implied, according to Derrida, in Husserl's theory of signs. 51. The God of writing, on the other hand, is also the god of death. This implies that Hagelun's insistence on the structure of the trace and its implications of comprehensive mortality is indeed to the point, and I have not disputed this aspect of his reading in itself. On the contrary, I contested it for being the only aspect of his reading. I have above set out the difference between Agamben and Derrida in relation to the role of the remnant. While for Agamben the remnant is the remainder of a metaphysical thesis or a logical law, and thus is the immediate, paradigmatic cue for his experimentum linguae, for Derrida the remnant is, as such, the undeconstructible. The remnant is secret, and near the end, at the bottom of the page it was as though you had signed with these words, "Cinders there are." I reread them, it was so simple, and yet I knew that I was not there. Without waiting for me the phrase withdrew into its secret. 52 The essay Cinders is the satellite of the remnant. We literally unveil nothing of her, nothing that in the final account does not leave her intact, virginal. That's the only thing he loves, undecipherable, impassively tacit, in a word, sheltered from the cinder that there is and that she is. 53 To Derrida La Cendra, like Curra, maintains an unreliable yet unmistakable connection to femininity, and his analysis from the orbit of a cinder, furthermore, keeps underlining it as a pure place. Also feminine, la. The next and final part of this study will take a view to the third term of the Messianic, addressed after law and life, writing. To begin, I will do more to analyze this femininity that is connected to place, as I examine the way in which in Derrida's thought writing resists sovereignty through the influence of the mother, the element of Curra. Yet the motif of this resistance, from Derrida's writing, is not a monastic indifference to sovereignty, but its undecidability with a view to the Father's logos. Part 3. Writing. Thomas Mann's most expansive novel, Joseph and His Brothers, opens with a prelude about a historical abyss. The distance between us and Joseph pales when compared with that between Joseph and the first human being. In very few words Mann throws us into a deep, indeed bottomless, historical landscape where we will have to learn anew how to navigate by the stars, like the nomad shepherds of Joseph's clan, without ground. Indeed, Mann questions theological claims regarding the geography of Eden, suggesting instead that we take our cue not from the motifs of depth and darkness but rather cast our eyes toward the heights and the light down from which our own, contemporary fall can be understood. In the final part of the study, I will look into Agamben's ways of bringing out a suspense from the principle of ground in the shape of a halo, by comparing his and Derrida's paradigms of writing. Chapter 7. Curra and Contingency. Because for a philosophy of the fall the question of place is crucial, I will present a reading of Derrida's essay Curra, informed by other writings in its context, which is in many respects the Derridean counterpart to Agamben's text on Bartleby, notably in that it addresses the monotheist concept of creatio ex nihilo with respect to its abyssal experiment. In doing so I resume the analysis of the cosmogonical repercussions of the structure of presupposition in Derrida's work. Yet while I take the Bartleby text to be central to Agamben's oeuvre, I make no such claim with regard to Derrida's and the Curra essay. Point 1 I hold only that within Agamben's scheme, wherein Derrida is associated with Aristotelian grammatology and scholastics, the latter is served best by reading his essay on Plato's Timaeus. It is from this reading that a sophisticated Derridean account of the thesis of language emerges. Furthermore, it is in the context of Derrida's thought on Curra that we find the resources to deepen Derrida's ethics of responsibility, as well as his rapport with theology. I established earlier that Agamben takes Bartleby to descend the Tartarus on the occasion of God's second creation. Here that maneuver will be attributed to Derrida's imminent analysis of Curra, from which, by a Neoplatonic gesture, Agamben's narrative emanates. In a sense, this study revolves around the juxtaposition of the itinerary of Bartleby, in Agamben's reading, as a way of satisfying Derrida's analysis of Curra. So this is the pivotal element of my argument. I elaborate on the significance for Derrida of this Greek work Curra because his treatment of it covers many of the concerns Agamben dealt with in the Bartleby essay, notably creatio ex nihilo and the evasion of the logic of non-contradiction by way of a third genre. To match Agamben's ontology of redeemed contingency in Derridean terminology, Kura is indispensable. Paul Allen Miller, in an essay on Kura, brings out its crucial role in upholding a Messianic avenir. The question of the absolute other is also of central importance because it is only the presence, or better, the non-presence, of the absolute other that makes difference possible, that keeps the world as world from collapsing into the stasis of an idealist and totalitarian unity. In Kura, this moment of openness to the absolute other is located in the conception of Kura itself. 2. In support of my understanding of Kura in connection to Agamben's concern with revelation in philosophy, Watkins stresses that it is crucial to understand Agamben's rapport to the choretic element in Derrida's thought. Point 3. Furthermore, and Norton reports that in Derrida Kura is the place of revelation, for as both Gask and Maradi bring out, the nexus between secret and survival lies in the Greek term Kura, this very singular impropriety Kura's feature of retaining nothing properly, which precisely is nothing. It is just what Kura must, if you like, keep, it is just what must be kept for it, what we must keep for it. 5. Richard Carney asks rhetorically, perhaps Kura could thus be reinterpreted as the aboriginal matrix that God would need to become flesh. Giving a clue to the messianic connotation of Kura. Point 6. Kevin Attell notes that it is Agamben's essay Pards that responds first and foremost to Kura. Indeed, Pards engages openly with Kura and takes it as the most important Derridean motif. Point 7. Yet I want to bring out the connection between Derrida and Agamben's forays into cosmology. Between Derrida and Agamben, Kura is contested in the following way. The third genre of Kura is, for Agamben, not already implied in and thus undermining of metaphysical conceptuality as it is for Derrida, but rather it is the place wherein that conceptuality is taken up and redeemed of its presuppositions. Aporia turns into euporia. Watkin continues his analysis along such lines. In setting up this confrontation between Agamben and Derrida's texts, we have to bear in mind that they draw from different sources. The source of Kura as source is exactly what is disputed. Agamben's philosophical archaeology on potentiality performs the archie of an Aristotelian concept as appears from the essay The Thing Itself. It is with Aristotle that Agamben holds that the absolute withdraws behind the gramma, withdraws into potentiality. Derrida, on the contrary, precludes or means to preclude the Aristotelian tradition in his address of the word Kura in Plato's Timaeus. As Michael Nas explains, for Derrida Kura is a universalizable, a desert within the desert, not to be equated with any particular philosophical or religious program. Point 8. So Derrida explores Plato instead, and then again Socrates in Plato, the mise en abîme of infinite ironies in Plato's writings, never reducible to any particular stance. Returning to Kura is a messianic repetition or return in which Kura is redeemed from its aporias, as it is seized as a paradigm in the shape of Agamben's archaeology of potentiality, the saturation of Kura as contingent matter taking place. So by way of Kura I revisit the myth of creatio ex nihilo, the symbol of philosophy's alliance with theology under another philosophical guise, Platonic rather than Aristotelian, led by a strangely withdrawn Socrates instead of Bartleby. Furthermore, I address the Derridean account of a resistance to the logic of non-contradiction by way of their third genre, their remnant, to finally understand an ontological modality that is wrested, secularized or profaned from creation. I address Derrida's text on the Timaeus as a way, furthermore, of resisting Agamben's vision of his work wherein Derrida is associated with an Aristotelian science of the gramma, and divorced from Platonic thought free of presupposition, a way of resisting Agamben's seizure of Kura as taking place. Indeed, Plato's Timaeus is an exemplary text with regard to the project of the absolution of presuppositions. As John Sallis explains, the distinction between the eternal and the transient at the beginning of Timaeus' speech is at one and the same time a presupposition on the basis of which the discourse is held, and an hypothesis for the discourse to argue. Point 9. Sallis' theme is that of the new beginning, as Kura also indicates, for the Timaeus, a new foray into cosmogony. Accordingly, Kura denotes repetition and alterity. Paul Allen Miller also draws attention to this aspect of the Timaeus. The Timaeus is, in fact, an unfinalizable dialogue in which each moment of positing is also a moment of irony and interrogation, of simultaneous acceptance and active separation. 10. What Kura allows, perhaps first of all, is the notion of a return, an original return, a return to the origin, creatio ex nihilo. It revisits a place abandoned, a desert within the desert. As I said, for a philosophy of the fall Derrida's, Agambens, the notion of place is crucial. Where do we fall? In this sense, Kura, to Agamben, as a way of exposing the principle of sufficient ground, indicates the Nietzschean concept of the eternal return of the same. Thus what the vicious circle of eternal return brings back eternally is not a vitium, a defect or lack, but a virtus, a dynamis and infinite potency, a potential which, devoid of both subject and object, works upon itself, tends toward itself, and thus unites in itself both meanings of the Aristotelian dynamis, potentia passiva, passivity, receptivity, and potentia activa, tension toward action, spontaneity. 11. Yet this dynamis is only achieved in Melville's copyist, who ends the work of writing, and brings the eternal recurrence to its immobile zenith. For Derrida, as monotheist religious thought is undercut by the temporality of the Messianic, which is a universalizable that does not properly belong to the order of the holy and the indemnified, the properly religious content, so it is suspended over an abyss that marks its spatiality but does not properly belong to it. Kura. In modern Greek, Kura, written Cairo alpha, means country, land, chief town, village, or region, and interestingly enough for us it has a verbal mode too, Cairo alpha nu or lambda alpha mu beta nu omega, to take place. 12. Plato's character Timaeus calls it a receptacle and compares it to a nurse. 13. What it does is to provide a home for all created things, and it is apprehended, when all sense is absent, by a kind of spurious reason. 14. However, as a philosophical term it is extremely difficult to define, not because no definition is adequate but rather because it receives and accommodates all of them. Derrida notes that Kura has been the topic of extensive commentary throughout the history of thought, yet establishes the ahistorical void around which that history is written. The Kura is anachronistic, it is the anachrony within being, or better, the anachrony of being. 15 is Kura, then, also the anarchy of being, its lack of principle. I have referred to two key motifs of Derrida's thought, the name and the trace. Let me now rehearse the opening sentences of Kura. Kura reaches us, and as the name. And when a name comes, it immediately says more than the name, the other of the name, and quite simply the other, whose eruption the name announces. 16. Derrida's reading of the Timaeus is going to take place between these poles. A name arrives, revealing nothing of itself. Kura does not disclose any content but rather it declares a trace. However, this trace, an effect of the name, is not the trace of Kura. The trace conditions legibility, but not of Kura. Kura, its name, cannot be read. Reading it means to negotiate between its name and trace. For this reading also cannot content itself with interpreting the trace and nothing else, for that would be merely to read with the positive cosmology that Timaeus presents on the back of Kura, to read with its history of interpretations, to which Derrida does not object, however his interest lies elsewhere, and finally, to read Kura as part of a history of being. On the contrary, to Derrida Kura indicates the anachrony of being. 17 Kura, it appears, refers to ontology's failure to meet being. It is what ontology, for structural reasons, cannot say of being, its contingency, or, in Malasuis terms, its principled unreason. This is the present claim. Derrida's term the anachrony of being exposes this feature, that being cannot be satisfied within a history of being, not even by its eschaton, while it also refers to the myth of creatio ex nihilo. As it refers to the question of the origin of the universe, of being itself, Kura names without identifying being's withdrawal behind its history, which is not the same thing as naming a transcendent being removed from history. Agamben's Bartleby essay begins by explaining the image that was at one time attributed to Aristotle. Aristotle was the scribe of nature who dipped his pen in thought. The relation between the writing and the paper, or indeed, the wax slate, is fundamental in his essay, as it is the relation to which others, between the mind and its thoughts and between God and creation, are reducible. In turn, Derrida, in Kura as in Freud and the scene of writing, addresses the rapport between the pen and the wax. However, for Derrida, this image is not absolutely caught up with Aristotle's, or any, philosophy, as its question of writing is supposed to exceed all that is programmatic about philosophy. Indeed, for Derrida, this image, the image of Kura, is still, is always, to be decided upon, is the difference of that hermeneutic decision. Which is to say that Derrida is not engaging, on an explicit level, with the archaeology of potentiality, but is instead still writing a philosophy of potentiality, continuing its presuppositions while at the same time commencing their exposure. This distinction reflects on the level of Agamben and Derrida's explicit positions regarding the Messianic. For Derrida it is the dimension of what is always still to come, a veneer, while for Agamben it is the dimension of the reappropriation of the present by a depletion of its potential. Indeed, as I have consistently held throughout this study, the Messianic is something that reverberates deeper than merely the level of the politico-religious rapport to the future. This has been the purpose of my idiosyncratic address of its motif. It appears in the very essence of fundamental philosophy. Unlike Agamben, Derrida allows for a space between revelation and monotheism. I have already brought out the difference between messianity and the messianism. In the essay Faith and Knowledge, Derrida seeks a universalizable principle of revealability, and, as is his wont, this is to be traced by its historico-religious, particular idiom, the Messianic enkara. It is by way of these terms that Derrida means to find a secular faith, one that can account for what takes place in philosophical discourse. The chance of this desert in the desert, as of that which resembles to a fault, but without reducing itself to, that via negativa which makes its way from a Greco-Judeo-Christian tradition, is that in uprooting the tradition that bears it, in atheologizing it, this abstraction, without denying faith, liberates a universal rationality and the political democracy that cannot be dissociated from it. Point 18. The separation that Derrida does not allow here is the one between universal rationality and political democracy, but I think there is also an indelible connection between both of them and the Greco-Judeo-Christian tradition, so that Derrida's is a secular logic, not a profane one. The liberation, the atheology here is only relative, its structure remains that of faith, of potentiality, of responding, of the difference of writing. Kura, cited at the anarchical and anachronic moment of creatio ex nihilo, then, partakes in the principle of non-contradiction and the principle of reason, the two fundamental laws of logic and metaphysics, whose suspension by the paradigmatic remnant I described earlier. Indeed, Derrida consistently follows, along with the political issue, of an authoritative discourse, coming from a proper position, one that is, however, only warranted through its surrender by one who improperly held it. Socrates, like the proper history of the Hellenes, only becomes available through its adopting scholars, the Egyptian priests. These two themes, that of being, metaphysical or ontological, and that of the logos, logical, in their relationship of abandonment with Kura, where the principles of reason and non-contradiction are kept in limbo. However, in Derrida's analysis, Kura still partakes in both of them, or rather, they partake in Kura. Kura is not simply prior to the logic of non-contradiction, it is not simply and straightforwardly its excluded third term, for it is not a third term that accepts abandonment by the non-contradiction principle, rather, it is the place of that third term, singular each time. Point 19. With regard to the principle of reason, the principle of sufficient ground, Kura refers not to an absent support or an absence as support, but merely to the absence of support. It is neither the preclusive denial nor a modification of these principles. As Derrida indicates, it is neither logos nor mythos, but a bastard logos. Kura is not, indeed, properly a third genre. It speaks no discourse of its own, instead, it hears now the vernacular of myth, then that of reason. It is exposed, as many commentators agree, in the effort of marking a new beginning, or by taking a step back. This step back is, however, also the movement by which, for Agamben, the paradigmatic remnant becomes available. Yet Derrida insists from the start, the very beginning, that kara seems alien to the order of the paradigm 20 only by a return to kara, which is a return to the return and its singularity, can it be set aside for thought. However, for Derrida, kara accords with his own thought of responsibility and hospitality. How does language receive logic? How does writing receive thought? This is what deconstruction exposes and guards. The step back, to Derrida, does not presume to take kara, to seize it, for the gesture of that seizure would only betray the seized. To Agamben, on the other hand, what is encountered in the step back is the paradigm immediately intelligible. So while Derrida observes great restraint before kara, because it cannot be appropriated into metaphysical conceptuality, for Agamben for this very reason through his reconception as taking place it is the preeminent vessel for thought. This becomes evident at the end of the first section, where Derrida sets up kara as the exile of Timaeus cosmogony. What it would thus cover over, closing the gaping mouth of the quasi-banned discourse on kara, would perhaps not only be the abyss between the sensible and the intelligible, between being and nothingness, between being and the lesser being, nor even perhaps between being and the existent, nor yet between logos and muthos, but between all these couples and another which would not even be their other. 21. As this study consistently highlights Derrida's vocation as a keeper of memory, a guard of tradition, let me indicate here that Derrida does not object to the canon of interpretations of kara. As said, kara is receiving of all these definitions, as evinced by Socrates' display of modesty in the Timaeus, I see that I shall receive in my turn a perfect and splendid feast of reason. 22. Notwithstanding anything that Timaeus will have to say on the role of kara, or each time that his cosmogony has resource to kara, and there is a third nature, which is space and is eternal, and admits not of destruction and provides a home for all created things, and is apprehended, when all sense is absent, by a kind of spurious reason, and is hardly real. This needs still, then, to be received by Socrates standing in the place of the third genus, between sophists and poets. 23. There is still another moment or place for kara. Indeed, Derrida says that Timaeus presents his positive claims, his ontologico-encyclopedic conclusion, in the ban of a discourse on kara. 24. In this sense, Derrida's kara approaches Nancy's abandoned being, a way of forestalling the principle of sufficient ground. Kara indeed brings out the anarchy of being, its being in the ban of its principle. And as we saw, it is Agamben's ambition to deplete this ban. Here being is nothing other than the being's being abandoned and remitted to itself. Here being is nothing other than the ban of the being. 25. This is the task of a philosophy rid of presupposition, and the chance to complete it lies in kara, as Agamben recalls with a view to the life's work of the last diadoch of the Academy of Athens, Damasceus, Aporias, and Solutions concerning first principles. And so it was that as he was writing one night the image suddenly sprang to mind that would guide him, so he thought through to the conclusion of his work. It was not, however, an image, but something like the perfectly empty space in which only image, breath, or word might eventually take place. 26. However, the name he gives to this space is not kara, Chi-Rho Alpha, but Lambda Omega Halo. Indeed, Derrida uses the logic of abandonment that Agamben develops from Nancy. However, Derrida appears unaware of the paradox of sovereignty that it implies. It is not just kara who is banned, but also a cosmos conceived as the exile of kara. It is not anarchy, but precisely sovereignty. And this unawareness on Derrida's part means that the choretic element in his thought remains idle, it remains foreign to the order of the paradigm. Indeed, what Derrida stresses is the absolute passivity of the receiving element, consistent with his thought on hospitality, the other, and other privileged Derridean themes, kara allowing the cosmogony in her place. To Agamben, as we have seen for instance in Homo Sacer, Elessera Abandonò del and 27, the relation of abandonment always works in two ways. It carries the potential to liberate and activate its pole of passivity to end its own relation in the indifference between action and passion. Yet for Derrida, the foreigner or placeholder of impropriety, Socrates in this case by her characteristic of being other has always already given the cue, is always prior while at the same time absolutely passive. The other as other has not acted yet, but this is true always. The other as other remains a potentiality, and in occasioning his thought in response to the other, Derrida's philosophy remains faithful to potentiality. The main point that this study has set out to make is how the Messianic marks Agamben's post-Derridean position by mustering the Messianic resources within Derrida's text, in its incapacity for activating the exile, in its insistence of always only and exactly keeping her in her passivity, of protecting the secret of the name, of reading violently, inevitably the trace. Derrida's thought presents the paradigm of abandonment to Agamben. Derrida's deconstruction of the Timaeus, and his circumvention of Kura all but perform Agamben's archaeology of potentiality for him, all but returning to Kura. All but returning to the return. All but taking Kura up as a piece of found art, as intelligible matter, or addressing it as one addresses Odradek. I use Kafka's figure Odradek as shorthand for Agamben's conception of a creature redeemed of theology. Which would have been impossible for Derrida, as it is only after the essay Kura that Kura can be encountered as such, for what it is, the place of contingency, the place of a cosmos that is probable, possible, but never necessary. Derrida's essay Ousia and Graham is a companion piece to Kura. There is produced in the thought of the impossibility of the otherwise, in this not otherwise, a certain difference, a certain trembling, a certain dissentering that is not the position of an other center. 2:8 Kura is the place of this tremor, the place of the contingency of philosophy. Derrida's address of Kura, with unique care and deference, performs the messianic displacement of this term, absolves it of its presuppositions, and brings it into a redeemed world wherein Agamben is the first thinker. Agamben, who writes in the critical and paradigmatic time of Kairos, is both of this redeemed world and of the world awaiting salvation. For Agamben, following the Aristotelian interpretation that Derrida dismisses or precludes, what Derrida analyses under the term Kura is Heil pure matter. From a brief essay The idea of matter appears Agamben's concern with a woody substance of language, which the ancients called silva, milkwood. Heil 2 means wood. 29 That said, Derrida points out, against this Aristotelian interpretation, that Plato never uses Heil, wood/matter, to qualify Kura. This is Derrida's insistence on the utterly ironic understanding of Kura, never identifiable with a particular program. 30 Yet in an essay entirely devoted to Derrida's thought, Agamben takes the following position on the motif of the trace. The trace is the passion of thought and matter. Far from being the inert substratum of a form, it is, on the contrary, the result of a process of materialization. In the Timaeus, Plato gives us the model of such an experience of matter. Kura, place, or rather non-place, which is the name he gives to matter, is situated between what cannot be perceived, the idea, the anaestheton, and what can be perceived, the sensible, perceptible as aesthesis. Neither perceptible nor imperceptible, matter is perceptible met anaesthesias, a paradoxical formulation that must be translated as with the absence of perception. Kura is thus the perception of an imperception, the sensation of an anaesthesis, a pure taking place, in which truly nothing takes place other than place. 31. This pure taking place Agamben calls God. 32 So from Agamben's perspective, Kura is the decisive motif of Derrida's writing. The important clause to add is that Kura is not substance, neither for Derrida nor for Agamben. Kura is not, is above all not, is anything but a support or a subject which would give place by receiving it or conceiving it, or indeed by letting itself be conceived. Although Derrida denies the role of a receiving here, it immediately re-enters the discussion to be examined further. 33 For Agamben, Kura as pure matter is Bartleby's descent into the Tartarus. Derrida's trace, neither perceptible nor imperceptible, the remarked place of a mark, pure taking place, is therefore truly something like the experience of an intelligible matter. The trace is the archie of its own absence. 34. Recall how Agamben, early in the Bartleby essay, states that philosophy refuses to forget the white sheet, and how this was not an embrace of potentiality. Indeed, recently he put it as follows: to think means to recall the blank page while we write or read. To think but also to read means to recall matter. 35. Derrida's Kura, then, This place of absolute exteriority, the desert within the desert, is for Agamben the innermost exteriority without relation, the taking place of entities, their paradigmatic hekiide, their immediate surrender to thought. 36 However, this equation comes with a twist, a repetition, or return. Kara, as I pointed out, allows for all repetition, is duplicity itself, as is the theme of John Sallis' book. Kara indicates a new beginning, a return to the beginning, a suspension of presupposition. If Derrida says that Kara is alien to the order of the paradigm, it is because it is not, yet, seized as such. I have already explained how difference means a respect for the secret, a deference toward potentiality and sovereignty. Derrida's analysis of Kara avows such respect. For Derrida, there is no posited content, theological or monotheistic, to which Kara is committed. Instead, it comes to us as a name and we can only begin to receive it. However, it is also the signature left upon philosophy by the paradox of the thesis of creatio ex nihilo, as is clear from the Timaeus. In Derrida's essay, Kara itself takes place, fulfills its own arche as it returns, and while it is return itself and is set aside as a paradigm for Agamben to find. Agamben literally follows the trace of Derrida, in his footsteps, and saturates the absence to which this trace refers, and this is what I call Messianic, in exactly the same way Agamben drew out Aristotle's potentiality in the Bartleby essay. The bud of such a messianic gesture can already be found in Derrida's double readings that respond to philosophy's original fall from grace, wherein two mutually exclusive readings point at the phenomenon's arche trace, without ever truly delivering this arche locked between its potentia passiva and potentia activa, never truly delivering it because the trace is this arche. 37 Whether this inevitable movement is expressed through a chain of supplements or by the sequence signature. Event context. What this total movement of the trace describes by repeating and undermining it is the unity of the one God. Derrida's Kara, as well as Nietzsche's eternal return of the same, is always one tiny step removed from the euphoria indicated, to Agamben, by Bartleby's formula, and this is because this analysis does not amount to an effective archaeology, a taking place and a dwelling in place, of the condition of fallenness, of exile, of the force of law without significance, a tiny step that is only the return to Kara, by which Kara itself returns. I conclude that Kara finds its arche in Agamben's archaeology of potentiality. Agamben's turn from Kara to taking place means to expose and deplete the tacit Aristotelian element in Derrida's Plato. What for Derrida is irreconcilable to the order of the paradigm becomes paradigmatic for Agamben. As for Agamben, the register of impossibility and of the miracle is exhausted in Derrida. Bartleby descends not in Kara, but in a void that is received by Kara, and Kara takes place. Kara indicates first, as place, a return to the beginning, the eternal return itself, and second, it returns as taking place. 38 As Agamben writes, what Nietzsche tried to do in the concept of eternal return is to conceive the final identity of the two potentiae, the will to power as a pure passion affecting itself. 39 Ultimately, there is sky and there is grass. And the creature knows perfectly well where it is. 40 Rendering Kara in Derrida's thought a taking place means to expose the grammatological elimination of the thing itself, and thus to deliver from it its arche. The thing itself is its taking place in its own knowability and truth. 41. Chapter 8. The Supplement of Halo. In Agamben and Theology, a book from which this study benefited a great deal, Colby Dickinson takes contingency as the foundation for Agamben's contemplation on potentiality. The preceding reflections on potentiality were grounded in a recognition of the contingency of our existence, a contingency that many would like to forget exists as such. If we could only embrace the contingency of our world, instead of trying to overcome it, we might find a peace which apparently often eludes our species. On the contrary, I hold that this kind of contingency is never a ground in Agamben's work, but is instead its suspension. Consequently, I argue that contingency cannot be understood by stopping and turning, by looking back, but instead is achieved only by the messianic vanquishing of potentiality. In my introduction I brought out this tension between the desire for a return in Rousseau and its radical overturning by Kleist. Contingency, then, awaits not behind, but ahead. This is evinced by Agamben's insistence that contingency to him means not simply that things could have been different, the awareness that Dickinson maintains we frightfully avoid, but that things simultaneously are and are not, Bartleby and his writing. For Agamben, then, contingency is not the modality of uncertainty, but that of the highest certainty, the certainty of the belonging between a singularity and its being. Thus, Agamben refers to Spinoza's Ethics 3, def. 14 and 15, wherefrom all cause of doubt has been removed. Point 2. This contingency is entered not by merely suspending our prejudice or existential anxiety, but by the collaborative work of deconstruction and philosophical archaeology. Contingency means a metaphysical modality redeemed of potentiality. This process of uncovering contingency, this archaeology that coincides with the thought of the thing itself, and the undoing of its potentiality, is what I have examined in the previous 7 chapters. I now devote the final chapter of this study to an analysis of contingency itself, to the way in which contingent entities appear, as it were, on a messianic registry. These, for philosophy, contingent entities, however, depend on the imminent development and critique of theology on philosophical archaeology. They are post-theological creatures. An essential line from Agamben's work, already cited, runs thus: the idea of language is language that no longer presupposes any other language, it is the language that, having eliminated all of its presuppositions and names and no longer having anything to say, now simply speaks. 3. What sort of content could we ascribe to this simple speech? For Nas, a reader of Derrida, what remains is best served by some measure of ambiguity. Point 4. While for Derrida life is always the moment of survival, surviving the friend, surviving life's autoimmune mortal threat, for Agamben it is what has already survived, and in a sense what has already died, the Franciscan monk who reciprocates the abandonment of law, and lives only the form of his life, or Bartleby who outlives his vocation. Where for Derrida, there is only conditional survival within an intimate bond with death, for Agamben survival can be, if not infinite, definitive. Indeed, it is illuminating that Agamben, in the citation I used as an epigraph for this chapter, deems it possible to abandon a work of thought in the first place. Would that be possible to Derrida? In the context of Walter Benjamin's philosophy of constellations, Kishik brings out this decisive afterlife. By finding a new use within his own work for these disjecta membra, he seems to breathe into them a new life, or an afterlife. But what is much less apparent, though much more important, about Benjamin's method is that the condition of survival, which should be understood in its etymological sense of outliving, overliving, hyperliving, or posthumous life, pertains to the philosopher himself before it applies to the elements of his philosophy. Point 5. Indeed, Agamben has suggested his position survives his discourse. Whoever experiences this ethics and, in the end, finds this matter can then dwell without being imprisoned in the paradoxes of self-reference, being capable of not writing. Thanks to Ahir's obstinate dwelling in the exile of the Shechinah, Rabbi Akiba can enter the paradise of language and leave unharmed. Agamben refers to Derrida and to himself. Point 6. The philosopher in this sense assumes an afterlife, to return a freeman to the landscape in which they were formerly a legal subject. In pursuit of the suggestion from the coming community of a redeemed mankind enjoying the dawn of the Novissima dies of judgment, and of another made in state of exception, one day humanity will play with law just as children play with disused objects. In this chapter I explore the sense of contingency that is wrought between Derrida's deconstructions of the metaphysics of presence and Agamben's philosophical archaeology of potentiality, between a law that insists on its own absence and potentiality, and a life capable of this potentiality. Point 7. Agamben's commentators speak of an afterlife for the philosopher, a step back to engage with the contingency of the remainder in the comportment of theoria, and of a now composed as the after 8. I follow these cues in rejecting Dickinson's outline wherein contingency is the starting point. Agamben the philosopher dwells in the remnant, then, and it is the contingency of this remnant to which I devote an imminent description in this chapter. This means examining the messianic registry that marks Agamben's position as so decidedly post-Derridean. Agamben even insists that in Hobbes' Leviathan, the multitude remains after the covenant inaugurates the commonwealth. The multitude not only pre-exists before the sovereign, but, in the form of the dispersed multitude, continues to exist after it. 9. It is this dispersed multitude that eventually witnesses the epic battle between Leviathan and Behemoth, and then feasts on their remains, the citizens of the coming politics. This means that Agamben holds his discourse at the threshold of deconstruction. Spatially, the Messianic does not operate beyond the state of exception, which is not a limit between an inside and an outside of the law, but rather forms on the limit, on the threshold where the two cannot be distinguished. 10. So while I am indicating the lasting proximity between Derrida and Agamben, and as it is my position that Derrida provides the matter for Agamben's thought, in describing what I call a Messianic registry, I want to explore the potential of Derrida's writings on Rousseau to match Agamben. I will expand on this Messianic registry, connecting the themes of life and writing. The theme of the Messianic registry is the supplement of halo, the way in which a suspended ground attends to a singularity. Let it be clear from the outset that this section takes the form of a further application of Agamben's understanding of deconstruction, back onto Derrida's own and favored texts in order to bring out the Messianic operation therein. My analysis does not exhaust the Messianic registry of Agamben's work. We could add, for example, the way in which, in the kingdom and the glory, oikonomia is the Messianic residue of Agamben's politics. Indeed, another name for halo is glory, as it figures prominently in the kingdom and the glory. In this context it brings out the marginal and, indeed, suspended grounding role of the sovereign God with regard to his administration of providence. However, this is not the place for an exhaustive account of the Messianic operation in Agamben's work. On the contrary, because I argue that the Messianic plays as a motif deeply embedded in Agamben's thought, I am committed to the impossibility of such exhaustiveness. As part of this chapter's closing sections, I will explain the relationship between the Derridean motif of writing and Agamben's project of absolving philosophy of its presuppositions, of thinking the absolute. While Derrida has remarked that all writing always maintains the capacity of being effaced, here I am after the writing of suspense itself, not suspense in the sense of uncertain, on the contrary, the suspense from ground, the suspense of the thing itself in knowledge. The supplement of halo. In the open the principle of ground no longer suffices. The human being is not commended to a sense of ground, but is exposed beneath the open sky. The image of a halo refers to a suspended ground that attends to an entity in its state of being whatever. Kishik implicitly connects this halo with Agamben's writing, in Agamben. The rubble in which the philosopher wanders tends to lose its weight, which usually enables him to shrug off the burden of its heavy past. This allows his prose not exactly to soar but, in a sense, to levitate slightly above the wasteland of tradition. 11. Agamben actually calls the halo a supplement added to perfection and a supplemental possibility. 12. For Derrida, the work of the supplement is to support an essential meaning that in return obscures it. The supplement posits and destroys the totality of the work it accompanies. In Of Grammatology, Derrida reads Rousseau's Confessions, the essay on the origin of languages, and the Reveries in order to show how supplements for Jean-Jacques Mother, Madame Françoise Louise de Warens, wet nurses, for the sexual act, masturbation, and for living speech, writing, tacitly allow for the cogency of these more original values. 13. To cite the title of a later work of Derrida, writing is the prosthesis of origin. This means that the supplement cannot be conceived at the position the claim to which its deconstruction could support. We cannot think the thing itself of the supplement. 14. The contingent in Agamben, however, constitutes exactly an attempt to think the thing itself, the absolute, what Derrida's thought forbids as the cinder, the morsel, the secret, the name, and whose taboo Derrida violates by the trace, by writing. Agamben uses the image of the halo to bring out the significance of the thing itself, as for him to think the thing of thought itself means to rid philosophy of its presuppositions, to absolve it of the ontology of language in the form of the principle of reason, which means to absolve it of its theological heritage. Agamben highlights the visibility of the halo, its presence, to bring out the sense of depletion with regard to the potentiality of ground and reason. The halo marks the fulfillment and archie of potentiality. Indeed, for the thing itself, there can be no reason or ground, as that would be to reduce the thing itself to the principle of reason, and not to properly think it. Instead, the presupposition of ground or reason is suspended. The thing itself is included in its paradigm. And its suspended ground, finally, attends to it like a halo. The supplement in this scenario is merely added, perfectly superfluous. The halo in Agamben's thought is a supplement that is removed from the essence. The halo is not a quid, a property, or an essence that is added to beatitude, it is an absolutely inessential supplement. 15 Whereas for Derrida the supplement is never merely added, but always also appears in the stead of a deferred essence. For Agamben the supplement attains its radical force by what was to Derrida its innocuous function. To declare an absolutely inessential supplement at all is to challenge Derrida. Rather than determining what is essential from within or beneath, the supplement here simply takes its leave from essence. What are the Rousseauist Derridian resources that first begin to make this possible? How does the discovery of the undecidable, and accordingly its archie in grammatology, help to inaugurate such a decisive and abrupt contingency? How is it that a supplement, something added, becomes the mark of this Hecaeity? Note that this contingency is nothing other than what Agamben in Homo Sacer indicates as a political fact beyond relation, a relation that was exceeded by the creature's entry to limbo in the previous section. This question is answered by the analysis of the way in which philosophy for Derrida was inaugurated by the fall, the way in which it immediately assumes the theological connection, and furthermore how the supplement means a response to that inaugural descent. However, it should be understood that this means to read Derrida's supplement not as decidable in itself, but as somehow having reached a decision, having consumed all of its possibilities. 16 The halo marks the threshold of an entity that has fulfilled its potentiality and that cannot not be otherwise a contingency. This supplemental decision is to be sought not on the essential level of the meaningful content of which it means the perennial difference, for we still need to decide, each time, what Pharmakon and Kura want to say in a given context. Instead, it has to be sought on the existential level of their signature. Kura takes place, the supplement is added. We do not need to decide that it wants to say, in fact, that it wants to say is coincidental with the phenomenon of difference. I have already referred to Derrida's account in which the correspondence of a letter makes sense only by virtue of its insecurity. Indeed, the word supplement seems to account for the strange unity of these two gestures that keep juxtaposed Rousseau's experience and his theory of writing. Writing is condemned as an increasingly degenerate substitute for living speech, and at the same time, writing is employed, by Rousseau, as that substitute, as the only hope for reappropriating the self-presence of nature. 17 Writing is the symptom of and the remedy for an interrupted natural state, and the remedy, added hastily, will only aggravate the condition. Writing is, then, first of all a response to the fall, while in turn the very scene of the fall paradise involves writing, scripture, to begin it. Derrida is the philosopher most fortified against the magnetism of Adamic language. There is always, absent from every garden, a dried flower in a book. 18. At the end of stanzas, Agamben engages with Derrida for the first time, as he contemplates the conditions of possibility of signification. The foundation of this ambiguity of signifying resides in the original fracture of presence that is inseparable from the Western experience of being. Only because presence is divided and unglued is something like signifying possible, and only because there is at the origin not plenitude but deferral, is there the need to philosophize. 19 This is Agamben's cue, and it is Derrida's cue too, as we saw when reading with Kevin Hart on the shared motivations between deconstruction and theology. Yet their respective ways of responding to this cue, the disintegrity within being or presence with its connotations to the fall, are vastly different. For Derrida it was always the philosophical mistake par excellence to demand the undivided presence of being, and yet Derrida's work presents also an exercise in demonstrating how that mistake is the inevitable result of the condition it regrets, of how philosophy itself is inseparable from it. Instead of rejecting this tradition, then, Derrida explores the space between the philosophical ideal of undivided presence and its own incessant perfunctory betrayal of it, how that space is always written into the philosophical injunction of undivided presence. For Agamben, however, This lack of being is a problem, yet not the same problem from in its classical understanding. The ontological problem is not a lack of presence, actuality, but is instead a privation of potentiality. Attell too notes how Agamben reinstates the logos to its central position, not as a present undivided significance, but by developing the distinction between actuality and potentiality onto its remainder, or, by developing the distinction between the sign and the signified onto the infant human being. 20 If the classical understanding of the problem means to reduce the faltering being back to its ground, Agamben's resolve is to take the opposite route, and to exhaust the ground of the singular entity and suspend it above as a halo, casting it irrevocably at the threshold of abandonment. It is important to note that Agamben does not reject Derrida's assessment of the relation between the signifier and the signified 21, but that the way in which he assumes it involves a displacement. What has to be appreciated is the extent of this displacement, and how what was presented according to the deconstruction as the hidden inner workings of a particular philosopheme, now according to the philosophical archaeology becomes its face, its threshold. By restoring the originary character of the signifier, the grammatological project effects a salutary critique of the metaphysical inheritance that has crystallized in the notion of sign, but this does not mean that it has really succeeded in accomplishing that step backward beyond metaphysics. 22 This threshold is the Messianic tableau on which the halo is written. Another way of putting this would be that onto what for Derrida remains undecidable does the supplement mean the completion or the inadequacy of X. Agamben enforces a decision. The question after the success of Agamben's displacement is indeed a question after the supplement. The supplement, like the pharmakon and kara, is a critical term with respect to Derrida's stance inside or outside the tradition of metaphysics. Agamben argues that Derrida has supplemented the value of writing in place of the value of speech, and has substituted the illusion of pure and undivided presence by pure and abstract representation. And in a way this is indeed Derrida's accomplishment. Yet it is only true that Derrida's intervention amounts to such a substitution because the supplement, in the context where Derrida seizes it, metaphysics is an undecidable concept. It always appears as part of a sequence with a principal value but also in its stead. So it makes sense to state that Derrida supplemented the value of speech with the value of writing only given his analysis of how that substitution actually takes place as an incalculable and undecidable, involuntary, and volatile procedure. Agamben, then, decides that this grammatological intervention means the devaluation of speech and presence to a secondary position, and that writing, representation, and the trace are reinscribed as the origin of experience. Derrida states, one then sees quickly that the presence of the perceived present can appear as such only inasmuch as it is continuously compounded with a non-presence and non-perception, with primary memory and expectation. These non-perceptions are neither added to, nor do they occasionally accompany, the actually perceived now, they are essentially and indispensably involved in its possibility. 23. In the words of grammatology, Saussure opens the field of a general grammatology, which would no longer be excluded from general linguistics, but would dominate it and contain it within itself. 24. This is the strong, grammatological claim, which is, however, always itself supplemented by a weak, deconstructive one that says that the deconstructing term or value cannot conceivably ever be fully reinstated to its original status because that would defeat the purpose, because that would amount to an arbitrary displacement beyond any of the term or value's proper context. In fact, Agamben says, the concept trace is not a concept, just as the name difference is not a name. This is the paradoxical thesis that is already implicit in the grammatological project and that defines the proper status of Derrida's terminology. Grammatology was forced to become deconstruction in order to avoid this paradox, or, more precisely, to seek to dwell in it correctly. 25. I take this to mean that the grammatological and deconstructive projects continue to supplement each other, that the weak claim of deconstruction, which rattles the very idea of metaphysics before leaving it operative, relies on the strong, grammatological claim that the trace appears in the stead of an origin and that this mutual injunction is deconstruction. In fact, This is how Derrida's work can perform the difficult descent Agamben attributes to Bartleby. To go down the Tartarus, to explore Kara, to recall the scene of the fall is to impose the trace on the origin, and then to efface the trace. This is Archie writing. This mutual implication of the grammatological and the deconstructive claim shows how Derrida's writing can amount to embracing a force without significance, as Agamben says. Naturally, all of this implies that there is no proper context, but there is the always oblique or otherwise hazy occasioned entry to the term, and this is what Derrida, as I have pointed out repeatedly, religiously respects. Furthermore, this is why the messianic dimension cannot be assumed a la Badiou straightforwardly as a secularizable, mathematizable, and universalizable possibility, and why the space between the messianic and the messianism must always be carefully explored. For Agamben, however, and this is what this study above all seeks to establish, the messianic is not addressed as a more or less secular principle, but instead as the motif of philosophical profanation, of the disenchantment and disillusionment of the theological principle of potentiality within philosophy. This means not something theological of which we might find a, more or less, secular version to then employ philosophically, but instead the motif of the very undoing of the theological fabric. Throughout this study I have consistently brought out this distinction between a philosophy that always evinces the highest sensitivity to the particularity of language and a philosophy of infancy, a philosophy that seizes an exceptional justification for naivete, between a philosophy of the margins and a philosophy of the remnant, between the heresy of thwarting the theological form and the profanation of its content, or in Watkins' terms, to bring out how an epoch of thinking difference culminates in the thought of indifference. There is, then, an indifference deposited, the remnant marked by a halo. How does this occur? This question guides my reading of Derrida's supplement as a model for the halo. The halo is the formal identification of the remnant or the irreparable terms that indicate the contingency at the depleted end of potentiality. I have brought out the way in which Derrida's thought is structurally irreconcilable to the remnant and its philosophical exploitation, as in Agamben's thought of the paradigm. This is the cause for the great separation between Derrida and Agamben that I have covered in this study by following a messianic motif, the motif of their incommensurability. Now I consider the theme of writing Derrida's backyard or garden, and it may be that Derrida's thought proves more flexible there. However, Derrida's official position is that the supplement remains buried deeply within the structure of potentiality. We speak its reserve 26. So while I have explained how grammatology and deconstruction, and I think by way of the umbilical cord between them, always defer to what is potential, to an avenir, and how because of this they circumvent and circumscribe the theological principle of ground within philosophy, I want to here, at the conclusion of this study, pause and contemplate the undecidable operation of the supplement in Derrida's thought as a possible prototype for the halo. In fact, Agamben calls the halo a supplement added to perfection 27. How is it, ultimately, that for Agamben the experience of language of Derrida's writing marks the decisive event of matter, and in doing so it opens onto an ethics? Whoever experiences this ethics and, in the end, finds his matter can then dwell without being imprisoned in the paradoxes of self-reference, being capable of not writing. 28. The self-passivity and self-capacity of writing, as Agamben argues in his texts on Nietzsche and Bartleby, hold the key to the undoing of the political theology of potentiality and sovereignty. In Of Grammatology, Derrida recalls the scene of the fall with respect to writing. Thus incensed, Saussure's vehement argumentation aims at more than a theoretical error, more than a moral fault, at a sort of stain and primarily at a sin. Writing, the letter, the sensible inscription, has always been considered by Western tradition as the body and matter external to the spirit, to breath, to speech, and to the logos. 29. Writing, because it constitutes its bodily dimension, is to language the historicizing factor, of which Saussure wants to both claim language's independence and liberate it. Indeed, writing is the historicizing factor tout court. Writing is what draws language into a trajectory of contingent development, and from the perspective of Saussure this is disgraceful, as he wants to analyze the essence of language. Saussurean linguistics, then, is the work of restoring the paradisiacal bond between sense and sound, and redeeming them of the interference of writing, and Derrida has exposed the same exigency for Plato, Rousseau, and Husserl. Derrida's work, in turn, goes to show how profoundly writing, representation, and the trace are caught up in what is essential the domain of metaphysics. So even if metaphysics and linguistics make their claims by way of reducing writing, writing is inextricably involved in their field and in their respective objects. Agamben displaces Derrida's supplement. From an undecidable that meddles with a hermeneutical content, the supplement becomes the face, the signature, the threshold of language itself. The supplement becomes the halo of language, acknowledged by a salutary critique in grammatology. Yet this salute allows itself to be blinded, as Agamben writes. Special being communicates nothing but its own communicability. But this communicability becomes separated from itself and is constituted in an autonomous sphere. The special is transformed into spectacle. The spectacle is the separation of generic being, that is, the impossibility of love and the triumph of jealousy. 30. This transformation Agamben describes elsewhere as the cutting of the branches. 31. In fact, from the point of view of philosophical archaeology, the undecidable supplement reaches its arche in grammatology and displaces itself to the threshold. This is how a philosophy of difference appears to a philosophy of infancy. Reverie of abandonment. Over the course of this study I have explained Derrida's work as a constant mediation between two motifs, the name and the trace. I have made this position clear by way of my argument against Hagelund's reading of Derrida. Hagelund admits only the realm of difference in which there is only survival and inevitable violent interpretation. Now I will make the opposite case against the way in which Alexander Garcia Duttman, with regard to the reading of Kafka, posits a life of the letter beyond the reader's claim. On this reading, the Derridean apparatus is limited to the protection of and the respect for the secret. Yet the circumscription of the secret is always already a violation of it, as the world of survival and violent interpretation supposes a sacrosanct core. The euphoria between these two poles in Derrida scholarship will bring to the fore a final supplement, a supplement that corresponds to a creaturely being beyond abandonment. The resources for this position are drawn from Michael Marder's essay on Derrida, and Rousseau's Reveries. Furthermore, I continue the theme of the Kara as it is heard in Kafka's court, a chamber of limbo that receives and releases whatever. For an idea of how the taking place of a word or a letter can be understood I turn to Duttman's essay Kafka and the Life of the Letter. The life of the letter in Kafka's texts must then be sought in the revelation of a content that belongs so much to life itself, that permeates it so thoroughly, that we are incapable of separating and objectifying it. 32. In Duttman's analysis of Kafka's novel, it hosts an experimentum linguae like Agambens. In the trial, the letter is brought to life. Rather than persisting as the immemorial presupposition of its law, and the question of meaning arises in the interstices that now separate life from itself. 33. However, for Duttman the life of the letter also represents an impassible law. The life of the letter's sense of familiarity, haunts the reader who can be part of this life only if he acknowledges the law, the irreducibility of the text's literal meaning. Inasmuch as this is the reader's position, the position of a preoccupation with the law, and inasmuch as literature could be said to remind the reader of his position by suggesting that the literal meaning, in order to be understood, calls for a different meaning, a figurative meaning or the meaning of a concept, the trial is a novel that uncovers the hyperbolic dynamism that undermines the reader's position and transforms it into an unstable one. 34. In fact, Duttman refers to Derrida's analysis of the trial, before the law, the essay that Agamben quarrels with in Homo Sacer, but not to Agamben's objections. Instead, Duttman mentions Agamben's essay K, and warns against its claim to a definitive key to the novel. So Duttman, following Derrida, respects the secret. In accord with Nancy, he respects the ban. What it means to have a literal cast of mind is to take the letter ultimately as an impenetrable cipher, the Aristotelian final interpreter that Agamben brought out in his essay on the thing itself. 35. The life of the letter can be experienced, then, only from the point of view of the law's doorkeeper, not for the man from the country. This is Agamben's worry, which Dutman does not address. What threatens thinking here is the possibility that thinking might find itself condemned to infinite negotiations with the doorkeeper, or, even worse, that it might end by itself assuming the role of the doorkeeper who, without really blocking the entry, shelters the nothing onto which the door opens. 36. For Dutman, then, there is no domain redeemed of potentiality, because it would mean to take leave of the inexhaustible secret of the letter, to betray literature in favor of philosophical meaning, the classical maneuver that Derrida exposed, the impenetrable letter and the difference by which it is posited betrayed in favor of a particular meaningful present content. In another essay, Dutman demonstrates the strength of his reservations against Agamben's claim to the secret, the life of the letter, the remnant. To speak of Auschwitz as a remainder means neither to attribute to it the uniqueness of a never before nor to identify it with the ubiquity of an always already. Perhaps a denial of the Holocaust is inscribed in any possible relation to it. 37. For Hagelund, as we recall, there is no domain redeemed of potentiality, because this would be a domain beyond the becoming and passing of time, to which everything thinkable must be subjected, the process of autoimmunity that constantly undermines the alleged departure from the letter. Dutman thinks the Gnosticism of the letter, Hagelund conceives the omnipresence of interpretation, while Derrida, as Nas explains, interested in the autoimmunity of the religious experience particular to Christianity, is interested in precisely the dynamic between the universal and the particular, the name and the trace. Between Derrida's two key motifs, potentiality cannot be thought through, only glimpsed. Dutman stresses the secret, an egg of stone, or, perhaps, a gigantic iron shell, while Hagelund underlines that there can be no secret, no sacrosanct, no indemnified. Furthermore, both Dutman and Hagelund look to Derrida for support. It looks as if the content Agamben brings to the modality of contingency would perplex them both, though not necessarily Derrida, nor the Derrida from Martyr's essay. Conversely, for Derrida, the thing is what remains after the deconstruction of the human, the animal, and the metaphysical belief in the thing itself, in its oneness and self-identity. The thing understood as the remains stands on the side of what has been called the undeconstructible within deconstruction itself, of what both animates and outlives the deconstructive goings through, experiences, or sufferings. One cannot afford to go through deconstruction and avoid paying close attention to the threshold, which at the last stage for the closure of metaphysics, the thing guards and leaves open, guards in leaving open. 38. Martyr reaches this position by way of a contemplation of the reader's position before Kafka's parable, which commences by denoting the same rapport as is found in Dutman's analysis, but with a twist. Any text taken as an object, however ideal or idealized, will remain obscure, illegible, and undecipherable, because its objectification will inevitably lose sight of the inversion of intentionality, whereby we become the objects, the objectives, or the targets of the textual things themselves as soon as we commit ourselves to the act of reading. 39. Interpretation is never guaranteed, not because the letter is secluded, but instead because it always already involves the reader. Derrida supports neither the sovereign position of the letter from Dutman's analysis, nor Hagelund's anarchical melee, but stands for the unaccountable hermeneutical procedure between them. For Martyr, Derrida ultimately steps into the threshold of an open door. The remainder of the metaphysical system that becomes available by that step becomes the element of a post-deconstructive realism. There is a discourse of that element, the element Hagelund thinks impossible, and the discourse of which Dutman rules out. Derrida approaches Agamben closely here, in preparing the remnant for philosophy. But the door to the law is, for Derrida, never shut. So even if Agamben's paradigmatic remainder is something to be found also in Derrida, for the latter it is engaged in archie-writing, not archaeology. The archie for Derrida remains effaced by its own trace, is not sublated and absolved in its very presence. Messianic contingency is the existence, the remaining of that which has depleted its capacity for not being. Bartleby the scrivener is capable of not writing, and by having exhausted his capacity for not writing, Bartleby furthermore issues the collapse of God's capacity of creation and the mind's capacity for thoughts, as the theological dogma and the philosophical thesis tacitly rely on the passion of writing. This last implication of Bartleby's formula is precisely a Derridean feature. Agamben's contingency, as it survives life, stands in the doorway to the law. It occupies the threshold, as does Derrida, but with a gaze otherwise directed. Agamben's reflection on signification via the encounter between Oedipus and the Sphinx does not side with Oedipus, to follow signification and see for its hidden signified. Instead, it adopts the perspective of the Sphinx itself. 40 In the same way, Agamben's short study on Hobbes does not look at the sovereign, it looks at the city from the Leviathan's perspective. 41 In both cases, Agamben's discourse occupies the threshold instead of falling for its smoke screen of potentiality. Contingency suspends law. It carries the law as well as the philosophical value of ground as a halo above. This is exactly what Dutman objects to in the case of Orson Welles' adaptation. Virtuosity makes light of the letter, respects it only to exploit it relentlessly and elevate the artist into a sphere of weightlessness in which nothing remains beyond his reach. 42 For Dutman, the life of the letter remains caught in a relationship, in abandonment. In the trial, the letter is brought to life. To put it differently, K is summoned before the law, whether he is asked to attend a preliminary hearing or feels irresistibly drawn to the women he considers his helpers. 43 The living letter is K before a court hearing, K attracted to women, K in a relation of abandonment. The law binds them as it abandons them, allowing them to come and go as they please. 44 Dutman reduces the life of the letter to the law that protects and forbids its singularity. Yet if Dutman is right and the letter has a life of its own, for instance the life of a letter that spells Audradek, the letter of Audradek's life, then this life is its own law, is not prohibited by a law that separates life from letter. Where, following Marder's indication, in Derrida's work can we accommodate this life of Audradek? This study opens on the subject of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I understand this work, of the writer who was most tormented by writing, to seek, in the reported return to silence, a situation in which language would be purely excessive, redundant, in its relation to the world. This means a remnant of language, a poetry that will not share in the fall of the world, a trace beyond destruction unthinkable for Derrida, for whom écriture, enriture, writing and erasure, go hand in hand. Such a messianic writing or scripture would be engraved beyond sovereignty, would have reciprocated its ban. A writing, then, that depletes the potentiality of language. Furthermore, and equally offensive to Derrida, such a writing would register beyond the space of unimpeded circulation. The best candidate in this respect is Rousseau's last work, Reveries of a Solitary Walker, the book that records the botanist's spell that Sebald pauses over and that he himself understood as, if not calling it, the appendix, the supplement, to his Confessions. 45 I look to the Reveries here as presenting the narrative of the irreparable that Agamben finds in Robert Walser's fictions, as well as his walks, but more importantly I look to Rousseau, in some ways Derrida's darling. I take Rousseau's Reveries and the efforts in botany they describe as a paradigm for writing. In this I make a different use of botany from Marder's recent works on the significance of plant life for philosophy. In The Philosopher's Plant, Marder understands Derrida's traces as seeds. Marder states that the herbarium, the work of botany, comes before the garden it describes. Paradise is always already literally underwritten by a guilty conscience. This is the position on Derrida's theology that I have been arguing over the last 3 chapters. 46 I argue that the supplement is undecidable with a view to its content, but definitive in the way of its signature. As said, Derrida's analysis of the supplement as it works in the Confessions, the essay on the origin of language, and the Reveries takes a seminal place in his work. Rousseau's narrative exposes a wariness of writing that depends on writing in equal measure. In this paradox, the supplement is the critical factor. It is what makes, by way of a chain of supplements, his texts undecidable and uncontainable, within the laws of genre. For instance, in Derrida's analysis, there is no ultimate value to be had, we can only understand the differential play that conjures up these values together with their claim to priority. Yet if a final supplement could be identified in the reveries, then we will finally gain a sense of the contingent in Agamben's work. Furthermore, it would mean the evidence by which the Derridian discourse finally arranges a rendezvous with Agambens, between the logic of autoimmunity and auto-contamination, on the one hand, and the discourse of the irreparable, on the other. Indeed, if Hagelund rightly insists that within Derrida's thought no value can be attributed a sacred status, and if he accordingly, wrongly concludes that therefore in deconstruction all supposedly sacred values are emasculated, the question raised here is of the possibility within Derrida's thought of attributing a profane status to a particular paradigm of writing. Can writing separate itself from the play of difference from the metaphysical game altogether, and instead occupy its role at the threshold of its being absolutely consigned to its thus its being written? Can a supplement decide between indicating the fullest measure of presence, and the emptiness of which it takes the place? 47. In particular Rousseau's second walk is pertinent here, one that Agamben glosses in Infancy and History, wherein the writer gives an account of the genre of reverie. The reveries deal with Rousseau's most haunting problem, that of the relationship between life and writing. What does it mean to be an author? Rousseau admits that he arrives at his reveries too late, already less lively. My imagination no longer bursts into flame the way it used to in contemplating the object which stimulates it. I delight less in the delirium of reverie. 48. However, this belated arrival is also the condition under which the writing of the reverie becomes possible. Rousseau is at that moment, as he explains in the first walk, finally alone, cast from social life, though still in the company of his wife and his friends, and he has lost his sense of self-preservation. Furthermore, Rousseau heads his third walk with an epigraph from Solon: I continue to learn while growing old. Rousseau shares this tragic insight that the learning of life comes after the fact. Between these limitations, the diminished force of his imagination married to the liberation from social life, memory becomes the domain of reverie. Were his imagination more powerful, the reverie could be fantastic, but as things stand it takes life as its material, and becomes indistinct from it. Were Rousseau still a part of society, the reverie would invade the domain of practical philosophy, or the other genres that Rousseau exercised, literature or pedagogy, but as it happens all these interests are suspended in the reverie, which is pursued entirely for its own sake. Indeed, at the end of his life Rousseau had become a pariah, banned from France and his native Geneva. In Michael Davis' reading, the liberating hopelessness of Rousseau's situation described in the first walk as redemptive becomes aphoretic in the second. Yet what it actually arrives at is indifference, as Davis too indicates. In Davis' reading, Rousseau tacitly refers to the Eschaton. It is held that Rousseau makes a bid for ultimate justice. Davis, then, deconstructs Rousseau's reveries, by exposing how, at one and the same time, they forego and commission an apology for Jean-Jacques. In other, also deconstructive, terms, reverie is not pure, memory of experience is no more neutral than experience. 49. It is exactly on this point that Agamben, philosopher of infancy, seizes Rousseau's reverie as mediating a slow sequence from Montaigne to Freud, deposing the speaking subject as the foundation of experience and knowledge. A twilight unconscious state becomes the matrix of a specific experience. Rather an experience of birth. And simultaneously the key to an incomparable pleasure. To experience necessarily means to reaccede to infancy as history's transcendental place of origin. The enigma which infancy ushered in for man can be dissolved only in history, just as experience, being infancy and human place of origin, is something he is always in the act of falling from, into language and into speech. 50. To Agamben, this reverie is the pure narrative of infant experience, even more than Montaigne's precedent that is geared toward an experience of death rather than birth. The indifference that Rousseau describes or writes as reverie, then, is not between life and death, but between life and writing. In wanting to recall so many sweet reveries, instead of describing them, I fell back into them. 51. Davis sees this too. Experience and reflection are alike. Reverie somehow unifies them. 52. The activities of both walking and thinking are both reduced to writing. And this writing always traces a history of the fall, as Rousseau evinces by way of his encounter with the Great Dane. In Davis' reading, Rousseau somehow manages the impossible, learning something in time 53 more impressive than it sounds. This accomplishment in my understanding amounts to attaining immortality, or as Agamben says in a different context, but equally pertaining to the vanquishing of potentiality and the remainder deposited after the struggle, to make room for something that, for now, we can only evoke with the name Zoe Ionios, eternal life. 54 Indeed, learning something in time means to cheat death, to conquer the most fundamental existential condition of the human being. The messianic residue from Rousseau is his work in botany. Botany substitutes reverie, another pastime takes its place. 55 Reverie is the self-receptivity of thought, the mind thinking itself, what to Aristotle means the highest and most divine. Yet what Rousseau captures by recording his work in botany is that this highest thought occasioned a remainder. In this sense, Rousseau performs an archaeology on potentiality. Botany is the writing of life that compares to the future legal comportment. For Agamben, one day humanity will play with law just as children play with disused objects, not in order to restore them to their canonical use but to free them from it for good. 56. Conclusion: Botany, writing, and the garden. The image of the pen and the paper, with its indifferent manifestations in potentiality and in the trace, is fundamental to Agamben's philosophy. God's capacity to create ex nihilo as well as the Aristotelian theory of mind presuppose the passion of writing. It is by this imagery that Western thought occasioned a double eclipse of its absolute object, the thing itself. First it is eclipsed behind Aristotelian hermeneutics, and then these hermeneutics are eclipsed behind Derridean grammatology/deconstruction. Furthermore, this double eclipse is the nearly impenetrable shell game that philosophy plays with theology. Philosophical archaeology prompted by the second eclipse, the eclipse of the eclipse, the cutting of the branches as Agamben calls it by a Talmudic reference, is the work of undoing both, or better, of rendering their mechanism inoperative. This dissoeuvrement of the double eclipse, as well as of the alliance with theology, employs the theme of indistinction, singularity, the paradigm, the example, indifference, and for that it follows the motif of the Messianic, the moment of indistinction between the sacred and the profane, between philosophy and theology, between lawfulness and anomy. This study has sought to articulate the place of something absolutely free and fallen, disenchanted, something absolutely contingent, within philosophy, and yet still to understand how this disenchanted modality is nevertheless conditioned in some way. I have exposed the laws that condition this contingency by following the trace of the Messianic from Agamben's thought on potentiality back to Derrida's early exercises in deconstruction. The deconstruction of the notion of origin involves an irrevocable and irretrievable excess. It is this excess by which we gain access to the tradition of metaphysics as a historical edifice, a living thing, a force of survival, one that is itself the betrayal of and the departure from its own central value, the origin that is present. Philosophy means to defend Eden, but it can only do so from the outside, and by leaving it, by assuming its knowledge, it destroys it. Yet the Messianic appears when something of that knowledge is once again transformed into life, the excess of metaphysical thought that deconstruction liberates in its investigations of survival rather than presence, the supplement, the trace, difference, and also the remnant. The trajectory of this study can be summarized as follows. I started by giving a sense of how the Messianic might be approached not as a substantial term in the philosophy of religion, but as motif of thought. I have followed this motif from its emergence in the realm of law by examining Agamben's work on potentiality, through its repercussions to philosophical thinking about life, to the plan on which it registers, the suspension of ground in writing. I have discussed Derrida and Agamben's contributions on the Greek figure kara. In a sense, this discussion presents the main argument of this study. The discussion between Derrida and Agamben is focused on the question of matter. Derrida denies that Plato's word kara can be exhausted by the Aristotelian notion of hyle. Yet Agamben's invocation of the Aristotelian term means not a position as opposed to form, and does not understand it within the framework that divides the intelligible from the aesthetical, but instead places it between these divisions. My comparison between Derridian and Agambenian Kura allowed for the approximation of Derrida with a submerged Messianic force, a figure like Bartleby. Over the previous two sections, I have demonstrated how the threshold is broached not onto an altogether strange philosophical terra incognita, but that the threshold is itself the open. There is no absolute exteriority, but there is radical exteriority as the experience of the limit. At the threshold, in its passage to an idea, the thing itself is supplemented with a halo. The paradigm, the remnant, the signature, philosophical archaeology, all Agambens' technical terms point toward this position at the threshold. In what sense does Agambens' thought constitute the messianic threshold of Derrida's? Adam Thirschwell, in Cutting the Branches for Akiba, Agambens' critique of Derrida, as in his essay on Nietzsche's specters, argues against Agamben from the Levinasian Derridian position that takes its cue from the other, from a given, prior logos. This later essay repeats the same misunderstanding that Agamben's rejection of such an ethics of responsibility means a failure to recognize them as a critique of ontology, while in fact, Agamben's reason for rejecting Levinasian Derridian ethics is that they presuppose an ontology of potentiality. 57 Thirschwell begins, however, by stating the apparent identity of the positions dedicated to Derrida and Agamben's own. So whereas Agamben's critical remarks toward Derrida so far have seen to the way in which difference or the trace imply and decree the suspense of the eschaton, and thus amount to a cataconic mechanism, Thirschwell observes how in parts the Derridian motif of writing is identified with Agamben's own concern with potentiality. The distinction between potentiality and actuality collapses in Derridian writing/scripture and the trace. By stressing the difference of a present significance by the trace, Derrida writes, effectively, the indistinction or indifference between potentiality and actuality writes not of it, but writes it. It is this distinction that grants the Aristotelian paradigm of potentiality paradigmatic, because it obscures potentiality itself, its force. We already found this distinction faltering in the face of Bartleby's remarkable stance. Here we have the philosophical counterpart to Melville's obstinate clerk. In parts, Agamben approaches the indistinction between potentiality and actuality by way of the question of signification, a major question in Derrida's work. How does a sign refer to an object? And second, how can a sign refer to a signification? A signification as such can only be referred to insofar as it signifies, but not with regard to what it intends. Only the signature of signification can be signified, not its signified. There is no name for the name, Agamben summarizes, and this is a problem very familiar to 20th century philosophy. 58 In the same way, as I explained earlier, Agamben here is reading Derrida's as a science of the signature, presenting writing as a particular experimentum linguae. The trace, writing without presence or absence, without history, without cause, without arc, without telos, is not a form, nor is it the passage from potentiality to actuality. Rather, it is a potentiality that is capable and that experiences itself, a writing tablet that suffers not the impression of a form but the imprint of its own passivity, its own formlessness. 59. In Agamben's reading, instead of avoiding the paradox of potentiality, by ever postponing it for another type, another signification, writing/scripture reconciles it by collapsing it to its indistinction with actuality. The trace, Agamben says, names a self-affection that is channeled between an experience of something and an experience of nothing. In encountering the trace we have an experience not of something, for the trace is not present as an object, the trace is not phenomenal nor of nothing, for part of the experience is a positive impression of an absence. The trace is the possibility of writing and the writing of potentiality. The paradox of signification of the signification of a signifier dissolves in the trace. Instead, it is the materialization of a potentiality, the materialization of its own possibility. 60 This matter has consumed all of its possibilities. It is not a potentiality that was enacted that was translated into act, but one that has received all of its impotential. The trace is fully informed by the difference of present meaning, it knows its impossibilities, it is that knowledge, and thus manifests the materialization of it. the writing of potentiality. And this matter, then, Agamben calls Kara accommodates it to an Aristotelian interpretation in order to outdo that tradition. I think that this strategic move is the endgame of Agamben's messianic undoing of the Aristotelian concept of potentiality. It is not that Agamben makes Plato's Timaeus an accessory to Aristotle, on the contrary, Aristotle's potentiality collapses with a view to the matter of Kara, wherein finally it finds itself exerted. Derrida's writing is here set aside, seized as a paradigm, with the immediate intelligibility that Agamben attributes to it. The paradigm constitutes the intelligibility of a phenomenon, its thing itself, its arche. This intelligibility is manifest at the threshold, when it is put in a passage to its idea. What this means is that the whole of Derrida's discourse is displaced onto the threshold, it is absolved of its presuppositions and transformed into their articulation. Agamben takes Derrida's contemplations on origins and foundations and places them in the open. Rather than a theory and demonstration of the impossibility of present meaning, of origin and foundation, deconstruction becomes an experience of language itself, the thing of language, and the supplement, as I explained, becomes its halo. As was the case with Bartleby, in Derridean writing the distinction between potentiality and actuality collapses. The nexus between God and creation, between the sovereign and the law, and between the mind and consciousness, is reducible to the image of the pen and the white sheet. The potentiality of that image is foregrounded in Bartleby's formula, as well as in Derrida's thought of the trace. The trace is the writing of potentiality, the writing that delivers potentiality to contingency, redeems it of its presuppositions by suspending them in contemplation, by manifesting the self-potentiality as well as the self-passivity, auto-affection, that unites potentiality and actuality once again. How does Agamben seize a post-Derridean vantage point, and what does that vantage point make possible? This is the question that began this study. The contingent being without reason or ground can be philosophically understood by the halo that is suspended over it, the halo that is the mark of the depletion of potentiality at the end of a rule that is theological. Contingency is indicated, then, by the motif of the Messianic. However, this being is not the philosophically posited being of being the existent, but instead is the theological creature that rebels by way of philosophy, that suffers the combined power of philosophy and theology to become their remainder. Rousseau's reverie strikes a chord with van der Heyden's conclusion on the thought of contingency in the comportment of theoria. Botany is, to Rousseau, the writing of the reverie. He argues the leisure of its exercise in contrast to mineralogy and zoology. The return to silence appears achieved, in a way. 61 Plato's pharmacy and Rousseau's botany, two visions or paradigms of writing. While pharmacology cannot decide between cure and poison, and Plato's Socrates has to decide between life and truth, Rousseau's botany is indifferent. In fact, Rousseau says that the obstacle that prevents the botanical vision of nature as a wonderful indifference is pharmacology. 62 In fact, Derrida recalls, that botany becomes the supplement of society is more than a catastrophe. It is the catastrophe of the catastrophe. 63 What does this mean? Derrida suggests that the supplementation of nature for society is the catastrophe of catastrophe because Mother Nature is here attributed a supplementary role. While society is the supplement for nature, nature is forced into another travesty by being placed in the place of society. But perhaps this return of nature in the form of botany conveys a more hopeful message. Perhaps the catastrophe of the catastrophe is like Agamben's division of the division, disastrous with regard to the catastrophe. If catastrophe is one of the concepts from the prophet's vocabulary, its disaster takes that catastrophe to the end, renders its archaeology. The catastrophe of the catastrophe, which is the supplement of the supplement like the division of the division, leaves the catastrophe innocent and powerless. While pharmacology examines plants with a view to their medical properties, the meandering botanical art of the description of plants goes from singular to singular specimen to happily declare each time here is yet another plant. 64 So while pharmacology writes in the place of an absent beneficial or detrimental effect, and thus records the injunction of and the deference to a potentiality, Botany is the writing of potentiality itself. But botany is also a pharmacology redeemed of its presuppositions. In fact, Rousseau's own work in botany related in the Seventh Walk, staged in Paris, is a return to botany from his overjoyed days on the Lac de Bienne, as told in the Fifth Walk. It is the habit of a pharmacology that survives its passions, it is the capacity for pharmacology in excess of its will, as if Bartleby and General Kutuzov, having learned something in time, retire to take the places of Bavard and Picouchet in the country.